Good day, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished representatives of international institutions, esteemed ministers, esteemed members of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, dear guests and friends from around the globe. Welcome to the second day of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence Summit.
And please welcome to Mr. Vladimir Crnojević, UN 10-member group, director of the Bioscience Institute, Serbia for the key addressing AI for achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals, a global perspective. Mr. Crnojević, please.
Morning, everyone. I hope that you're awake, you had your coffee, so we can start with this presentation. I believe that some people are still sleeping, so let's wake up a little bit. I want to give you my view on where artificial intelligence is going and how it affects the society through the perspective of sustainable development goals, as we all countries agreed on them in 2015, and they're still valid. I'm director of Bioscience Institute, and I'm in field of what is now called artificial intelligence. It used to be machine learning for 25 years. And I really had the chance to watch the development of this. To start, just to explain this initial slide, this is what I asked yesterday, Copilot or ChatGPT to draw me a picture of evolution from the ape via Homo sapiens to the robot. And I asked that 10 times. And every time it skipped Homo sapiens. As you can see, Homo sapiens is missing. So from the robot point of view, let's think of something from 200 years from now, we are irrelevant in the whole scene of evolution. And I believe that this is not far from true. So let's see how it goes. It's convenient, this is the end of the year. So usually in December, we are trying to recapitulate what has happened over the previous year. And this is cosmic year, where we fit all 13 billion years from the Big Bang in 1 year, where you can see that basically somewhere in September, the solar system was formed, and the first life was in October and November. What we know today as December, those are the reptiles that started at the third, like GPAI summit. And evolution brought us to the final day at the 31st December, where we had our ancestors and our cousins started to emerge. And finally, in the last 4 minutes, we started to migrate and create first societies. Finally, if we go to our societies, in the final minute, everything that we know today about our history emerged. So from the first societies, from agriculture, from the development of civilization, culture, it all happened in the final minute. And what we are talking about today, science and finally industrial revolution, it was in the final second, in the second half of the final second. And digital revolution was in 1/10 of a second. All that we are talking about for the last 40 years going digital, and you can imagine what a tiny split of time is AI that we are talking about today. So do we really believe that everything of this happened so that we would have like ChatGPT to play with, or some social things to post something on TikTok? No, my personal view is that evolution is going on. We are just one intermediate step in the whole thing. This process will never stop. So let's recapitulate AI from my view. We had different views yesterday. This started with a famous guy. I think that Luc Julia showed his picture, or Professor Russell showed his picture yesterday, where he defined what is artificial intelligence today. But then At the same time, someone defines what is the perceptron or artificial neuron, which is an approximation or copy of the neural cell that we have in our brain, actually a lot of them. And someone finally realized that concept of making the network of these artificial neurons and making something like this could one day come to approximation of the brain. That day has happened like a few weeks ago when Hopfield and Hinton got the Nobel Prize for their early works from the 80s on this. So they waited 40 years for the world to recognize what they did. And it's important to understand that one of the unexpected events was one small company that was making graphical cards for kids for playing games. This was their primary role. They have enabled what we have today, that one small neural network becomes huge system. That company this is the snapshot from yesterday. That company valuation on the market cap is close to number one, and I believe that it will surpass because the demand for NVIDIA products is growing exponentially every day. Single product, GPU. The madness of all of that started with ChatGPT, of course, and if we look the evolution over the last 7 years of AI, all the applications in vision, image, video, audio, biology, speech, grow like moderately, and this is what happened to language technology. Because we have the system that enables us to communicate. And how do we use it today? We use it for many things because we are close to something that can communicate to us. We heard yesterday that it's not perfect. Of course, we are not perfect as well, but things are going on. And this last split of time that we have is where we are now. The question is where we are going in the future. If you see a picture like this of Geoffrey Hinton, who is giving the interview to MIT Review like this, and he says that it could go wrong. He is very pessimistic, that these tools are capable of figuring out the ways to manipulate or kill humans who are not prepared for what we are having. And wait, yesterday what we heard is the view of mathematicians. Mathematicians always think that everything is under control. But we are getting to the point where biology and AI are merging. And then we will come to the fact that AI, or however it will be called, will be able to generate, to synthesize proteins, genes, and other things that we are composed of. And in the end, when everything becomes digital, we might end up like this in an eprovette. So this was my personal view on that, that HAL 9000 is thing that might be there to tell us, Dave, what are you doing, Dave, when we try to unplug it, and it will be too late on that point. Actually, in his spectacular work, Jared Diamond has shown in Guns, Germs, and Steel how civilizations grew and how we came up to what we are today. It is really fantastic how we used technology to become the society that we know today. It's really, I mean, if you didn't have a chance, I recommend that. But then there is another book from the same author called Collapse, when he is going in reverse. And he has shown 12 societies that collapsed because they were not aware of their impact on the environment. So all of them failed because of the impact on the environment. And we are facing today tremendous pressures. This is the forecast of our global population that is going to rise to 10 billion. At the same time, the science, including AI, brought us to the levels where child mortality rate is going close to zero, basically. At the same time, we are making life expectancy longer and longer, and we are using a lot of things, including AI, to prolong life. This makes that there will be a lot of people on the planet. At the same time, people's activities that we use every day, like driving cars or eating, buying too much food that then we send to waste because we didn't eat that, use of ChatGPT, which puts enormous energy pressure on servers to do that, and many, many other things, brings to global warming, which is a big, big issue today. Whether you admit it or not, it's not getting worse. Like falling from the 10th floor and passing each floor saying, so far, so good. And then if we look at deforestation, why I'm showing deforestation in the Diamond's book, Collapse, deforestation is the main cause in all 12 societies to fail. We are going for that. Actually, there are some figures how AI demand for processing power is influencing deforestation. So, how can we help ourselves? We have different opinions. We can do this, we can do that, in this way or that way. But as far as I know, there is only one thing that all the countries agreed upon. And this is Sustainable Development Goals, that we should work within this framework. All of us to try to do our best to, by 2030, to come up with solutions in each of these fields. Unfortunately, we are seriously lagging behind. We are on halfway, and only 17% of the goals were achieved. Still raising awareness of this is not too high. So my intention with this talk was to shed the light, as someone who is half a quarter century in AI, to shed the light on how it affects this in both positive and negative way. So we can see that poverty and hunger can be really reduced heavily with use of AI. That supply chains, food logistics, reaching the remote parts of the planet, allowing the remote economies to start. In Africa, we have completely new economy based on mobile phones, and many, many other things. But on the same time, the AI is used for consumerism, excessive consumerism. You have buy, whatever comes in. There is a mania in Serbia currently with Chinese platform Temu. Everybody is buying from Temu what you need and what you don't need. And this is negative role of AI. If we look, for example, at affordable and clean energy and at the same time climate change, we can make now fantastic models of the climate change thanks to technology that relies on AI. But at the same time, by putting the pressure on more and more processing power for the things that we do, we are facing the situation where big companies simply give up from this agenda. Unfortunately, a few months ago, Google has announced that they give up from Agenda 2030 because of the demand for energy for their servers, if they want to be competitive with open AI. So they simply cannot sit and wait. They have to run. It's an open market. And this is really sad thing, just to give you an idea about the power consumption. The servers that are used to train large language models today, their current consumption is 16 times higher than the overall energy consumption of Serbia, since we are here, just to give the idea of some moderately developed country with 7 million people. And the forecast is by 2060 that it will rise 150%. That energy must come from somewhere. Either it's coal or gas, because intermittent sources will never be able to feed all of that. So we are using AI in agriculture. My institute is doing that for life on land. We are really improving the life of people, also by doing so, working on the problem of poverty and hunger, by improving seriously the agriculture through AI methods. But then at the same time, we, by using AI to do other things, we are making negative impact on that by deforestation used to convert the land to agriculture. So we could talk for at least 1 hour by combining different things here. Of course, important is number 9, industry, innovation. This is why we are here. And infrastructure, but it is important to use it in a smart way. And I think that one of the biggest problems is number 12, where we have the fact that enormous amount of the industry today relies on advertising. I mean, when I'm looking for something on the web or going to new sites, it's cookies, cookies, cookies. Every time they're asking you for cookies. And this is huge, huge thing and pushing the whole society into consumer society. So let's see what is the view of AI role in SDG framework. There are 2 basically serious publications. One was in 2020 in Nature Communications, where a group of authors have managed to map positive impacts, which is 79%, and negative impacts, which at that time was 35%. But from 2024, there is McKinsey study that made a thorough analysis of what is the situation today. And it is interesting that they have found that about 600 AI-enabled use cases have the potential to support this. And 82% of all cases use at least one deployment out of this 600, and you can see in which SDGs. Of course, health and longer life and other things is big driver for this. This is why biotech is going to meet AI soon. But also there are some other like peace, life on land, education, of course. In COVID, we have seen that remote education can really work and it can help with digital systems and so on. But then they have found that situation about the grants and private investments, where you can see that grants and private investments are going again into few of these in a considerable way. The rest of that is rather small. Those grants are modest. 55% of grants are below $250,000, which is for serious development really tiny thing. But also what McKinsey has found through interviews with experts, that the main challenges to stop scaling of AI for social good relate to, let's say, these things. Data availability. Data is the fuel for AI. Talent availability, organization, funding, community trust. This is why we have launched something that is called Sustainable Serbia. Actually, it will be launched in a few weeks from now, where we try to resolve these things, but by opening the data for wider community, making it public and stimulating the development of AI systems for the Sustainable Development Goals, where you can see in Serbia that you have various things like Korean land cover or some energy data about the distribution or some cadastral organizational data, and you can directly go to National Portal of Science to find all the scientific papers that exist on specific problems for the given location. So this is our way to deal with Sustainable Development Goals. And we really think this is the point of this summit and my role in this talk, to see the role of AI. So this is supposed to be the end, but now my favorite topic, golf. How golf is influencing Sustainable Development Goals, and it will lead to AI, believe me. So if we look at golf sport, that is extremely popular and getting more and more popular every day, we have this fantastic data that I have found, that golf is the 10th sport by investment or not by investment, but the popularity, how many people on the planet are looking for golf. But at the same time, at the highest paid sports, the golf, there are 4 of them in the top 12. Higher than anyone. I know Tiger Woods. The rest of them I honestly never heard of. But at the same time, it's growing. The industry of golf is growing rapidly. Equipment forecast, investments in different things like terrains and other stuff. And we have now the articles which cry over the climate change because it will influence golf. Not that it will influence the life on this planet, but it is influence golf. And then there was a few months ago, there was a scandal in Florida where there was a whistleblower, James Gaddis, who have disclosed the information that they are going to convert public parks into golf terrains. So one golf field is on average 75 hectares. I have calculated this is enough, if we think of wheat, only half a season to produce 1.5 million loaf of breads. We are using monoculture, one type of grass, which is destroying the biodiversity. We are using fertilizer, nitrogen leaching, energy, sulfur acid to produce this. And we are basically making artificial natural environment. It's going to go bad. But then how this relates to the environment, SDGs, and AI. I have found this article. There was one company producing these pins for golf which are biodegradable. So all of this mess, this thing is biodegradable. And the 3 latest things related to AI, I have found 3 innovative products in the last year or 2. One company is using AI so to help the golfer to aim better, to improve his efficiency. The second one is making smart clubs which contain sensors and use the AI to improve the behavior of the club and the golfer. And the third one is producing robots for golf. Robot is called Golfy because if your partner in golf is not good enough, you cannot find the adequate partner, you can use this robot to play with you. So one guy is missing, we have only one. Do we really think that evolution is going to go like this? That we will have volley and the other volley, eliminate people, 2 robots are playing golf on their own? No, I think that evolution is more likely go to this direction if we continue like this. So let's hope for the best and let's try to use AI and robots to work on SDGs and help the humanity to get better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crnevich, for all this information, interesting things you shared with us.
Please welcome Mr. Pietro Leo, professor at the Department of Computer Science and Technology of the University of Cambridge, for this key addressing, Shaping the Future of AI. How will AI redefine society?
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I'm also affiliated to Sapienza University. And my talk will focus particularly on the healthcare aspects. First of all, I want to say that I found the healthcare as a field where the transformation power of AI can be really effective and give positive aspects. And I will tell about the new paradigms that AI is introducing. And then I will say something about foundation models and how they can be improved, an aspect of anxiety in the society. First of all, as a scientist, I'm relying on the scientific method. That is a method that makes observation, think of interesting question, and actually the formulation of research question is the driver of all the scientific research, and then formulate hypotheses, developing testable predictions, and then gather data to test the prediction. We have moved from a individualism aspect of research, a single guy doing experiments and not communicating so much with other scientists, to a sort of one lab doing focusing, for instance, on all the aspects about a gene, to nowadays to a complex networks where we have a lot of tools for communication, Zoom, Slack, Overleaf, Archive, and now we should see what does it mean to have an AI assistant and perhaps an AI scientist into this. And this could be something that makes also AI agents that are percolating in all the teams, like in a federated learning aspect. That is something that I don't have any answer. But what I can see is that the rate of evolution of AI is increasing and is moving towards more reasoning and abstracting. I'm starting using more machine reasoning than machine learning. And the methods nowadays, particularly methods based on graphs, graph neural networks, hypergraphs I'm working on, are able to detect relationships. And this is very important because the possibility of scaling up and increase learning in high-dimensional data allow also to see various sectors of the civil society much more linked, and so we can optimize better our lives. This is a 2017 tweet that was remarkably powerful, was sort of spreading around. Radiologists who use AI will replace radiologists who don't. And for instance, in Cambridge, a few weeks ago, was appointed the first professor of AI exactly in radiology. And there has been also very recent something going on in Canada and other. And that is, in my opinion, marks the kind of reaction to that tweet. What I think is important is that we in many sectors of medicine, for instance, pathology, we lack people. The pathologists are getting older, close to retirement in average, and overloaded with work. There are also other aspects that I think are very important, like, for instance, medical errors, and the fact that small hospitals, they seem to have more errors and less quality than big hospitals because they see less cases. And that means that AI can sort of give the gift of time to physicians in order to reduce the physician burden. Now, among what I think are the most important paradigms that has been introduced by AI recently, one is, for instance, the more capability of super resolution, the possibility of using a lot of information to increase the resolution of images, for instance, and be able to make better decisions. Or the possibility to have synthetic data, and that is solving even partially aspects of privacy. This has been also recently used for diagnosis. The other important paradigm is a sort of counterintuitive, at least for us as human, of the noise. So the possibility of transforming noise into data, and this is transforming the protein field. We have seen with AlphaFold, for instance, the AlphaFold 3 is not only based on graphs, but is also on noise. And this is something that is leading now a revolution on drugs, but later on will drive a revolution on material science. The other aspect, in my opinion, that we have some problems in dealing as human is the possibility of integrating different data. For instance, this is a project I'm involved about Raman and infrared spectra, and that allow, for instance, to add information to the visible light in order to get better diagnosis, improves the accuracy in diagnosing various types of cancer, and try to pinpoint cells really at the time of the surgery. So you can just do the biopsy and immediately start with the surgery. I think these are important aspects. For instance, the data integration is something that we don't have analytic methods, for instance, to integrate fMRI and genetics, or we find difficult to handle variances. For instance, a person who has a chronic disease and has good and bad days, that makes it very difficult to really target a treatment, or to be able to suggest to identify a trajectory of the disease and being able to identify the best cure as early as possible. This is the pattern that I am more interested in, the fact that not to see medicine as a collection of organs, but to see medicine as an overall process, very much linked, and this is something where we should be able to capture very subtle signals that makes it possible, for instance, to reduce comorbidities. That is particularly evident in, for instance, the single-cell projects, where this will lead a new revolution in medicine, and AI will be the glue that will put together different technologies to serve this. Something that I've been involved is to derive a digital twin where we can incorporate not only information from DNA to organs, but also relationship, equations, and that as a graph approach makes the possibility, for instance, to identify overall treatment that goes beyond the local aspect of one organ or one tissue. That is also solving, perhaps partially now, the fact that the large language models seems to be important in terms of transforming the database in something more actionable, but they have hallucinations, and they also have a very little power, for instance, on temporal data, which is very, very important for patients. This is something, a benchmark that I think is a paradigm also for other fields. For instance, MedQA is a benchmark of 60,000 clinical questions that we can use for benchmarking AI medicine. And I think the same can be done, for instance, for LLM in social science or in mechanical engineering or in policy making and so on. This is the kind of approach where you can show something from a sample of analysis. It could be, in this case, an X-ray, and then you get an answer from something that has been tested properly. This is also not a static field. This is all this LLM will increase in times in terms of accuracy, but I think that we are moving towards an intelligent version that has also digital twin incorporated in order to make something that also scientists can have more modeling into them. Something that is very important is the explainability. As a scientist, I think that what I want from AI is not really accuracy. I want accuracy and I want to understand better the system. So in some sense, it's very important that we don't stop with a better performance, but we have also a better understanding as human, as curious species in the universe of what is going on. And the possibility that AI is extracting aspects that for us are more difficult perhaps with analytic methods like non-linearities, AI-dimensional data, this should induce a need for more understanding from this system. And that is something that, for instance, I'm approaching using logic, for now first-order logic, concept. The concept is what doctors are seeing from their specialization and their school. Now I want just to finish with a few slides of what I think is a real problem. There is a growing anxiety in the society. This anxiety is in the patient, for instance, who is making the decision, who is responsible? Is the authorizing clinician, the patient, the AI algorithm? That means the signature of responsible people, the developers, the people maintaining the algorithm, the National Health Service, AI stewardship, and so on. This is why the explainability should also solve the problem of the responsibility. The other aspect that is very important is the lack of power, the growing lack of power of academics, because the resource-intensive AI is something that now you can find only in big tech. This is why it's important to think as a sort of CERN of AI, some institutions that can afford having enough resources so that even small universities, researchers from small universities can go there and work in the same way as they do at CERN or MBL in Heidelberg. This is the anxiety in students, and that is a statistics from educators, and on the right from students. And you see that both educators and students are just stressing how there is a growing non-positive approach to the AI. This is not only in the job market, but even the fact that there is a growing influencing the decision about, for instance, the energetic transition. And even students who are then in their sort of relaxing times, they don't want AI in their special movies. They say, Netflix, please remove AI from Arcana or from Spider-Man. So in some sense, we have to handle the transition to the use of AI in such a way that we respect and we try to ameliorate the relationship and with this anxiety that is growing. The other aspect is that together with the transition to an AI-based industry, there are other transitions that we are facing, for instance, energetic. So it would be good that we move AI also to work more on that, to try to see if, for instance, one transition can help the other. And that is something that we really need to have more resources moved into that. There is a lack of regulation in the European Union. I don't want, for sake of time, to discuss, but I think that there is need for more expert support at the European Parliament. This is just something from a quick sort of thought at something that we can put in the agenda for improving towards a regulation. But obviously, this is something that each of these points needs documents about actually how to do in a practical way the transition. And all the normative intending AI not just only technical, but a socio-technical system towards an integration of AI in healthcare, but in the overall society. So I think that I see AI as something that reminds me of the African proverb, it takes an entire village to educate a child. And this means that we need a lot of participation from all the stakeholders and the people who are involved, the AI researcher, in the case of healthcare, patient association, caregiver, data policy maker, device makers, and so on, in order that we see the same puzzle together. We have a vision of what we should finish together. We should have a shared vision about what is the puzzle. Let me finish with my link with Serbia. And one link is my former PhD student, who is a rising star in AI and has given important, has been very impactful in many areas of AI, particularly AI in mathematics, and recently also something about football with static AI. I'm also I want also to mention, for instance, collaborator in the fundaments of AI. So in some sense, in AI, what mathematics can do for AI. And finishing, I have been very, very happy and delighted to be the supervisor of students working in AI, particularly Stefan, who is with us, and also Vladimir and Victor, who are starting their PhD, and I am the co-supervisor of both. So I'm from these small statistics, I can say that Serbia is, from the high quality of all these students, Serbia is really moving very, very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Leo.
And now, please welcome Mr. Stefan Baja, advisor to the President of the National Assembly of Serbia, the moderator of the panel, The Impact of Artificial Intelligence on Our Future, Opportunities and Threats. Mr. Baja, please. Yes, of course. We need to wait. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Should I announce others? Yet? Oh, thank you very much. Sorry for being a bit late. So I'd like to welcome all the other speakers to the stage. Mr. Konstantin Kyriakis, is he here? Yes. Also like to, thank you. Also like to welcome Minister Margarita Balseiro Lopez. I think she's outside. She's outside. So should we continue on with others? Okay. Here, Minister is coming. Sorry. So I think we're exactly on time, and I expected to be a bit late, so I think that's good. Hello. Hello, nice to see you again. Professor Danilo Mantic from Imperial College. Mr. Knudsen from OECD, he's here. And Dr. Chelsea Gonzalez Camilo. Thank you. So, great to have you all here. So I think for this opening panel of today, we have another high-level panel where we want to discuss opportunities and threats of AI and the impact on our future. I think the main topic today in the world is regulation of AI and what the governments should do and what international organizations should do about it. And we have many topics or panels here at the summit as well. But I think we should also focus to see what are the opportunities in short term and long term, and how governments and different organizations can work on this. And it's great to have this diverse panel here as well, that we can get many different perspectives. We are limited by time, though we have only 44 minutes left, so I think we should try to be as specific as possible, but I would like to briefly introduce our panelists. I think we have great panelists here today, this morning. Mr. Kyriakis is a Greece Deputy Minister of Digital Governments and Member of Parliament since 2019. He was re-elected in 2023. He's a former president of Youth of the European People's Party, and he has been recognized by Forbes as one of Europe's 30 most influential young leaders under 30 in the law and policy category. He's also co-founder of Brain Gain, an initiative promoting return of young talent to Greece. Mr. Kyriakis, welcome. Mrs. Margarita Balseiro Lopes is a Minister of Youth and Modernization and a former Member of Parliament of Portugal. She's the youngest minister ever appointed in Portugal. She served on committees for budget and education and finance, science, youth, and sports, so very big portfolio. She's a doctoral student in law with extensive experience in taxation and policy. She combines academic achievements with political leadership, having also led and served as a president of Democratic Youth of GSD. And she has a big professional experience working in Big Four as a consultant at Deloitte, Portugal. We have here also with us Professor Danilo Mandic. He's a renowned expert in machine learning and signal processing at Imperial College of London. He's the president of International Neural Network Society. He has authored groundbreaking works on neural networks, tensor networks, and data analytics on graphs. And he has received numerous prestigious awards, including Dennis Graber Award and IEEE Prize Paper Award. He's the director of IDA Lab, and he continues to lead advancements in AI and data analytics with over 600 publications and 8 patents. Here we have, again, Mr. Knudsen. He's the Deputy Secretary General of OECD. He oversees the organization's strategic development on digital technologies, transformation, global relations, and trade. He's a champion for gender equality and diversity. Mr. Knudsen has been instrumental in shaping global policy discussions, including chairing the OECD Global Strategy Group. And finally, we have Dr. Celso Gonzalez Camila. He's coming here from Brazil. Thank you for making your trip here. He's a co-founder of the Central for Excellence in Artificial Intelligence in Brazil and associate professor at the Federal University of Goiás, with experience as visiting professor at Carnegie University. He has worked on innovative AI projects spanning industries like agribusiness, healthcare, and education. He's a former government official, and he has represented Brazil at G40 and G20 and Startup 20 delegate and delivered talks at various organizations, including NASA. And hopefully you can add this one today as well to your bio. So as we agreed before the panel, we want to focus discussion on 2 main topics. And the first one would be opportunities and risks for AI. So I would like to open up a discussion with the question about, from your perspective, what are the greatest opportunities that AI presents today? And maybe if you can focus on some specific examples to bring something that you know specifically or from your experience to the audience, and also to then analyze how we can ensure that AI benefits everyone, to be citizen-centric, but also to avoid biases and risks and societal disruption. So please, Mr. Kyriakis, if you can start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Dobar dan. I want to thank, first and foremost, our Serbian friends for organizing this great conference and for the fantastic hospitality you guys have provided these last 2 days. You know, this is probably the millionth conference on AI this year, and I'm pretty sure that all of us and all of you want politicians to go from theory into practice, because through this amazing technological journey, there's a lot of promises going on. There's a lot of theory. There's a lot of talk about the future. But the real question is, are we using the existing potential of this amazing technology today? And the answer is absolutely not. So the way we see our duty in the Greek government about how to go beyond that step and be early adopters of the AI technology in government services is something that I would like to talk about today. So you asked for a specific example. First of all, at the legal level, one of the groups that needs to be educated about and comprehend what AI does and what are the possibilities and risks are, of course, the members of parliament, the lawmakers who need to put in paper regulation on AI. So what we have done in Greece is we have a law, a general law, that says that every AI application that will be activated at a ministry level or at the public agency level needs to pass through Parliament. And this ensures proper debate at the parliamentary level. And then you see politicians that perhaps didn't have the slightest idea about what AI was a couple of months ago or a couple of years ago. They go into the details, they ask questions. Some questions are right, some questions are wrong. But the answers are important, and they educate the lawmakers about what exactly an AI system does and how it works for a government. I will give the latest example that we voted for in the Greek Parliament. So we passed an exemption from this law for the Greek land registry. So what we did is we used OpenAI's API to read through property contracts in natural language. Property contract in Greece can be up to 200, 250 pages. And of course, all the legal checks that need to go through at the human level, at the local land registry human level, would entail a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of time and understanding of what the actual legal text means and what needs to be approved and what needs to be rejected. So this goes through OpenAI's API through an integrated system. And you have to imagine at the left side of the screen, you have the text of the contract. At the right side of the screen, you have the legal checks with a suggestion from AI if the legal check needs to be approved or rejected. And then the director, for a task that would entail perhaps 2, 3, 4 hours, can now be done in under 10 minutes. And this is a task that the Greek state would pay up to 15 euros so far. And with AI, we can minimize the cost down to 0.11 cents. So this is a practical example of how our governments can be more effective. And I have a couple of other ideas, but perhaps for the second round.
Thank you very much. I think it's great to hear that. And we also are trying to work something. But I want to do a follow-up because to me, I think this is one of the key questions for governments. Do you manage to get talent into the government? Or is it because I think it's difficult to train people in AI and to keep them to stay in the government, at least in Serbia? I know it's a global issue as well. How is it in Greece?
It's very difficult because in order to get into the public sector in any EU government, not just the Greek government, there are lengthy processes. So by the time you set the standards for what kind of talent you need to attract, you know, from that time till the time you actually do the hiring, the skills might be outdated. So you need a proper relation and proper collaboration between the private and the public sector in order to make that happen. And of course, for applications like this one, you need to reskill and upskill older people that are in place and need to embrace this technology. We wouldn't make this example happen if we wouldn't get weekly feedback from people who are 50, 60-year-olds, and they're actually the users of the system in the last mile of this task that they are assigned with. So there's no magic solution in that, but as long as you involve and you include the actual user from the public sector in the process of making that system, then things become easier.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to follow now the example of Portugal. We had the pleasure, there was a big Serbian delegation at Web Summit, and we really saw there are a lot of great things happening in Portugal. So could you please tell us more about that?
I think, and it's our goal in Portugal, we have to use AI to ensure that all these opportunities, all these benefits are reachable by everyone. This is the role of a policymaker. This is why we are using AI in our public administration. And for example, because yesterday I was thinking about the greatest opportunity that we have with AI. And I truly believe that our greatest opportunity is to fight against inequalities. And I'm talking about gender inequalities, social inequalities, economic inequalities. This is why, for example, in Portugal, and I think it's not only in Portugal, we are struggling with a lack of healthcare workers. Probably this is one of the most serious problems that we have to face. This is why we are using AI in our hospitals to remove the bureaucratic and administrative burdens to our healthcare workers, so they can have more time with their patients and to provide a better service. So I think that our greatest opportunity is to decide where we are using AI, considering, of course, the risks, but using it to improve the life of our citizens.
Thank you. That's a great example, and I think in healthcare especially, do you think that it's easier now also to retain doctors, younger doctors, when they see there are new technologies coming into the system as well?
We have a great problem, not only in Portugal, not only about healthcare workers. We have a problem to retain young people, and I think Costa has the same problem.
We have the same
in his country. This is why we have a lot of measures. In 2025, we will have a youth personal income tax, but we should use AI also to make the life of these professionals easier.
Yeah, great, thank you, that's a great example. And now off to Professor Mandic, you're on a cutting edge of research. Can you give us some of the examples for AI opportunities?
Thank you very much. Great pleasure to be here. It's really interesting that we have people from governments here because I work in academia. I'm a researcher and I've been working on neural networks and, shall we say, AI since 1996. I think AI is basically great in the sense that it'll create new jobs, especially those jobs which are a little bit mundane or maybe unattractive to humans, like being a lift boy. That's really boring. And people often get bored and maybe not always polite, or they're polite to you because they want tips. They want $5, $10 for their services. A robot can be chatty, nice, interesting. If you go to the airports now, there's many of those robots kind of being wheeled on the wheels with cameras. It's very good for security. There's many other jobs which maybe don't even exist right now, but they will exist in 5 years, which will be facilitated by AI. But now I have to warn a little bit because we tend to get too enthusiastic about AI. So I try to produce AI models and I have to be realistic. We're a little bit susceptible to, shall we say, technological dictatorship of big companies. So indeed, Pope Francis, in his New Year's message, he warned about the technological dictatorship of big companies. And in my rather romantic and naive view, the role of AI is to bridge the digital divide between the developed and underdeveloped world. With technological dictatorship, that's no longer possible. It's just making money for the few at the expense of the others. I'll give one example. I don't want to be pessimistic. I've spent all my life working on neural networks, which are under the bonnet of AI, and I'm very, very optimistic. But here's a word of caution. So Google have signed a contract last month for 7 mini nuclear power plants. So those 7 mini nuclear power plants will power supercomputers to develop new AI. Okay. If I ask the government of Portugal, would you just sign a check for 7 mini nuclear power plants for the need of AI for Portugal? I think you would think very, very hard. And that's where we are. Indeed, the Deep Blue computer has beat Garry Kasparov, the chess champion, in 1997. That computer can only play chess, nothing else. Recently, a huge effort has gone, again by Google, to develop a computer which can play the game called Go, which is very, very complicated. But that computer can't do anything else. I think my IQ is okay, and it's not too bad, but I can't do everything. I'm talented for mathematics maybe, but maybe not for law or economics. And thinking about general AI or general intelligence, which will do just about everything, I think is wrong. We need to be specialized, we need to train, finely tune the various models for various aims we have, and overall to think about sustainability of our future. And maybe just one last word. So the human brain has 100 billion neurons and 1,000 times more synapses. It expends only 20 watts of power. So our brains expend 20 watts of power. A simulated neural network of same number of connections would expend 400 megawatts of power. It wouldn't do nowhere near as good as the brain. It would just be of the same size. So I'd like to warn against the brute force development of neural nets and AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it's interesting to hear us. Great perspective. And now off to Mr. Knudsen. What do you think are the greatest opportunities for AI, and also maybe to discuss a little bit about risks as well?
Well, thank you very much. First, I'd just say, Konstantinos, I think 1 million AI conferences this year is a very conservative estimate. You must have forgotten some, but this one is more important than the rest of them, I think we can agree, and especially this panel. Look, this is such a difficult question. The AI is going to change the way we live, the way we learn, the way we work. And of course, it's a little bit risky to argue with both the Pope and a professor at the same time, but I am going to focus on the opportunities and the benefits. And I think there are two big categories. One here is the future of economy. We've seen over the last 20, 30 years, two big engines of our economies in GPAI countries, in OECD countries. One was globalization and the other was digital transformation. And I mean, every sign is that globalization is not in for a boost, perhaps the opposite. We see protectionism increasing around the globe, including among our own members at the OECD. It means that we are probably going to rely even more on harnessing the benefits from the digital transformation. And I think generative AI is perhaps our best bet here without over-assessing the possibilities here. But I think they are plentiful. And our countries are in for quite an economic ride over the next decade or so. Many of our countries will be facing increasing defense budgets due to geopolitical tension. Many of our economies will be facing increased cost if we are really to tackle climate change. And many of our countries are also facing demographic problems of aging. These are enormous burdens on the welfare economies of our societies. So I don't think we have a better bet, honestly, than to try and harness economically the benefits from AI. I think it's something we have to do for this generation and for the next generation, and for reasons of defense, democracy, and climate change. Having said that, I totally agree that we have to be mindful of the digital divides. One of the reasons why globalization is losing pace is that we, in the West at least, forgot to distribute the benefits evenly. So it's incredibly important that we keep our eye on digital divides. Having said that, then to your question, where do we see most promise? I think it's difficult to choose between climate, education, health, agricultural or precision agriculture or energy optimization, maybe even creative arts. But if I were to anticipate your follow-up question, be more concise or concrete, I think I would point to medical research. I think there is a great potential there for detecting or inventing better drugs, illnesses that we've not been able to treat so far, better detection of different types of cancer, for example, including breast cancer. But I see very, very many uses, and I think some of the examples that we heard from the ministers from Greece and Portugal are also extremely inspiring. Risk side, risk side, of course. I mean, the girl that came here on stage to open the whole conference yesterday had a conversation with AI, and I think some of them were already mentioned there: safety, bias, privacy, security, and I think they're all important. As the OECD Gender and Diversity Champion, I would also like to mention technology-facilitated gender-based violence, which is something that we see is increasing currently and making it more and more difficult for women and girls around the globe to engage on social media, but honestly also with the potential to undermine our democracies if we cannot get female politicians, even young female politicians, to enter, because the social media burden on entering politics is tougher for women.
No, I agree fully. And I wanted just to follow up on the economic benefits. I think we always read these articles that are saying GDP is going to grow by this and that because of AI. So from your perspective, can you already see in which economic areas, in which parts of the private sector we can see benefits for not only the stocks of big tech companies, but also maybe for some SMEs and other companies as well with AI?
It's a good question, but the research we've done at the OECD so far seems to suggest that actually the potential is biggest for SMEs, perhaps even bigger than for big companies, perhaps because they're a little bit further down the uptake line when it comes to AI. And the companies I've spoken to, for some of them it's really practical stuff to begin with, taking notes from meetings, for example, perhaps taking away half an hour of work for many employees. But I think in the longer term, if we take, for example, a hospital, to take something concrete, we all talked about health so far, I think there will still be a need for the receptionist and for the nurse, the ones who are sort of connecting with us on a humane plane. I think and hope for humans to maintain and control. There will also be a need for humans at strategic level. But I guess everyone in between those two levels are at risk, perhaps not of being eliminated by AI, but being eliminated by a human colleague who's good at AI. So that's why I think we all need to upskill when it comes to AI.
No, that's great to hear. And I think especially for SMEs, we're also trying here in Serbia to work with SMEs to make them more efficient and productive with AI, especially some of these that didn't even digitalize, now to kind of leapfrog and try to increase the productivity and outputs with AI. Thank you for the inputs. And now, after Dr. Camilo, can you give us your perspective about opportunities and risk, and from Brazilian and global perspective as well? Thank you.
So first of all, thanks to have me. Thanks, Serbia. Congrats for the host this wonderful event. Yeah, it's hard to say just one pinpoint, one big opportunity about AI, because AI we can apply for everywhere, right? So, but I can highlight two types of opportunities, and the first one is more broad opportunity for nations. I think that we are reshaping the geopolitical board, and I think it's an opportunity for nations to reposition the position of them inside the board. So, and the point here is not just what to do and how to do, but the question is when to do, right? So we have a time window for this, and the nations has to get this opportunity to improve their economy, to improve their societies, and so on. So the big opportunity for men, especially for developing world, developing countries, and some underdeveloped nations. So that's one type of opportunities to reshaping the geopolitical board, their positions. And the second one, it's again I agree. It's hard to say just one application for for AI, but I also choose healthcare. I think the next 10 years, 20 years, you'll see a new medicine, a new therapies, special gene therapies, and something like that. So healthcare will transform the life of the people, and I think the next 10 and 20 years, we can see a lot of this in the world, right? Gene therapies.
That's great to hear, and I think it also brings us to another question that we have. It's around international collaboration, but just wanted to emphasize that Serbia is going to put biotech as the main topic for our chairmanship of GPAI next year, and I think we have many international organizations, many international conferences that are happening, discussing about AI, and I wanted to discuss now for the second part of the panel, what are some of the things that you think specifically for GPAI that can be done to foster more international collaboration, but also to open up to the global south and to see how we can accelerate this collaboration. I'd like to open up with Mrs. Lopez, if you can give us your perspective about international collaboration, international organizations, what are the main perspectives for GPAI, and what do you think are some specific things that we can do to enhance the organization and the plans for the next couple of years?
We are not going to solve these international challenges with national solutions. This is why these forums are so important. And the best signal that we recognize the importance of forums like this, we are here. So this is a great opportunity to share our best practices, and we are doing that. But also, we should keep the dialogue after this conference, this event, so we can have a common understanding about the risks and what is the best approach to deal with these risks. And about the risks, I think it's important to say that we should care about our children because, again, it's not a national problem, it's a global problem because they use technology and we should give them all the support to know, to be aware of the risks, of course, but how to deal with these risks. We believe in Portugal that schools have a crucial role, but we also need to give the support to children, to teachers and to parents, because parents are a fundamental part of this process. And let me say also that to build this future, we need to build an inclusive future. We talk about women. In Portugal, and it's not a Portuguese problem, we only have 1 woman in 5 ICT specialists and 1 in 3. I know that in Serbia, the results are better than in the European Union. So we have to learn with you how to do that. We are presenting in 2025 a national program to promote the participation of girls in STEM fields. And I believe this should be a Portuguese initiative, but we should work on that at the European level, at a global level.
That's a great point, and hopefully we can work together on that. We have similar initiatives in Serbia, but I think our results are better, but they're not good enough, so there is always a lot of room for improvement. Mr. Kyrianakis, what is your perspective on GPAI, and what do you see as biggest potential for international collaboration for opportunities of AI?
As Margarita said, international cooperation is extremely important, and just the two of us are a living example of how this works. Margarita and I used to be both members of this organization you mentioned at the beginning, the youth of the European People's Party, and we both attended conferences all over Europe for some years. You know, 10 years ago, we were much younger back then, but by cooperating internationally, both at the Mediterranean level, but also with our Nordic friends and friends from Eastern Europe, Central Europe, Northern Europe, everywhere, this gave us deep understanding of the differences and deep understanding of how international work can actually mean something and translate into something concrete, a European policy. So now, for example, as Margherita said, a problem that we all face as young parents is the fear of how this technology will impact our kids. And this is why Greece and I think Portugal also are calling at the European level, at the EU Council, for a global ban of social media and addictive algorithms for youngsters, for kids that are underage, under the year of 15. So this is not something that we can achieve on our own. We cannot achieve this on the national level. We have to regulate this, enforce this, work together with the technological giants at a European, OECD, or even global level to achieve that, or at the UN level. So if we don't build these personal relations, understand each other's agenda, understand each other's challenges ahead, we cannot solve this kind of problems. But also, GPAI gives us a great opportunity to identify the threats that are coming from applied AI. For example, when we were a couple of months ago in DC at the Google Public Sector Summit, Google told us that the Sao Paulo police is using Gemini to identify in a much faster way crimes, policing, and so on. So I would like to ask our Brazilian friends, perhaps not the professor who is with us, but the minister in charge of police in Brazil, how this has worked so far for a big country like Brazil, because we want to learn from that. And I guess all of our countries need to learn from that, because there are limits in how AI will impact policing or security or defense. There are limits that we need to decide here at this level of GPAI. If we're going to allow, in my opinion, is we need not to allow AI to go into lethal weapons, for example, or take decisions about an AI system identifying a crime. What does it do after that? The human always needs to be in control. So the threats, because this was your main theme for the panel, the threats are real. And this is why our policies need to be real, and we need to have a much deeper understanding on an international level and learn from each other for applied AI on what's coming in order to stop it in a timely way, in a proper way.
Thank you. And I think GPAI has a unique perspective because there are expert centers and experts who are working on applying AI, but also policymakers working on regulating that. So I think it's a great way to showcase what GPAI can do. But now we can maybe go immediately to Brazil and ask, do you know what Sao Paulo police is doing? And also, what is your perspective on GPAI?
Actually, I don't know much about that project, but I can say about another thousand projects that we do there. Yeah, I think the role of GPAI is very important. The international collaboration is a huge importance on this moment. But I think that education process, it's one of the biggest thing that we have to think about the role of GPAI. If we want really to do AI for all, we have to start with education process, right? A massive education process. Because otherwise it's just for few people, just a few set of people to use this. So education process is, I think that's the most important process that we have to run right now, right, in the whole world. The second one is more about do something more concrete, right? I can say about our Center of Excellence, we are running more than 60 projects, apply for different sectors, with more than 40 companies and organizations, public organizations, private organizations. So we have application AI for healthcare, for energy, for education, and we can see a lot of benefits of this application of using just the AI nowadays, right? The AI, the methods that is on the table. So for me, it's very important to reduce the gap between the plan and the execution, right? We have a lot of difficult to do implementation of plans in the whole world. So we do a lot of good plans, but unfortunately, we can execute in the timing the plans in the concrete and the real-world scenarios for the end users in the end of the line. So I think that's the big challenge, how we can do something more concrete today. Right?
No, I fully agree, and I think it's probably going to be one of the main topics also for the ministerial meeting that is coming right after this panel. And maybe to hear from perspective of OECD, Mr. Knudsen, how do you think we can work better together, and also how we can actually have these all ideas and discussions that we have today and yesterday at the panels turn out to be specific outputs that people from all over the world and our countries can see?
Thank you, Stefan. In the way you first framed the question, you said, how can this also be relevant to the Global South and so on? And we talk about GPAI all the time. I want to take a step back and remind us that the G in GPAI, the very first letter, stands for global, actually. We are 44 countries now from 6 continents, but let me tell you, there's so many countries out there who actually want to join GPAI, and I've been speaking to ministers, vice ministers from some of them over the last couple of days here, and basically there is not in principle any limit to how many countries could join this initiative. If they sign up to the AI principles, we are also pretty keen in this panel on democracy, rule of law, and human rights. And there is a discussion that's very legitimate out there about the speed and the conditions for joining, and I'll leave that for the 44 current members to decide in due time. But this group will expand. There will be more members from the Global South, as you mentioned, Stefan. And I think that's important, because I think the values that we share and the work that we're doing together is something that we want to put, at the service of the rest of the globe if they share our values, if they share our approaches. We've talked about digital divides a lot today, and perhaps some of us were thinking about divides in our country when it comes to age, gender, and rural and cities. But there is also the issue of a global digital divide that I think an initiative, a corporation like GPAI could help alleviate or help contribute. That is when it comes to skills, when it comes to use, when it comes to access to AI and digital opportunities. I hope that that's one of the areas where GPAI can help also low and middle income countries. But as you said, Konstantinos, it's not a one-way street, it's a two-way street. I think we can all learn from each other, new members from old members and vice versa. And then I also hope that GPAI can be sort of, if not a constant feature, then perhaps a semi-constant feature in all the organizations that we are part of, be that G20, UN, UNESCO, ITU, OECD, Council of Europe. I think there's an opportunity there for GPAI to be more and more prominent in those fora, and we had the French minister on stage yesterday, and I know that the French AI Action Summit, which I guess we'll maybe have 100,000 conferences before that, but it's pretty soon, it's in February, and perhaps the next big one on the calendar. And I have no doubt that the French want to put the GPAI front and center of what's going to happen there. So I think we have, at this moment, we have every opportunity to make sure that this embryonic success that GPAI already is can influence maybe the next 2 or 3 million AI conferences.
Definitely, that's great perspective, and hopefully we can definitely be one of the main millions of conferences. So just to have also Professor Madic here, who has vast international experience and research experience, but how do you see what can people like you, like experts, contribute to global organizations like GPAI, and what do you think are some of the key things that researchers can contribute to policymakers to help them develop and apply AI more quickly?
So just to go back to the issue that Margarita mentioned, that only 1 in 5 persons working on IT in Portugal are female. Interestingly, so computers started as humans, and the word was first used in late 1930s and in the World War II, where human-computer meant that people, usually young ladies, were doing manual or mechanical calculations for the military needs. So in the 1940s, if I would meet Margarita in the street, I would say, hey, computer, and that would be as good as, hi, Margarita. Now, we have gone backwards, obviously, which is a shame. So how we can help? So people who work on AI, who design AI algorithms, of course, should have an input into policies, decision-making, and so on. So in my case, I am currently the president of the International Neural Network Society, which is the oldest such society in the world, and we combine the computational, brain-inspired, and perceptual aspects of AI. We look at these problems maybe with a scientific mind, and I think that the best way to approach AI is with an engineering mind. We cannot really think about computers mimicking humans for the reasons I mentioned before, the computation power and so on. So engineers have built airplanes. The airplanes are not nature-inspired. They do not flap their wings like the birds do. I've never seen an airplane flapping the wing. But we have put two powerful engines beneath. So computers are AI for medicine. So it's the domain knowledge which will matter, the domain knowledge coming from medics. The way I see future is, for example, doctorless hospitals. My dream is a doctorless hospital, which means that maybe I'm working on some biotechnological devices, in my case, the hearables, where you can equip an earplug with sensors for electroencephalogram, electrocardiogram, respiration, blood oxygen level, glucose, and so on. It's a very small earplug like those that I think you're from Denmark. You're famous for hearing aids. So an earplug, and we have patented it and pioneered, with all these sensors can tell you state of your body and mind. With that, in smart environments, if you're not feeling well, you would bypass the GP, your data would immediately go to specialists, you will get booked in and so on. The other thing, there's a fear of general AI, supercomputers. There's no fear. I mean, computers are really stupid at the present, but they're everywhere. So if you use the cruise control in your car, you're using AI. The lane switching kind of, some cars prevent you from switching lanes on motorway. That's AI. YouTube, every picture you upload to YouTube, they analyze it, they tag it, they recognize you, they recognize your friends, they even offer you to tag it. Facebook have patented a way to find emotions from pictures on the YouTube. So it's everywhere. Of course, that can be useful if there's a person who is lost, has amnesia, and you see it somewhere in the picture, then maybe YouTube can tell you, hey, it's there.
Thank you. I think it's a very interesting perspective and futuristic as well. I think we should not be afraid of AI. We are definitely not afraid of AI conferences and panels. So thank you all for being here. I think we are running out of time, and it was great to hear all your perspectives. And I know most of the panelists are going to the ministerial meeting as well after this, and I'm hoping with the Belgrade Declaration and some key talking points that we have for the ministerial meeting, we can bring out a plan that will be very actionable, and next year when we meet, hopefully we can say all those examples as well. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you.
Dear guests, welcome back.
And now, please welcome to Mr. Georgia Petkovsky, lecturer, Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, for keynote followed by the panel, Empowering Emerging Markets, the role of AI in job creation and economic growth. Please, Mr. George.
Dobar dan. Nadam sam da vas je kafa vratila u realnost. Ja ću do my best to bring you again back to the reality. Hopefully, it will be a little bit different reality. Although the topic is quite general, I will try to take a business perspective on this, because we have quite a good presentations, mostly from government officials or international organizations. But let's see also what that means. A little bit surprising, because I'm coming from academic institution. However, I spent 20 years with the World Bank working on private sector development, so I can claim that kind of understand the role of business in development, but not at the level of, somebody mentioned 10,000 conferences, but on the real implementation on the ground. So I'll try to keep that implementation angle, and why so many initiatives at the end of the day don't deliver. What are the reasons for that? Why Sustainable Development Goals, this morning we are reminded, only 17% of what is expected to be achieved has been achieved so far. So let's do a little bit different thinking on these issues. So the topic is job creation and inclusive growth, pretty much a macroeconomic topic. But the moment we try to answer this question, I think it's very obvious that there are a number of very important players, and their role at the end of the day will determine what kind of answer we are getting on this particular question. Otherwise, the point is complexity of answering this kind of questions. I didn't forget this is an AI conference, so I'll make the connection, okay? So one way of approaching this, just one way from practical point, is to look at through three lenses: job creation, economic growth, what is the role of corporation, private sector, what is the role of SMEs in creating jobs. Why we are looking at that level? At the end of the day, jobs are created at the corporate level. Jobs are lost at the corporate level. If we don't understand the dynamics there, then we don't have critical information for our AI models or for policymakers to make right decisions. Of course, corporations don't operate in isolation. They are very much influenced by the ecosystem, and the ecosystem is going to tremendous transformation because of AI. AI is basically touching of everything happening in that ecosystem. How we balance these two very different dynamics, and what is the impact on job creation. And finally, we are talking about impact of this on emerging economies. I'll talk a little bit later on that topic. But what I did was that about 2 weeks ago, I put 2 articles on LinkedIn of what I'm going to talk today. So I don't need to go really in details. These are serious topics. There is no time for that. But the other point for that was I asked people to give me a feedback. So my presentation is not what I just think about these things, but what other people who have no opportunity to come here think about these issues. So these are just few examples of the reaction I got, and I'm trying to incorporate in this conversation today with you. The important thing is that we have people from ILO, International Labor Organization, who are very deeply engaged in the context of job creation, particularly at the level of SMEs. Then we also have different countries, including Democratic Republic of Congo and other examples. So if you go on LinkedIn, you will see the real example and what I'm talking about. And of course, at the bottom is Wharton. What Wharton did, it's easy for us to go around and claim that we need to change stuff, but Wharton is changing as well. So one argument I'm going to make is that one of the main obstacles in failure of implementation is that we don't fully understand and appreciate human behavior. Human-centric approach was mentioned several times today and yesterday in particular. How much we know about that? So we started research about 30 years ago, believe or not, while at the World Bank with Harvard Business School using a methodology of understanding the emotions, the thoughts that people are triggered when they think about serious, complex issues. So this research continues when I moved to Wharton, and what I'm going to present to you is part of that research, and the focus of the first part, which is on sustainability, was done with mostly chief sustainable officers of big multinational corporations around the world, so business perspective. The other one is on AI, and it's ongoing. In fact, last night I missed the dinner because we were interviewing the vice president of one of the biggest companies here in Serbia on this particular topic. So I hope that will give you a little bit of sense of the emotional state of those in a position of making decisions in this context. Okay, so the first kind of message when we did the research on sustainability was that the top decision makers were overwhelmed by the complexity and the chaos happening in the external environment from the perspective of sustainability. When I talk sustainability, I'm referring also to ESG, environment, social, and governance issues, because they capture most of what is really happening in the real world. So complexity, even to the stage of this, these are all pictures selected by those who were interviewed to capture their emotion and thoughts. It's kind of nightmare. The moment you face this level of complexity, really don't know what to do about that. This is one of them. I was joking, it's not just nightmare. For some of them, it's daily mare, on a daily basis, trying to figure out what to do about these things. The most recent one on AI brought another dimension, which is the unknown part of that. With sustainability, we have a little bit kind of trajectory. With AI, they feel like you are in the gate, start gate. Maybe you are going to some better future, or you are going to something completely false, absolute level of uncertainty, and you have to make decisions. You have to decide whether to hire or fire people, and so on. So in the sustainability context, this partly captures the emotions of these people. Cry for help. I'm missing the last train. If I don't catch, it's gone. My corporation will go bankrupt. Complete panic over here. Or lawless, isolated. I don't know what to do. And I'm talking about serious people in a position of making decisions which affect job creation in a very concrete corporate level. This is the images we got from the people when we were discussing AI. This is just very, very small portion of that research. But that sense of moving fast, I'm just losing a sense where we are going. Somebody's moving. Where am I? Where is my organization in respect to that? Or even more scary, you see, this big monster is AI. Like the end of the world. I'm worrying about society. That consciousness, level of understanding is not just about me. It's not about my organization. It's about society at large. But this is not in the context of feeling good or bad on the emotional side. This is the element of how decisions are made at the corporate level, and hopefully I'll get a little bit more specific. I'm a big skier. I don't play golf. It's too expensive for me. We had a golf presentation a few hours ago. But that sense of, with AI, excitement, but at the same time, the sense of danger. It's not a clear journey. It's journey of journeys. I don't know where I'm going. You are writing the map while you are walking. It's a very, very different feeling. And why I'm emphasizing this? It's one thing to be at one of 10,000 conferences we were reminded today. It's the other thing when you are in the corporation, you have to make the decisions. You have to get real, and you have to make real decisions. No direction, we don't know where we are going. So how we approach this? And one of the main arguments here is, yes, we will have all these beautiful algorithms, but we also have to make a tremendous effort to fundamentally change our way of thinking, a completely new mindset. And you think about mindset, and I guess many of you are familiar with the growth mindset, which is very popular discussion these days. This is a little bit more than that, a little bit more specific, what that actually means. So as I mentioned, we will approach this from three perspectives, from corporate level and investor level. This is another important thing because it's not just about the big companies we were reminded. It's about big investors with a huge amount of money. They can afford putting billions of dollars and really don't necessarily immediately worry what will be the return. In fact, we have just reached the point when the investors are becoming nervous because the return on investment from their perspective is not there. And why it's not there? One of the reasons is that many of these algorithms and whatever we are developing in context of AI really still didn't get the level of creating value, concrete value somebody is ready to pay for. And I'll come back to that. But the two main arguments here is first that we need a holistic approach. We cannot look at AI in complete isolation. And of course, it takes time. When you're a professor of mathematics or computer sciences or whatever, you think about the things in a very different way. If you're at the corporate level, your agenda is very difficult. Bringing them together is not that easy. By the way, my experience is I got a PhD in electrical engineering. So this is not that I don't understand, science, but I also understand the other, hopefully, angle of that. So talking about sustainability, those who are in the corporate world, they spend at least 20 years so far thinking about sustainability issues. Maybe at the beginning was corporate social responsibility or creating shared value. Now we are talking about ESGs. But what they are still not recognizing, and of course this is a play of words, AI is in sustainability. In other words, from corporate perspective, engaging in this space, there is a lot of potential to benefit from what is happening from AI perspective. But more concrete is this one. This is a new approach, and I was keeping this not in the public domain for today as a special thing for the special conference. And I learned that from Ruth Richardson, the former Minister of Finance of New Zealand. When she came to a conference I organized at the World Bank on restructuring and privatization in transition economies, she started talking, saying, this is a special conference, I have a special dress, I bought it just for this conference. For me, that was kind of crazy, but that very act made me remember everything she was talking even now. That was the catch. It's unique stuff. I take that in a very unique way. This is how we do. And the conversation she has with Jeffrey Sachs, probably many of you know the confrontation between real policymaker and academics was phenomenal. So this is something special. AI ability, I will explain what I mean by that, but I think it provides a reasonable new way of thinking how you connect these two things together. So the connection is between artificial intelligence and sustainability as one unique, holistic way in addressing what are the real needs, what are needs that matters, and how we can employ AI in addressing these needs. The other thing was that we have learned quite a lot from sustainability. We have learned a lot from huge mistakes we made. We learn a lot from the effort, tremendous effort, which needs to be made in order to make sustainability part of corporate strategy, not to make sustainability part of just reporting. making that part of strategy was the precondition that companies can create value. Otherwise, it was just a story of PR. And bringing the angle of profitability, because you cannot have a sustained organization which cannot offer this. So at a corporate level, why I'm insisting so much at the corporate level? You know that saying, when they caught somebody saying, why you robbed the bank? The answer was, because the money is in the bank. Why we are talking about organizations and job creation? Because most of the jobs are created there. Of course, with the exception of big bureaucracies, but most productive jobs are at that level. And making that happen is exceptionally complex. It's easy to say, now we create jobs. Well, run a corporation or run a small business and figure out how you create jobs is a completely different story. This is just an illustration. Reality, the implementation, is far more complex. Shaping the external ecosystem, I'm not going to talk about this because we had quite a lot, very good presentations of that. So all these policymakers, stakeholders have to make sure that the ecosystem support corporate behavior which will result in job creation and equitable growth. And the impact of emerging economies, I guess AI will bring more opportunities for emerging economies because of the democratization which AI brings to the table. One big obstacle for emerging economies is, of course, lack of institution, high level of corruption, and so on. But so many things with AI now can be done at individual level, overcoming the natural obstacles. And also the fact that we need to contextualize this AI mechanism or systems. Contextualization in the context of emerging economies has to be done by them. This is what Wharton did at that, understanding the need for education. In the last 2 years, we launched a number of executive programs because the top executives really have to understand in a very implementation level how to engage with AI. So it's good from time to time ask ourselves, am I ready for what is coming? Is my organization ready? Particularly the first part, because AI will be very much determined by the level of individuals understanding that there are a lot of opportunity at that individual level that they can take advantage of. And what are the feelings of the executives dealing with these issues? The situation right now is absolutely, it's not about to be proactive or to be reactive or to be active in the real time. It's combination of all of that because of that level of uncertainty. But to keep the enthusiasm and engagement, the focus has to be on even the small wins, demonstrating that yes, AI can create value, AI can create jobs. This is that first step. The other is understanding that if I don't do something about that as an individual, it's not just about my future, it's the future of my organization, it's the future of my community or the planet. And when you get to my age, you will think about legacy, and that might give you that perspective. I'm going in the uncertain future. I do have some kind of experience. With all the biases of that experience, hopefully I can bring to the table something more tangible so that the new generation will at least not repeat the mistakes we have experienced when dealing with these issues. This is my last slide. Just another reminder because it was mentioned. At the end of the day, if really everything looks very strange, think about your children. Don't wait to be grandfather or grandmother to think about the grandchildren. This is the one important anchor to give you the motivation to do something more, not for the abstract sake of saving the world, but simply for you, simply for your family, for your community. I think that's it. So thank you very much. for the opportunity to share some ideas.
Thank you, Professor, very much.
Thank you, Professor. Please welcome Mrs. Angelica Salvi Del Pero, Senior Counselor, OECD Director for Employment, Labor and Social Affairs, moderator of the panel.
Hello everyone. Welcome to this panel again. I would like to welcome on the stage Mr. Milan Bosnic, Director for the National Agency for Employment of the Republic of Serbia. Then we have Mr. Marko Kadec, President of the Serbian Chamber of Commerce. And then Dr. Lawrence Liu, Director of AI Singapore. Welcome. And finally, we have Mr. Sashi Seshar Vempati, co-founder of AI for India. All right, so, well, welcome again to this panel discussion on empowering emerging markets, the role of AI in job creation and economic growth. The evidence we have at UCD shows that AI has the potential to improve innovation, economic growth and job growth, in fact, as well as job quality. But for these opportunities to become reality, we have to address some of the risks, in particular giving everyone opportunity to benefit from this technology, and we're talking about people and firms, build the skills to use it well, and choose AI tools that address risk linked to privacy, accountability, and transparency, for example. So in this panel, we will discuss some of the global solutions and challenges that we've seen in this space. And I would like to start with Marko Kadec, please. So how do you see AI transforming the business landscape here in Serbia and more broadly? And what sectors do you think are benefiting the most from AI at the moment?
So thank you very much for inviting me and with the great guests. I think we are now in a very special momentum of what we call, let's say, the AI revolution, or how they want to call it, the technology revolution, where we are spreading from the very first phase of being shocked with the fast impact of the technology and how the technology developed, to actually putting this technology into use on the very level of understanding it in a practical way in doing business with it. And this is the momentum which is very critical now. And if you look at it, was like beginning of 2000 when internet connection, World Wide Web, started to be used in the commercial way, like e-commerce and so on. So it was at the time, after all, what do we do with this technology? And this technology is happening somewhere in the research labs and universities and so on. And then in the momentum where all of us are starting to somehow live with this technology, be it small enterprise, be it a bakery, be it whatever, big corporation. But now we are at the start of the beginning to work or to live really with this. I saw the professor mentioned this moving fast. I don't think that it's the problem of us is that something is moving fast. It is us to get used to move fast. And this is our pace also with artificial intelligence, with any technology which is coming. And what we have started, and I think the problem is always, first you get the loads and tons of some courses like Whartons and Sanfords and all the Fords, whatever institutes, they are starting to give you some kind of, let's invite executives and tell them what to do with the technology, which is also crazy because they don't know the business. So you know technology on one side, but basically you are not really aware how it can work. And in the momentum of I'm speaking now is where the both sides met together, and now actually we are dealing with the practical impacts on everyday life. And we started on 2022 as our Center for Digital Transformation. It is a company 100% owned by Chamber, only committed to digital transformation of business community. companies, SMEs, but also big corporations. We started with a pioneering project, how to move traditional industries to use AI tools, very specific AI tools in different be it production process and so on. And what we have done is that actually after 3 years of having that, we measured like the impact in the SMEs that went through our project. There's several thousand of them. And in average, 27% growth was there in very controlled and let's say, oversight use of AI tools, different AI tools in the market, but very practical use. So be it in revenue, be it in savings on buying stuff, on resources, on raw materials, and so on. So that is where we started to put it in a practical way, what it means really to do it. And this is something that we are now in very critical moment, all of us, to go and to meet these two sides. And I think this is why the critical the business associations or let's say the cooperation between the research institutes, governments, and the businesses has to be put somewhere where we can orientate or coordinate these efforts, because it's not in the institutes, it's not only in businesses, and of course it's not in the governments. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And we'll talk in a little moment about actual implementations that we're seeing in your countries. Mr. Vempati, to you, please. So one of the challenges that we've seen in the first wave of digitalization is that these technologies can lead to growing inequalities. Do you see this challenge for AI as well? We've talked about it a little bit already, but how do you think AI can be used to empower the most disadvantaged in our societies?
Sure, thank you. I think it's a very valid question, because as you rightly pointed out, with every new technology, you have these access disparities. But then when you're an emerging country, one of the opportunities that you have, looking at the glass as being half full, is that you don't have a legacy. You don't have legacy technologies, you don't have legacy IT systems, so you have the opportunity to leapfrog. And this is something that we've seen in India, where you traditionally had very low telephone density, you didn't have broadband internet, you didn't have desktop computers. But then a large part of the population today is able to participate in the digital economy because of 4G and mobile phones. I see the same thing happening with AI as well. Yesterday, the minister spoke about creating a public compute cloud using GPUs. I think that will democratize access to compute to a lot of the researchers and smaller startups in India. One other use case that I think is perhaps going to make a huge difference in an emerging economy is a public tool that has been developed in India called Bhashini, which is basically AI enabling language models in the various Indian languages and dialects. And it's a public good. And if you look at what Prime Minister Modi has done, is to basically make these digital public goods accessible over the cloud, so that you democratize access, and a large part of the population can participate in the digital economy. And with this language tool, what I potentially see is that different parts of India, which today cannot transact with each other because of the language barrier, that will come down. It will create more opportunity, more economic prospects for a larger part of the population to benefit from AI. So I see the glass as more half full than half empty.
That's great. Thank you so much. And I think that goes also to cultural variety and preserving that through the use of AI, which might be perhaps a bit of a challenge. Dr. Liu, over to you. So one of the challenges that we see is that perhaps smaller firms, because of cost or because of lower capacity in terms of even just staffing, might be struggling more in adopting the AI. How do you think that AI can foster productivity and fairness and make sure that these benefits are shared broadly among all sizes of firms?
Yeah, so there's a couple of programs that Singapore, or through AI Singapore, we have implemented to address some of these issues. A lot of organizations, especially SMEs, when it comes to AI, they will struggle with talent, they will struggle with knowledge, they don't have the skill sets. And therefore, we have programs like the 100 experiments. We call them the 100 experiments, where we actually co-create, co-fund the creation of an AI project or MVP for them, right? Bring our engineers and our apprentices, working closely with them as the domain expert to actually build a solution for them. So that addresses the ability for them to actually start on the AI journey. But just having an AI solution built for them is not the end of the story. They need to continue, and as we know, AI systems is not a one-off. It needs to be continually fine-tuned and tweaked and so on. So through working with them and their projects, we also have a complementary program we call the AI apprenticeship program, where we actually onboard a lot of young, well, not necessarily young, but talented Singaporeans to get into the program and train. I wouldn't, like what earlier some of the panelists were saying, reskill to become an AI engineer. And in terms of inclusivity, I think one of the things that is very unique about the program is that to become an AI engineer, and we have trained 400 of them the last 6 years, only 20% have a computer science degree. The rest, some of them are accountants, they are lawyers. I have psychology majors. I have doctors who have all self-taught themselves enough AI and ML and Python programming to get into our programs. So this is another way to make AI inclusive to everyone who actually wants to participate. So there is no barrier. Well, it's a very expensive program. The only barrier is you have to be a Singaporean to participate in my program. And one of the challenges that we found when trying to bring AI into SMEs is their fear of AI. They are fearful that they'll lose their jobs. So again, another new program was created. We call that AI for Everyone. It was really to demystify AI and to make sure that they understand what is AI, what's at stake, so that they'll continue to work with us. And the last one, the AI for SME portal, which is a GPAI project, which AI Singapore is one of the developer. And that is a way, again, to make sure we are inclusive. We are able to bring in the SMEs, help them understand where their AI maturity is through the AI Readiness Index, and match them to curated AI solution providers. So all of those are part of the GPAI broad adoption of AI by SMEs working group report. But we actually implemented the report into an actual live portal, of which we have 4 of these portals live today. Poland was the first to go live, followed by Singapore, although we were the one who developed the portal. And then Serbia, and the latest is France. And I hope working with GPAI and OECD, we'll have more countries coming forward to adopt this portal, which has several AI experts, policymakers, government, to actually put in a lot of ideas of how can we make sure our SMEs can participate in this new AI ecosystem. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, yes, the importance of sharing these experiences, and I guess also on top of experience of policy making and initiative, also concrete guidance for people, for small businesses and bigger businesses on how to use these tools. It's really helpful. Milan, over to you. So as I said, our evidence doesn't show that at the moment we have net job losses yet, so a decrease in employment, but we do see a lot of churn in the labor market changes. What is your agency doing to help people prepare for these changes and transition them, when it comes to changes driven by AI?
Thank you for the great question. I'll have to keep up with my notes in order not to drift away too broadly. So, as all things in life, I'm optimistic about AI too. I believe that the controlled usage of AI will bring many benefits to humanity. Like with the wheel and the steam engine, this is going to spark an industrial revolution. And I believe that that is just going to bring big benefits and many changes into the output of the people that are working. For instance, our outflow and output will be multiplied, and the amount of tasks that we can perform in one day will rise exponentially. Labor market in the entire Europe is facing crisis. So the population is shrinking, the workers are getting older, and almost every sector is facing shortage of workers. And I believe that this is where AI can come into play, by filling the gaps and by boosting the productivity. So now all of the tasks that are repetitive, that can be automated, will be automated. And just to give an example, in Serbia, in very near future, the AI is going to look at the thousands of images of melanoma, deciding in which phase they are, and leaving only the most complex situations to human doctors. So this will significantly cut the waiting time for the patients. It will improve their diagnosis outcome, and you see already that it is creating a tectonic change in the healthcare industry. However, this transformation comes with the challenges. Like I said, all of the repetitive jobs will be automated, will be replaced by machine, but this doesn't mean that the human is being changed. It just means that the market and that the job ecosystem is evolving. So in the future, I believe that we really need to focus on reskilling and upskilling. The machines, the collaboration between the human and machine will be very much in the focus, in the sense that all of these, again, repetitive things that can be automated will be automated, and the humans will be left with doing many more creative thinking, strategic decision making, emotional intelligence, where the machine cannot perform well. So I'll give you a data to support this. So World Economic Forum believes that 6 in 10 workers will need to go through some form of training before 2027 in order to keep up with the pace and the rapid change of the development of this new technology. So what is key for national employment agencies, but also for the educational systems, is to prepare the labor force for the changes and for the new trainings, but also for the educational system to prepare the younger generations in order to come already prepared to the labor market and to face the changes. So lifelong learning has never been more needed than now. And I believe that industries like healthcare, renewable energy, technology will thrive from the enormous opportunities that AI is going to give to them. So, but again, in closing, I think that AI isn't something to fear. It's something that we should leverage. Yeah. It is the potential of the augmentation of the human intelligence and multiplication and adding on the human intelligence that we need to thrive on, and that we need to use that into the benefits and to fill in the gaps that we now have, and to find the ways how to, I believe, create a more utopian scenario out of this, rather than that some people will believe that will be dystopian.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I agree with you that it will be a positive impact, but you know, as we've seen with other technology, it will also be important to make sure that we have the right instruments in place, that we choose the technologies, the AI tools that we use well, that they're trustworthy in a way. So that's what I would like to discuss with you in the second part of this panel. And because really, as we said, there are many potential, but many risks that we need to take into account, not to curb the technology, but to make sure that it's used well. So I would like to go deeper into one example of initiative that your institution are putting in place in this sense. Dr. Liu, could you tell us about a measure that Singapore is taking to ensure that AI technologies are developed and deployed in a trustworthy way in your country and more globally as well?
So, Singapore, I think back in 2019, announced the AI ethics and governance framework, where they came out, the government agency came out with a set of guidelines on some of the best practices, building responsible AI systems that is fair and unbiased and so on. And the last year, they announced a follow-up project called AI Verify on that, which again, it's a toolkit to allow companies to test their AI models, whether, again, it is unbiased and so on. So all those efforts are great. But I think we can do more. And it's something that I've been waiting for the last 3 or 4 years. I chair, or rather I used to chair Singapore's, and was Singapore's representative for the AI Technical Committee in ISO 42. And this year, a lot of the AI standards are released under ISO, and in particular 42001 and a couple of others. So one of the things that AI Singapore, not necessarily Singapore, but AI Singapore, my team, what we are planning to do, and I've already mentioned, we have programs like the 100 experiments and apprenticeship programs where we actually build real-world solutions, and we have deployed nearly 200 of them across to SMEs and startups and even government agencies. What we're going to do in fact, we have already started the work, is to embed all these standards, standards recommendations into the projects that we are doing, into the training that we are doing, so that instead of just a guideline that someone will have to review and say, did my AI model or project follow this guideline? What I want to do is let's fix the problem from the ground up. That means moving forward in 2025, whatever projects that we are building, whichever engineers that we are training, come out from our program knowing how to build standards-based, certifiable, auditable AI projects from day one. So you don't need to, take a guideline and say, it's already confirmed will be qualified.
That's great. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, we do believe that the importance of standards and, and making them specific to the use that's needed, but also well known and followed in our countries. Mr. Vempati, please, can you share with us what AI for India is doing to enable ethical development of AI, and what more do you think that needs to happen?
Sure. So one of the things that we've been seeing in India around the use of AI is that, how do you demystify the technology? How do you make it something that people can trust and would be, encouraged to use? And I think one of the advantages that we've been very lucky to have is that the Prime Minister himself, Mr. Modi, is not shy of experimenting with new technologies. So for example, he was one of the first to adopt social media, one of the first to adopt live streaming of speeches in YouTube. And most recently in the general elections that we had back in May, he was the first one to use AI to have his speeches translated in multiple Indian languages. So that kind of builds confidence that, there's a technology that you can use. And he's been someone who has been, leading by example. One of the challenges that we've seen in India is that a lot of the models that have been built have been trained on data sets which are missing out on the Indian context, the local context. So one of the initiatives that we've started at AI for India, along with the Center for Policy Research and Governance, is this initiative called Data Daan, or donate data for a public model. So the idea here is that we encourage individuals, institutions, various public bodies to make their data sets public by donating to this cause. So we can create these publicly accessible data sets which will be available for researchers, for smaller startups, to build AI models which are very unique and capture the local Indian context. The other issue, of course, is traceability, especially when you have very specialized models that you would want to know what kind of data went into the training of this model. So there are specific initiatives looking at how can we establish that traceability. There's some ideas, some thoughts around using blockchain. So I would say that between publicly accessible data sets and traceability, and of course leadership that leads by example, I think we can create the confidence, the trust, demystify the technology, and uncover these opportunities.
Thank you very much. Great initiative. Milan, over to you. So AI, we talked about some of the challenges of preparing the population and workers in particular for the adoption of AI and the importance of training. But AI is not just a challenge for government, it's also a tool that they can use to improve the services they deliver, including public employment services. Can you tell us how your agency is using this technology, if it's using it at all, and what measures you have in place to make sure that it's used in a trustworthy way?
Again, yes, we are using AI and we're starting using it in a few of the projects that we are doing for the future. But what I would like to go through is that if you look at intelligence, there are many forms of intelligence, like mathematical, linguistic, social intelligence. And at the moment, they are estimating that at solving some tasks, ChatGPT is around 110 IQ points, but in solving other tasks, it's around 155 IQ points. And very soon, it will go even beyond that. And for a comparison, I think that the average human is around 115. So purely looking at AI, there should be no threat of it. It's not inherently good nor bad. It's the context and how people use it and how we put it into use. It's the challenging thought. And to quote Morgan Darton this is like raising a Superman. You are adopting an infant with superpowers. If you train it to serve and to protect, you get Superman. If you teach it to rob a bank, you will have supervillain. So superpower is irrelevant. It is the context, it is the intentions and the ideas that are around it that are important. So very big consideration about trustworthiness of AI systems and AI tools is the data set, is the reliability and unbiasedness and the ethical issue of the data sets. And to put it in perspective of labor market and national employment services, if you use AI tool for the employment and for job matching and skill matching, if in the data set you have a bias that some demographic group has higher chance of being employed or being more employed in the certain jobs, then the AI system will only, it will only put more focus on it. So what we really need to take a closer look is to what is the data set that you're using to audit it frequently, and also digital literacy is going to be a highly regarded skill in the future in every sector, but especially I think in the government and in the administrative sector, because in order for you to use some tool, first you need to know the basics of how to use it, and you need to know about the subject that you want to use it for, because as I said, the artificial intelligence will soon surpass even the most intelligent human. So depending on how you ask it and what you ask, you will get different answers. So to put it into to give a quick example, AI can very quickly match the skills that people in the database have with the job requirements of the employees, and in a matter of minutes, it will, out of the thousands of candidates, it will find people that have at least 80% matching of the skills and the job requirements. But what it still cannot do, and where we still need highly trained humans, is it still cannot determine how that person will fit into the team. Will it add to the team chemistry, or will it decrease the team chemistry? So it can give you a suggestion, but still you need to rely heavily on the human perspective of that. So in conclusion, I really believe that understanding AI tools, their limitations and their possibilities lies with the our ability to audit it frequently, to have ethical codexes that are put around AI, that are put inside the AI and the databases, and to learn to have lifelong learning process for every employee, because I believe that now all the time people are saying you live and you learn, but now you really need to live and learn because times will change and the situation, the context will change very briefly. But again, in order for us to have trustworthy tools, we need to have basic knowledge of how to use the tool and the basic knowledge of the context of the field where we want to use the tool.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And yes, completely agree. So one of our reflection, I guess, on the need for training to prepare the workforce and the population in general, employers, workers, and society more general to AI is that, yes, we need a lot of training on how to use digital technologies, but we also need training, especially when it comes for the workplace, to make people aware of some of the risks, of some of the regulations that there are, or some of the guidance that exists, so to really prepare people to use these tools and not just, it's not just about the coding, it's much more than that. So that's really welcome. Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Kades, over to you again. So again, what is the Chamber of Commerce doing to make sure that everyone has the skills they need to navigate and benefit from AI in the labor market? Can you tell us about some initiatives that Serbia is taking?
Thank you for this question, because inclusiveness is a very, very, very important point if we talk about how quick we will implement different solutions in the society, in the businesses, in everything. And I think we are all more or less, and this is why I'm coming back to this point of no return, where we are now. The point of using the technology on the everyday level as humans who are social identities. We are a bundle of social identities. We are professors or teachers or mothers or fathers or brothers or sisters or whatever. In every of this social identity that we actually use and have, we have some kind of needs for the use of this new technology. And we will change the terminology. Now we are talking about AI as something which is very abstract and very big and very huge. We will, in the future, talk about digital extensions of different social roles that we take, digital assistance of different social roles that we take. So basically, when we started to introduce together with the government 8 years ago, even before all AI came up, we introduced with the government, we said we need to introduce obligatory coding in the primary schools together with the government. And we have succeeded at it. One of the rare countries that introduced it. They haven't asked the students, nobody asked me if I like mathematics when I was a kid. We are not asking our kids, do they like to code or do they want to code? They need to learn this technology in order to be able to integrate this technology in the very core of every social identity that they are using. That's why we are actually trying to see what are the best practices. I'm very happy that we are working very closely with Singapore AI, especially 100 e-projects. 100 e-projects, that's a really cool thing, man. I love it. But building a platform that we cooperated together with the Singapore AI, which is AI for SME. We are, I think, the second country after Singapore using it, so introducing to our companies, where you actually try to put technology in use in order that we have a baker, that we have a web developer coming into some platform and actually seeing their own everyday needs solved through some tools. Being a web developer, being as a baker, being as a hair cutter, whatever. But the languages, the strategies that we use is actually putting the technology in the terminology, in the usefulness, in the user interfaces that these people need. And this is what I think this will be the crucial revolution. It is the same, it was not the first time that we are doing it, from steam machine, light bubble to internet. But the first time in the history, we have a technology revolution which is social, let's say, which enables and which understands the social interaction. which is actually, this is inclusiveness per se. This is a technology which is able to understand and to talk with you in the way you talk with your mother. And this is what is especially interesting about this technology. This is why it is, the speed and the process of the implementation of this technology will be enormous. The solution that we will see in every aspect of our social life or our social roles, in our businesses, in our family lives, will be exponentially faster because the technology is inclusive per se. I don't need to know blockchain in order to create the solution based on blockchain now. I can talk about the blockchain and talk about the problem and develop the solution together with my assistant, be it my digital, how they call digital, whatever, assistant or digital interface or digital extension of myself. And this is something which is the most important change I think that we had, and we haven't had before in the history of mankind in this relevant. That is why I think this is the most inclusive technological revolution that we are living in, and we cannot really estimate how it will change. But it will not change our basic human core of living in social entities, being social beings, having different social identities in the space and in the time, and how we cope with that, it will be. And that's why it's important that we introduce also AI now, 2 years ago, as obligatory school curricula in primary schools, in secondary schools, at universities. From the very beginning on, education, education, and education.
Thank you very much. I guess I like your point, especially on we don't need to understand fully the technology in order to be able to use it, but perhaps as with cars, I don't understand really how the car works. I still use it, but I do know the rules that come with using a car so that everyone can be safe around me, and I guess the same would go for AI. We can use it, but need to understand what are the potential and the limitations and the rule that exist when we want to use it for the good of everyone. So with that, I think we close our panel. Please give a warm round of applause for our panelists, and thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear panelists.
And now, thank you. And now please welcome to Mr. Gabriele Mazzini, if I'm right, research affiliated at MIT Media Lab and fellow at the MIT Connection Science Research Initiatives. And he will be moderator of panel AI Regulation, What We Learned So Far. The floor is yours.
So when I received the invitation to give this keynote to this panel, so AI regulation, what we learned so far, what lessons we learned so far. So I was very excited, and in fact, just quoting from the synopsis, I think it's quite interesting to say that the panel will examine the challenges and success of current regulatory frameworks and evaluate approaches and their impact on innovation, ethics, and societal trust. So I think I was excited because this is really an important question. So we do regulation because we want to deliver an impact. And that impact, of course, needs to be assessed. So at the same time, it also quite of a challenge because on the one hand, there are many approaches to AI regulation across the world. There are many countries now that are thinking about their own governance frameworks. And of course, I'm not an expert in all of them. I can speak with some degree of competence on one, which is the EU approach, the EU AI Act. But there are challenges that this has just been adopted, as you may know, in August. So we don't really have the full picture of what the impact could be. So I thought that the best I could do is to basically start offering some of the facts, some of the data on this AI Act, sort of walk you through some of the framework in it, and maybe at the end, put on the table some thoughts, suggestions for the debate, which the panel hopefully will pick up. But first of all, I think we need to clarify something. And this is very important, because if you want to evaluate the impact of regulation on AI, we need to consider that AI regulation is not the same as the regulation of AI. In the sense that, the way I understand this, AI regulation is AI-specific regulation. So regulation devoted to AI. But then we have regulation in general, which also applies to AI, whether directly or indirectly. And therefore, when we think about evaluating the impact of regulation on AI, we need to look at both. And this is a bit where the whole conversation started in Brussels, when we started reflecting about the EU AI Act. This is an extract from the impact assessment of the AI Act, which is a document that accompanies any legislative proposal by the European Commission. And there, you see that the impact assessment already made reference to a number of existing legislation that, before the AI Act, already are applicable to AI. There are a number of fundamental rights legislation, starting from the Charter, which is sort of the basis of the EU, privacy legislation, equality directives around discrimination, consumer protection law, including unfair commercial practices directive, and a number of sectorial law, like financial services, law enforcement, labor law. There is also quite a number of relevant product safety legislation, notably machinery directive, medical device regulation, and the general product safety directive, which sort of serves as a safety net. And finally, there is also liability legislation in the EU, product liability in particular. But the EU is a regional organization, so the member states also have their own tort law systems. And actually, some of this legislation that you see on the screen have also been upgraded and updated in the light of new technological developments. That's the case, for instance, if you look at the third box here, the revision of the product liability directive. The machinery directive has become a machinery regulation, and the general product safety directive has become a general product safety regulation. And those are also additional legislation that have been adopted in the last mandate of the European Commission, notably the Digital Services Act, which regulates the platforms providing online digital services, the Digital Markets Act, which regulates the so-called gatekeepers, so the provider of core services. It's sort of a way to support antitrust enforcement through regulatory action. Cybersecurity legislation, also quite important. The Cyber Resilience Act, the NIS2 Directive, the Digital Operations Resilience Act. And finally, also, if we look at more specific legislation, there's been an update of the Consumer Credit Directive. This is quite important for creditworthiness assessment, because, for instance, it specifies what data can or cannot be used when determining the creditworthiness of a person, which, of course, can be done through an AI. Finally, also quite important, in the discussions around deepfake, there's been a directive on combating violence against women and domestic violence, which includes the criminalization of the non-consensual sharing of intimate or manipulated images. So basically, deepfakes. There has been a proposal in the last mandate also on the AI liability directive, which is pending, so not been adopted and currently in consideration with the co-legislator. And looking a bit in the future, I think I've seen in one of the letters to one of the new commissioners the task to propose a Digital Fairness Act, which relates to the upgrade of some of the consumer legislation around dark patterns, for instance. There's the example of, I mentioned before, the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive. So sort of seeing whether that kind of instrument also requires an update in the light of the digitalization. That's one of the most challenging parts of this talk, I think, is to give you a snapshot of the AI Act. So I've tried to do this in 2 slides. That's the first one. So I'm trying to condense 144 pages of an official journal in 2 slides. This is about the risk-based approach. I still believe this is a fundamental idea and innovation of the AI Act. And it's the idea to regulate not the technology as such or in all of its application, but to regulate the use cases on the basis of certain risks. The decision was made to focus on 3 types of risk: unacceptable risk, high risk, transparency risk, some people say low risk. Could have been 5 or 6, but the idea is to modulate regulatory responses depending on the type of risk. And so with high risk, with unacceptable risk, we deal with situations that we do not want. So essentially a prohibition, with some exceptions in some cases, for instance, in remote biometric identification. High risk is at the core of the AI Act. Essentially, the first draft of the Commission, I would say 95% of the provisions were on high risk. High risk is the area where the highest compliance obligations are, which essentially means that the systems that are classified at high risk have to comply with certain requirements, so-called AI requirements, and the providers have to demonstrate compliance with those requirements through a procedure called conformity assessment, in full alignment with what is the logic of product legislation. And then we have the third category of risk, so the risk that is primarily linked to a lack of transparency, lack of knowledge. And here the regulation says what you have to do is primarily, essentially, disclose information. So that's the risk-based approach. And we have another part that somehow I always struggle to fit into the risk-based approach, which is the regulation of the general-purpose AI model, which is another formulation for foundation model. This chapter is a new chapter of the AI Act, which was not part of the Commission proposal, and is the result of the final negotiations between the co-legislators, so on the one hand the Council representing the Member States and the Parliament, based on their own version, so their own reading of the Commission proposal. They had different views on how to deal with this topic. The Council was more focusing on how to anchor the regulation of what they call general-purpose AI systems to the risk-based approach, whereas the Parliament was more focused on specifically regulating foundation model. And that has been sort of, in essence, the result of the negotiations, which means that implies 2 levels of rules. So there are certain rules applicable to all foundation models. These are rules linked primarily to, let's say, transparency, in the sense that there are obligations to do technical documentation of those models, to provide information downstream, so to the providers who want to integrate those foundation models into their own application, and obligations around copyright, notably an obligation to have a policy around how to comply with copyright law, and an obligation to publish a detailed summary of the content used for training. If the model, a foundation model, qualifies as a model with systemic risk, additional obligations apply. These are obligations that go beyond transparency. So it's around risk assessment, mitigation, incident reporting, and cybersecurity. One of the challenges that the co-legislator had to solve in this context was how do we make sure that we can distinguish these 2 models, because different rules apply. And the final decision was made to rely on 2 approaches. The first one, to link the triggering mechanism to the amount of compute used for training, so that the 1025 flops. And the second one is a designation by the AI office, which is the commission based on a number of criteria that are in an annex. And those rules apply to all foundation models, with some exceptions for open source when it comes to the higher tier, to the lower tier. Open source foundation models are not subject to the first two bullets, basically. So now, I want to show also, moving more on the sort of analytical part, number of still data points. I put here the Commission proposal and the final AI Act. Not to say that the Commission proposal is necessarily better. Of course, I may consider be biased, but because I used to work there, but that's not the point. The point is to show a bit the evolution. So we see an increase in the number of articles, recitals, annexes, an increase in the prohibitions from 4 to 8, an increase in the number of use cases for high risk, increase also on the need for standardization, which initially was focused only on high risk, now also on general purpose AI. When it comes to so-called follow-up actions, according to certain estimates, there are still around 70 action items that the Commission will have to undertake. And some of them, I tried to highlight them in the screen. Delegated acts from 6 to 12, implementing acts from 4 to 12, and then guidelines or guidance. Initially, the Commission proposal had foreseen 1. Now we have 9, including on matters around prohibited AI, high risk, transparency AI. And some of those actions also relate to important elements. For instance, a template for a fundamental rights impact assessment, or the template for the summary of content, which I just described for the foundation models. Finally, also the code of practice. The obligations on the foundation models will be facilitated by the creation of code of practice, on which the Commission is already working with some experts, and as a way for the providers of general purpose AI models to demonstrate compliance. Finally, I think it's interesting to look a bit at the governance, which sees a bit an increase in the bodies at EU level, primarily, I would say. We started with the AI board and the Commission, and now we have AI board, Commission, AI office, advisory forum, and scientific panel. So what I see here, essentially, is a sort of an increased complexification, if I may say, of the legal framework. Within the AI Act, as we've just seen, moving from, let's say, the Commission to the final text, but also outside, if we want, around what is also non-AI specific legislation that still will apply to AI systems. This may due, in particular when it comes to AI Act, of course, to the extension of scope I just described, to the fact that the AI Act has shifted from, if you want, regulating what is a final AI application, an AI system, to regulating a component or a tool like an AI model, an AI foundation model. We have a more articulated governance at EU and national level. There are more obligations for the deployers, which initially were meant to be, let's say, less burdened because the main focus was on the provider. So facilitating the work, the job of the deployers in adoption. So now we have a bit of a shift over more obligations for them as well. And one other point that has often been raised by some stakeholders is also, how does the AI Act relate with other legislation? Is this relationship clear? Sectoral legislation, but also non-sectoral legislation, like, for instance, privacy legislation. So there is certainly some work to be done when it comes to ensuring this clarity and specificity. And so the questions, I don't really have conclusion here, but I thought I'd maybe just highlight a couple of key choices. Are they perhaps the origin of the reason why we have more complexity? For instance, the fact that we chose broader legislation. There is a risk-based approach. There is a horizontal approach as opposed to a sectoral approach. or the scope, for instance, of the high definition or the scope of high risk. So I think it's too early to draw conclusions on these questions, but I think hopefully the panel will shed some light. Thank you.
Thank you. Please welcome Mr. Milan Zdravkovic, Laboratory for Intelligent Production System at Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, University in Niš, the moderator of the panel.
Professor, enjoy discuss.
So in a very, very simplistic view or words, we could say that 2022 was the year of the birth of AI. I mean, that's factually incorrect, but it's perceived as true by the general community because that was the year of ChatGPT launch, as you know it. So if we say that 2022 was year 0 for AI, I would say 2024 is year 1, because it was the year of the birth of AI regulation. I mean, we had Biden's executive order, whose echoes are now, we are listening in 2024. It was brought up in the end of 2023. We had a telenovela on SB 1047 Act from California, an act which was voted by the state senate, but then it was vetoed by Governor Newsom. And I mean, with lots of jokes about moving Silicon Valley from California to New Jersey. And then finally, we have the most comprehensive and most detailed legal document about regulating AI, and that was the AI Act adopted by European Parliament. Thank you, Gabriela, for presenting it in a great way. I mean, being at the end of 2024 at the venue GPAI Summit, I could not imagine better time and place for discussing about this topic. And for this discussion, we have with us a really wonderful lineup of very experienced and knowledgeable speakers. President and Research Director of the Center for AI and Digital Policy, Ms. Merv Hickok. Open Data and Intellectual Property Institute representative, and she was also a data governance working group co-chair at the GPAI for first 4 years, Dr. Maja Bogatej-Jančić. Project Associate Professor of the Graduate School of Media and Governance at Keio University and co-lead of GPAI Co-Generated Data Project, Ms. Kyoko Yoshinaga. Head of AI Regulation, Applied AI Institute for Europe, Mr. Till Klein. First Vice Minister of the Ministry of Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industry of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Kanish Tuleushin. So, I mean, the idea of this panel was kind of to confront the provider or researcher point of, or developer point of view with a legal body of knowledge and experience here, you know, because the AI Act is very, very new thing for all of us. Sometimes we will even brought up some elephants in this room, so I expected this discussion to be very, very specific and very interesting for you. First question I would like to make to Kyoko, to you. I mean, having all those acts, we have obviously the problem of AI governance fragmentation. On one hand, we have all those acts, as I mentioned, but also we have some more flexible and soft approaches, like in Japan, like in your country, when you just have some guidelines rather than going to regulatory route. So how can one developer or researcher or AI provider perceive these fragmented AI governance challenges? What we could do as countries to overcome those challenges? How, for those countries who go with a soft approach, with non-legally binding guidelines, how to ensure that developers take it seriously and how to ensure enforcement in this case.
Yes, thank you for your invitation. So it may seem that the AI governance is fragmented because of the different approaches the countries take. However, if you look and compare the regulations really, around the world, regardless of hard law or soft law, you notice that they have common principles like human-centric, safety, security, fairness, privacy, transparency, and accountability. This is because the AI regulations worldwide and international organizations mutually influence each other. For example, through the OECD AI principles, G7, G20, United Nations, Hiroshima AI process, and so on. GPAI is also working towards this harmonization by giving practical guidance. So we have to continue having these international discussions. Now, whether to take the hard law or soft law approach depends on the country's broader legal context of jurisdiction. I can understand that the EU took the hard law approach because not only from the fundamental rights perspective, but as part of the new legislative framework, it had to have uniform rules among 27 member states to have the secure distribution of AI products. It was meaningful that the EU AI Act showed to the world what kind of risks we have to care for. So in Japan, we took the soft law approach by making AI guidelines for business, which I was part of the expert committee member in drafting this, for 3 reasons. First, we are facing serious labor shortages due to low birth rate and aging populations, so AI is seen as a solution to overcome these social issues. Second, there's a time lag between law and technology. In Japan, it takes a lot of time to make law. When we have to make a law, we have to make sure there are no overlaps among laws. And once the law is made, it is extremely difficult to abolish the law. So Japan took the agile and flexible way to have the soft guidelines instead, calling it a living document, including the latest international discussions. We've just updated the guidelines as 1.1 2 weeks ago. And third, rule-based regulations with detailed obligations might hinder innovations. Japanese companies are too scared to make mistakes, so if it was a hard law, then nobody will try to take the risks to innovate. Now, if it's a soft law, as you mentioned, there's always this enforcement issues comes out. But in Japan, I would say that the soft law approach works because of the historical culture of government and business relations. When government says do this, companies often obey the rules, even if it's not legally binding. Japan had the previous guidelines on AI R&D from 2017 and on AI utilization from 2019, but already many big tech companies were following those guidelines and the SMEs were following suit. Not only that, Japan is a country where there is a huge social sanction as seen in the personal data leakage incidents. Once a company leaks personal data, it gets criticized by the society through mass media, and the reputation of the company will go down and lose social trust, leading to the survival of the company. So companies are very serious in maintaining their reputation and work on the AI governance and AI safety as #1 priority as its corporate social responsibility. Some says that foreign capital companies may get away with it, but they have to follow the guidelines, and if they don't, government will not permit its business in Japan or give any subsidies or go into the next step as to make a law or to amend a law. It is not well known in Japan, but that we've also been amending hard laws, sector specifically, in relations to AI, such as the Act on Improving Transparency and Fairness of Digital Platforms, which requires designated platform providers to ensure transparency and fairness in the digital market, intending to prevent violations of the Anti-Monopoly Act. So with this combination of sector-specific hard laws, I would say that soft law approach works in a country where there's a strict social norms. So whether to take hard law or soft law depends on each country's broader legal context of jurisdiction, if they have existing laws, legal, corporate culture, the level of socioeconomic issues, and also the development of stage of AI technologies. And lastly, I want to say that we have to continue having these international discussions. And as a GPAI expert, I can say that we are trying hard to make practical guidance to harmonize the AI regulations, including the global South countries.
Thank you. Obviously, I mean, this is culturally specific and cannot be just replicated. I mean, you brought this interesting argument, and also what I consider interesting is the argument, a novel argument that you say that basically AI will positively affect the job market because of the aging society. This is novel because it is normally perceived as a threat to job market. I mean, Till, coming back to you, related to threats, let's talk a little bit more about the industries. The AI Act is pretty explicit in declaring that application of AI in many industries is a high-risk application. There are even some use cases, Annex 3 mentioned. So does this mean that full AI automation in many industries, no? What's your take on this?
Yes, good question, thank you. I mean, the main no-nos, and we've just seen the risk-based approach, the real no-no is, of course, the prohibitions. That's needless to say. But I think there's different approaches on how you can look on industrial AI through the lens of the AI Act, right? So one approach can be sort of the high-risk, high-reward type of approach, where maybe in the past AI was done a little bit for the sake of AI and try things out, and now if you have a use case that falls into the high-risk bucket, you just need to think harder whether the benefit, the value add of that use case is actually justifying the effort needed to reach compliance. So I think it's a bit of more of a balancing or almost like an economic argument to think like, is it really worth it? Put simply, to go the long way to reach compliance, right? But in some cases, this can really be beneficial. We've seen in the morning in the medical space, for instance, where we would probably easily agree that, yes, it's a good idea, as with the pacemaker or whatever, it's an important product, but it needs to be tested thoroughly. Flipping this, we can also ask, well, now there's the low-risk, high-reward bucket, right? Because we tend to focus a lot on the hard cases, and we should, but I think particularly in the industrial setting, there's also a lot of low-risk applications. Think of quality control, of warehouse optimization, predictive maintenance, and so on. So many use cases can lead to high productivity gains, but still be in the low-risk bucket. And why not also focus on that one? And then, I mean, we've seen the filter, right, between sort of if you're high risk, then under certain conditions you can say, well, I should not yet follow those high risk requirements. And I think this can be almost like a transition, right? So what we see, for instance, is that companies, they deploy AI in what they call like a shadow mode, meaning they have actually a human very closely embedded as part of the design. So if we shift the focus from designing the model, as in like the model and the interface, and have a more human-centric approach, then we can say, well, at the beginning, the human is more involved, right? Because we see companies having worries about the reliability, and then over time, we can increase the level of autonomy, and then we might say, okay, now it's worth that we go the high-risk path.
Thank you. So whether we are working in shadow mode or not, I mean, it's very important to work in a responsible way, because AI is too complex for anyone to understand, even at the level of very, very advanced users. So that brings up trustworthiness and responsibility into the picture. And Merv, I would like to ask you, actually, when we talk about responsible AI and AI ethics today, we're mostly focused on its use or misuse. So how about responsible AI development or procurement? Under your experience, how is this topic perceived by the leaders and decision makers, and how to raise awareness among them on the fact that AI models race is not something that we should take for granted and understand as simple numbers?
I'll explain that or respond to that with 3 points. And I made this similar points to the US Congress as well when I was asked this question, or similar question. First, in terms of the development, responsible development, that is actually where the majority of the decisions are made, right? So you make decisions about data, where you get your data, how the quality of that data, architectural and engineering stack, a technology stack. And you also make design decisions that may or may not align with the public good or the consumer's benefit or the citizen benefit. So understanding those decisions that happen in the development stage is going to help you whether you're an individual user or a business user or a government deployer of these systems to actually understand the system better, to understand the risks that you're overtaking, and whether that is a good fit for your case as well. The second piece, you asked about the benchmarks, and this became an issue especially with the generative AI, general purpose AI, large language models, whichever angle that you want to take. We've seen a proliferation of leaderboards, benchmarks, and some supposedly amazing performance across these benchmarks as well. But little conversation is happening about the origins of those benchmarks, who made them, what is it actually that they are evaluating, and whether that is, again, the limitations and whether that is, again, good fit for your purpose. Majority of the benchmarks that we're evaluating the general purpose AI systems are actually created by private companies or private organizations. Some, a smaller percentage, are by academia, and created for very specific purposes and for very specific tasks. So they don't, they don't evaluate the totality of the system first. And second, we're seeing a lot of leakage, what we call data leakage from these benchmarks into the training data sets. So the system actually, some of these systems actually learn from the training data set, which included some of the questions of the benchmarks. So you already had the answers, some of the answers in your training data set, so the performance is obviously higher. But when you're looking at deploying it in general or in a different context, it doesn't generalize as much. And on the third point, on the procurement piece, I think that's, for me, that's where the magic happens, not because I just published a book about procurement of AI, but I really think that that is the gatekeeping for any organization, public or private organization, to understand the systems that you're bringing in. Procurement is where you do the due diligence, and being able to verify, independently verify, being able to understand the claims of the vendor, and being independently able to verify both the data and the performance issues is really important. We see a lot of organizations already deploying these systems. And just to close out with some numbers, in the US, a few months ago, actually at the beginning of the year, the General Accountability Office, which is a federal watchdog, said in the civilian agencies of the US only, so not counting the military, there is more than 1,200 AI systems already in place. There is no procurement, AI-specific procurement regulation or guidance in the US. I've done interviews in the US, Canada, UK, Europe, Japan, Chile. Currently, we don't have AI-specific regulations, and we're still treating AI as traditional technology and doing such assessments and not understanding what is it actually that we bring into the public infrastructure or private organizations.
Okay, thank you. I mean, when you talk about AI, we have to actually talk about data, because the models are as performant as the quality of the data the models are using. But when we're talking about data, we have lots of data flows here. We have input data like prompts. Prompt engineering is a hot topic here, but also we have data that we use for training the models. And finally, we have this output data, or the outcomes of the work of the generative AI. So I would like to ask you, Maya, about the ownership and more particularly copyright challenges in connection to the input data for training AI models. And what are the ownership and copyright challenges in relation to the AI output?
Puno hvala na pitanju. Hvala vama. Thank you very much for the question. Data governance is really in the focus of my work in the last couple of years, and copyright since kindergarten. So copyright was a very boring topic for many years, and suddenly is back in the game big time because of generative AI. And on this front, and so I will use this opportunity to talk about copyright challenges. So on this front, we have two kinds of challenges. One is when machines, on purpose I use this broad word, are trained on data, we call this input data. And then when the models outputs their outputs based on the prompts that people insert into the models, then we have another challenges. So a little bit different definition of input and output data for the sake of the clarity, because this debate is very hot and it happens on many conferences and research rooms. So on the side of input data, the question among all these data, it can be geographical data, it can be raw data, it can be personal data. All the existing legal systems potentially apply. And the big challenge is, and the big question is, whether training machines on copyright-protected data is something that is copyright relevant. Different jurisdictions answer this differently. In Japan, for example, which we were explained before, why? For the reason to give big support to the AI because it's bringing solutions for the society that is getting older and older, well, the same in ours, but different. They are very friendly toward this question. They have a very broad text and data mining exceptions in the law, so the machines can be trained on copyright data for commercial and non-commercial purposes. In European Union, we took another path. We said we will look into this in two scenarios, one for research, one for the others. And on the topic of, and for researchers, we frame the system when there is legal to use data to train the machine for the research purposes if you have legal access to that, lawful access. And EU Commission in the directive, copyright directive on internal markets said that also data freely available online, the whole internet and social media, is also presents lawful access. Different countries implemented that differently. For commercial uses, and if researcher has a legal access to this, even if copyright owner says, no, I don't want you to use that, the prohibition is null and void. While on the other side, for commercial uses, also commercial users need to have lawful access, but if copyright holders say no, opt out from the machine training, then the trainers, the ones who are training machines, need to respect this. In US, and I will finish after that, there is a question whether training machines on copyright-protected works is fair use. We have a big case, many cases, but the biggest one is New York Times is suing OpenAI, and based on that, we will see whether training machines on copyright-protected data is fair use or not. So this is from the copyright perspective. From the social economic perspectives, collecting management organizations and publishers in European Union want piece of the pie and are now like really going strong against generative AI models and demand the piece. My personal opinion is that the copyright should not be a tool to regulate AI. It should be something else. I think that training machines on data is more similar to reading than to memorizing everything, so this should not be copyright relevant act, but in Europe here we are. But to finish with that, all the challenges that we have with AI, copyright including, it is about decisions that people make. And people are a little greedy, and they think so they do everything for profit or savings, or they think, oh, this will bring many problems, but I'll be fine. We need to come together and think for the benefit of humanity and planet and come up with the solutions that will work for common good, including in the area of copyright. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. To conclude this first round of questions, I would like to address to you, Kanish. Thank you so much for being with us. We have a unique opportunity to have policymaker perspective here also. I mean, next to the legal and expert opinions on AI regulation. And I mean, maybe this is the reason why we have the most difficult questions, you know. So basically, we heard about unacceptable risks in AI. We talked about high risks. And basically, this thing cannot be interpreted very clearly. Boundaries cannot be seen that easily, you know, because there is a notion of so-called dual-use research of concern. When you have research which brought clear benefits to the society, but can be reworked or used in different contexts to bring up something more different, to weaponize the technology or whatever. And AI is pretty much example of this. So in your view, do legislators sufficiently deal with this kind of dual-use concerns in general? I mean, above and beyond of AI, it doesn't have to be related to this.
Thank you. Well, yeah, as far as AI regulation is concerned, basically we are, as a country, as a government, we are mostly targeting the soft approach. And however, we are laying down the norms and in our legislation framework, which is saying that we will have a classification of risks, the one that Mr. Gabriel mentioned in his slide. And we are classifying risk with high, medium, and low. And having the high risks, we will put them in a special list, which means that there will be more and constant state control from National Security Committee, from committee which is in charge of information security as well. And just to add on that, we are also putting the norms in the part of AI products in terms of independence on decision making. So anything which is like full autonomous like decisions without human intervention will be prohibited. So basically, we are learning, we are in this learning curve, we are analyzing EU AI Act, we are analyzing Southeast Asian legislations, frameworks, and of course we are trying to get the balance so that it will help our AI products to grow. And we see the growing number of AI startups in Kazakhstan, and they're already exporting their products and services. So we don't want to kind of stop this process, but at the same time, we want to make sure that this will be safe for Kazakhstan and other societies abroad. So having this AI strategy, we also set up our special AI state agency committee, which will be dealing with the regulation. And it's our just first step. And of course, we need to learn, we need more practice to see, and the most challenging right now kind of issue for us is to assess the liability, the responsibility, to assess the injured part, the guilty party. I mean, this is still in the process, and I think here, as many countries, we need more practice, more time, use cases to come to later and solve this issue as well.
Thank you so much. So let's bring up some take-home messages. Let's start bringing them up. Kyoko, we have, for example, in the AI Act, we have lots of words and phrases like sufficiently or the best possible effort or whatever. So when you imagine an engineer or developer reading this kind of, there are not thresholds. It's very difficult to understand at first reading, at first glance. So what would be your message to this engineer? Will this slow down research in the area?
So as already pointed out on the EU AI Act, there are still uncertainties, and we have to wait till the harmonized standards to come out. But I don't think it will slow down the development of AI. I'm seeing more and more AI startups coming to Japan from the US and Canada. As long as there is demand from people wanting to use AI, its development will not stop. Especially in the medical field, AI is expected to contribute to the development of new drugs and the detection of disease such as cancer. Also in the financial sector, the risk management, fraud detection, price fluctuation prediction, and transaction automation can be used using the AI. So these fields, especially since they handle sensitive data, will undoubtedly require even greater attention to data governance and the protection of personal information. Also, these are the areas where I think that we need sector-specific regulations. If you look at the regulations worldwide, as I said, not many countries are taking a hard law approach to regulate AI comprehensively. I would like to mention that Canada's CEMIA has published a comparative framework for AI regulatory policy report, 1 and 2 on the overviews of countries' regulation. I was a member of a steering committee for phase 2 report, which I advised on the Japan's part. EU was the first one, and Canada, Brazil, and South Korea are also discussing to adopt hard law approach, but they're still at the bill stage. But the majority of the countries are still taking soft law guidelines. So global companies, they have the resources to comply with the EU AI Act, but for SMEs, it would be hard to do so due to the lack of resources. And I don't think there will be a Brussels effect like we've seen with the GDPR, because the AI is a technology where you have to develop. SMEs will just go to the places where it's easier for them to develop AI. By the way, in Japan, there was a demand from the companies on how to follow the guidelines. So we made a very detailed description on how to do this. And since it became more than 150 pages, we had to make it as an annex of the guidelines. Now, as more and more AI technology progresses and becomes AGI, we would need something like the California proposed and vetoed bill, SB 1047, the kill switch. We need to think about how we can control AI, because controllability will be a key. In Japan, I'd just like to mention that I've involved in the national project called Moonshot Program 1, where we are creating cybernetic avatars which would work on behalf of you by 2030 and 2050. Cybernetic avatars are both physical robots and androids and virtual computer graphics avatars. But controllability will certainly be an issue. If you want to know more about cybernetic avatars, please come to Japan next year. We have Osaka Expo from mid-April to mid-October.
Thank you, Kyoko. Let's go on the brighter side a bit. I mean, when we talk about AI regulation, we talk about risk, threats, challenges, or whatever. So, but what about the opportunities related to implementing the AI regulations? Obviously, you have development of legal counseling sector, but still, what would be your message to IT market solution providers, but quality management systems, audits, and other type of services and products supporting the implementation of AI Act?
Yes, good question, and I think there's a huge opportunity, in fact, also for technical service providers to help anyone who is seeking to comply with the AI Act. And I mean, I think it starts with the idea of the necessity, right? So with the AI Act, we have a law. It's not optional, so you must follow that one, right? And it creates a necessity and a need that was not there before. So companies really looking now for support on that angle. And also coming back to the risk-based approach, we see that we expect later on AI products, AI systems hitting the market on different quality grades, right? Be it high risk, limited, or low. And consequently, we would expect to see on the supply side also AI components that also kind of cater to those quality requirements, right? So for a high-risk system, you need different services along the value chain than for low risk, for instance. And so I can see a lot of examples, right? So when we look, for instance, in the data engineering space, be it around services for data collection, data pre-processing, data annotation, where technical providers can come in. When you think about the models, I mean, we have a lot of pre-trained models that we see. With the large models, I would totally expect sort of industrial-grade foundation models to emerge over time. I see startups, for instance, focusing on radiology images, synthetic data, and so on. But it also goes all the way down to testing, be it on the verification side. So everyone who wants to do a conformity assessment and work with a certification body, there can be services like pre-certification testing, but also all the way to validation when it comes to the user involvement. Is the device fit for purpose, right? So there's also a market, I think, that's coming up, right? And then you have baseline stuff on literacy, compute, and so on. So I think there's a range of different opportunities, and I think it's a really exciting market. Where does it leave us? Well, I think on the one side, we will see more competition, not only on the B2C end, aiming for the end customer, but throughout the value chain, there will be more competition. And we have incumbents, be it the big techs, be it large certification bodies. But because it's so dynamic and we see a lot of skills also in startups, I think it's a really exciting time and a great opportunity. A key question for me will be whether all those services will satisfy the requirements of the AI Act in the light of the missing harmonized standards of many delegating acts that were shown before. So it's a bit of a moving target, right? But if someone can help providing evidence that's sufficient, I think that's a really great opportunity.
Thanks, Phil. Coming back to responsible AI, I mean, when we go to doctor and get a medical diagnosis, normal question, I mean, when we get some therapy or whatever, we ask doctor, why you gave me this therapy? When we get our credit application approved or rejected, again, we are asking why. If we give those decisions to AI models, we will not be able to get those answers because interpretability is not inherent to the AI models. They are overly complex beyond our understanding. However, I mean, there is a full area of AI called explainable AI, which deals with that. There is no mentioning of it in the AI Act. I mean, should interpretability be somehow also part of consideration of AI regulation?
For sure, and I think I would like to make the difference between transparency, explainability, and interpretability, because the lines get blurred sometimes. So when we say transparency, we talk about maybe notice, maybe disclosure, maybe disclosing the training data set or the decisions or the criteria, etc. When we talk about explainability, we are talking more about the technical methods or mechanisms to explain the training data set or to explain the behavior of the model, such as, for example, heat maps, feature listings, feature rankings, time series, etc. So you can think of explainability as the methods. And then interpretability, to your point, is how do humans make sense of that data, make sense of the results of explainability or results of what we see as, transparency, disclosures, etc. But putting it in the context, so if I'm using some of these explainability methods in credit scoring, for example, can I interpret those results and make a decision whether that is legal, compliant, whether I should deploy that system, etc. So it's a crucial part of the overall responsible AI and trustworthy, as well as legal compliance. But I don't think we discuss it enough.
Okay, thanks a lot. I mean, also when we talk about this complexity, sometimes this complexity is uncovered because you have open models. And open models are great, because they stimulate growth, they multiply the rate of improvement or whatever because they are open to the society. But on the other hand, they have also introduced some risks. I mean, reinforcement learning with the human feedback as a part of the GPT algorithms is something that prevents you to ask questions which are kind of risky. So I would like to ask you, Maya, because you worked a lot about open science. Open models were removed from the AI Act actually before its adoption, so maybe they were considered in the beginning, but not at the end. How should we be a little bit more careful in considering open models in the AI regulation than just ignoring it?
Also, the EU AI Act does not ignore open source model. It has exception for open source model, but it's very narrow one. It's very narrow one for the AI systems and also for the general purpose models. So we can't say that they're out, but they're less in. What does this mean for the open source developers? Well, there are still probably many benefits to pursue that goal, but still needs to comply with all obligations, which we are weighing whether this will stifle in innovation or will make too many problems not to go that way. But I think on this range, we still need to regulate the potential risk of that as well.
Okay, thank you so much. I mean, to conclude this panel, I would like to give word to you, Kanish. I mean, as a policymaker, you heard our discussion about many challenges and controversies about the AI regulation. From the regulator's point of view, what would you consider as the most pressing thing to implement? What's the most difficult challenge from the perspective of your own country, for example?
Thank you. I think the most difficult part is to find the balance. And in terms of eGov online services, we could manage to find this balance, being ranked at the 10th in the world in terms of online services and top 30 in terms of information security, abiding all these personal data protection rules and etc. So here we want to do the same, and that's not easy. And we are working on it, and I think right now is a matter of putting the right policies in place, building the right ecosystem, which will keep this balance in work. And right now we're actually working on this ecosystem in Kazakhstan. I mean, that will have all elements, human capital development, regulation in place, infrastructure, and etc.
Okay, thank you. Basically, one of the most pressing challenges in AI regulation is how to communicate it towards the public. And you've been great in this today. So thank you so much for attending this panel. And this panel is concluded.
Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you, Mr. Zdravkovic.
And now, it's my true honor to welcome to Mr. Mihailo Ivanovic, Director of the Office for IT and E-Government of Serbia, for keynote followed by the panel, Data Governance in the Public Sector, Ensuring Transparency, Fairness and Accountability and Protection of Citizen Data. Mr. Jovanovic, the floor is yours.
Esteemed panelists, dear guests, dear friends, it is a great pleasure to welcome you from the Office for IT and E-Government at a time when our country has been given the great honor, just 2 years after becoming a member of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, for Belgrade to be the first European capital to host distinguished representatives of the governments, eminent experts, and decision makers in the field of artificial intelligence. This is the moment for us all to recognize the opportunities that AI presents us, and as the leaders to take responsibility for its application for the benefit of all people. Serbia is ready to lead the way, and I'm sure that today's decision will give us significant guidelines in creating more technologically advanced society. In 2019, the Republic of Serbia adopted its first artificial intelligence development strategy for the period 2020-2025, becoming the first country in Southeast Europe and only the 26th country in the world to have such a strategy. We adopted this document 6 years ago, almost visionary, but knowing even then that one of the most important topics for the future of all humanity would be the development and application of AI. The strategy did not remain just on paper, but a series of concrete activities were implemented that placed Serbia among the countries dedicated to technological development and innovation. In 2021, we established the Institute for Artificial Intelligence in Novi Sad, the first such institute in Southeast Europe, which deals with research and the development of solutions based on AI. The Institute is also a bridge between the academic community and industry. It has very successful collaboration with large international companies such as Continental, Takeda, and NCR. It employs around 54 experts, and it is particularly pleasing that in the meantime, 17 of our experts who share their knowledge and ideas at international institutes around the world have decided to return to their country and are now using the modern infrastructure provided to them by their state at our institute, thus creating a better, more modern future for all citizens of the Republic of Serbia. The Institute's experts are currently working on 11 international and 5 national projects, while also providing support for the implementation of AI in the public sector of Serbia. Bearing in mind that we are in a time of great challenges, but even greater opportunities, we have made bold decisions believing in our institutions, our education and intelligence determined that the Republic of Serbia will take on the role of a regional leader in the development and application of AI. In this regard, we provided, installed, and launched the first national artificial intelligence platform in the Republic of Serbia in the government data center in Kragujevac, which at the time represented a supercomputer of the latest generation. At that time, it was only the second installation of computing resources intended for training AI models by the American manufacturer NVIDIA to be implemented in Europe. And in the meantime, NVIDIA has become the most valuable company in the world, surpassing Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Meta, and other large companies, having more than 80% of the share in the entire artificial intelligence chip market. After a few years, it turned out that we knew how to make the right choice in that decision as well. We have made the national AI platform available to universities, scientific institutes, faculties, and domestic startup companies in science and technology parks completely free of charge. Today, 38 institutions and 35 startup companies have access to the platform. With more than 370 user accounts, while its first user was precisely the Institute for AI in Novi Sad. This concept of creating an AI ecosystem where we made our supercomputer available free of charge brought us prestigious recognition. At the Global Summit in Dubai 2 years ago, the government of Serbia was recognized as one of the most innovative governments in the world. And our initiative to enable startups to work on national AI platform through the public call was selected as one of the 9 most innovative initiatives in a competition out of more than 1,000 projects from more than 100 countries. Also, in the beginning of its mandate, the new government showed an exceptional commitment to digitalization and new technologies, above all the development and application of artificial intelligence, because already in the first 100 days of the government work, we formed the Council for Artificial Intelligence, which includes eminent experts from the public administration, business sector, and universities. The Council works extensively on various tasks, primarily the application of AI in everyday life and the quality of the work of public administration, public enterprises, and the economy. In the previous period, the Council has continuously worked on adopting one of the most important strategic documents at the moment, the new AI development strategy for the period 2025-2030, which will be adopted, I hope, by the end of this year. This document, which represents a logical continuity in our further modernization, is important for every aspect of society, not only for the business sector and the economy, but also for education, energy, transport, environmental protection, and medicine, because AI is a key topic of today's world. As a country that has, owing to hard work, built a leading position in Southeast Europe in the field of digitalization and AI, we continue further modernization, but also integral development in accordance with one of the most important state projects in modern Serbian history, Leap into the Future Serbia Expo 2027. In 2025, at the Government Data Center in Kragujevac, we will continue to invest in the further expansion and application of the supercomputer, as well as in the development of appropriate software in various sectors of our society that will help us have more efficient public administration, better diagnostics in healthcare, etc. And the Republic of Serbia is allocating a total of 55 million euros for this purpose. In the first part of the next year, with the first upgrade of the existing supercomputer, we will have a system 7 times faster than existing system, as well as additional data storage space. A contract worth 5 million euros has already been signed for this phase. We are currently negotiating with the government of the Republic of France the second expansion and application of the supercomputer. This is a loan with a total amount of 50 million euros, 35 million euros for the supercomputer, and 15 million euros for various software in the application of AI. According to the performance of the future upgrade supercomputer, the Republic of Serbia will be, by the end of 2025, own the most powerful supercomputer in the wider region, and our priority continues to be creating better living conditions for all of our citizens. In the coming years, we will continue to provide our resources on the supercomputer free of charge, but we will expand the list of potential users to include small and medium-sized enterprises, for which we are preparing a call so that they too can start using the capacities of the supercomputer as a kind of state subsidy, so that AI can be in the function of our economy. The first major application of AI in the public administration and the healthcare sector in our country will be the AI software developed by the Institute for AI on the National AI Platform, which automatically analyzes and ranks mammograms according to the level of priority, according to the percentage of chance that there is a suspicious lesion. This application will be available for use by doctors at the Institute of Oncology and Radiology of Serbia, and we hope that other doctors and radiologists from other healthcare institutions will also use this application. As a responsible state, we have already been thinking about the future of our children, and that is why we are trying to prepare the next generation of the scientific and economic and social changes that new technologies will bring. We have focused on the knowledge-based economy and have recognized the knowledge and creativity of the people as the most powerful resource. That is why Serbia is today one of the most advanced countries on the European continent in terms of quality and innovation in the curriculum. Specifically, when it comes to AI, since 2021, we have introduced the basics of understanding of AI into primary and secondary school curricula. And according to UNESCO, we are one of the only 11 countries in the world that has managed to implement this. While this conference is taking place, our colleagues from the Ministry of Education, together with the Petlja Foundation and the United Nations Development Program, are touring cities across Serbia to train teachers of the IT subject group to use an AI assistant that will help them prepare lessons and provide assistance to children in algorithmic thinking. We are becoming increasingly aware that AI is not just the future anymore. It is the present that has the power to transform and shape every aspect of life, and we should embrace it, an indispensable part of modernization and the great results that our country is striving for. And it is why it is most impossible to talk about the international exhibition, Expo 2027, of which Serbia is the proud host, and not mention the application of AI. It is precisely through the application of AI and robotics that we want our capital to offer autonomous vehicles and flying taxis to millions of visitors in 2027, and once again confirm it the leading role in the area, in the region, as a country that contributes to innovation and sets new technological standards. Also, the Republic of Serbia recognized in time that data have become the main resource in the technologically developed societies, including Serbia, owing to responsible government politics. On our e-government portal, we have more than 340 digitalized services for citizens and businesses. Government hold vast amount of sensitive personal information, and we must ensure their security, privacy, and compliance with rigorous standards. At the same time, we must also navigate the complexity of enabling innovation and efficiency in service delivery. This is the issue that we have approached very seriously. Last year, our government adopted ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI, and we brought into focus data and the importance of using it in a safe manner with a new strategy for the development of AI. We started working on AI law that will be aligned with the EU AI Act, and I hope that we will have this document adopted till the end of the next year. All of these efforts give us the opportunity to use data in a way that drive progress while upholding the highest standards of trust and accountability. Today, we will also turn our focus to the role of AI in the public sector. AI has the potential to revolutionize how we deliver services, making them more efficient, personalized, and responsive. But this transformation must be handled with care, ensuring that AI is used responsibly and equitably in public institutions. Dear hosts, I am proud that Serbia is today the epicenter of global guidelines on artificial intelligence, part of the global dialogue that is creating the future. It is a real pleasure to be in such an elite scientific and technological company, and I am sure that this summit will be remembered for many important things, including the Belgrade Declaration. It is an honor for us to host you, share our experiences, but also to learn and discover many new things from you. I am confident that our country, with the support of all of you, will continue to move forward. I wish you successful work, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jovanovic, for your inspiring words.
Thank you, Mr. Jovanovic. Please welcome Mr. Milan Dobrijevic, State Secretary, Ministry for Information and Telecommunication of Serbia, the moderator of the panel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed panelists. Allow me to introduce one by one our excellent panelists who will hopefully make this panel exciting enough for you to stay here instead of spend time networking with many people in the halls. First panelist I would like to announce is Dr. Ulises Moya Sanchez from Jalisco Government, Mexico. Please step on the stage. Thank you. Second panelist is Mr. Cedric Wachholz as Chief of Digital Policies in Digital Transformation section of UNESCO. Thank you for being here with us today. Next panelist is Mr. Bertrand Monthubert, co-chair of GPAI, President of Ikitia, President of OpenIG. So many positions. Welcome. And last but not least, Mr. Michal Ilko, Director General from Ministry of Investment, Regional Development and Informatization of Republic of Slovakia. Welcome. Before we start the panel, I would also to express gratitude to the keynote speaker, Mr. Jovanovic, who had to leave, but to thank him for his vision and the leadership in the past 10 years, bringing Digital Serbia at the stage he presented. We are very proud of what we achieved, but we are also very eager to learn from international partners and do even better in the upcoming years, especially with the AI as an emerging topic that is definitely going to change everything in our world. My name is Milan Dobrijevic. I'm the State Secretary in the Ministry of Information and Telecommunications, and I'm very honored to moderate this session today with such exquisite panelists. Today, we have assembled a fantastic lineup of speakers to discuss potential and challenges of using citizens' data, emerging risks related to it, but also potential strategies for mitigating those risks. Also, during upcoming panel, we shall try to examine on how AI can be implemented in government services while upholding ethical standards and public trust. My first question for Mr. Sanchez is going to be, how do you in Jalisco, Mexico, face with challenges in implementing data governance policies, and how have you overcome them to build public trusts? Which strategies or concrete initiatives have worked best in Jalisco and Mexico in general?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the kind invitation. So yes, we are in Jalisco. Maybe you hear about tequila. So we made the tequila in this town, yes, in this part of Mexico, and we have mariachi, all the things. But also we have a Silicon Valley of Mexico is there. So that's why we have an AI director in the government. It's not usual that this happen maybe in many places. And so we have a lot of challenge with the data governance. We recently created a policy related with data governance and AI for the government. So sometimes we miss this, but we need another kind of data to make AI. When we ask to people, do you have data? And they say, yes, we have data in paper. No, we need the paper. We need in another way. How? This kind of data is for people, for the people flow. So we need to create an additional pipeline to get this. So we have problems with the data. We have problems with the challenges with the people because they don't understand why we want this in a digital way, in a database instead of Excels or something like that. Why we need to do it in this way? Always I do it in the same way. So this is crucial. I want to add one more challenge is the infrastructure. If we need of course, we need supercomputers. We have one node to train our models, but the pipeline of the data is very important. If we don't have this pipeline of the data, if the data doesn't flow, the AI model is only history. Oh, one time I used one model and never happened again. So this is the main challenge that we have. How we face? We have to train people. At the beginning, we start with some company, okay, please help us to train people. But then we notice that it's not working. We need to help the people with the training and then with the first steps. And that's why we change the way that they work. About the infrastructure, we have to buy something. Usually we implement cloud computing. And for the other things, for the process, we need to create new system to get the data. Sometimes we, in the AI area, we only complain about we don't have enough data, but we need to do something to get this data with high quality. That is data governance. So this is the main 3 points that one.
Thank you for pointing that supercomputing power without the data is going nowhere. And that's important data topic is while maintaining trust in usage of those data. Michal, friend from Slovakia. Slovakia is advancing rapidly in the digital transformation agenda. Congratulations for that. How do you ensure public sector AI system to remain fair, inclusive, while still scaling up innovation?
So what we do is that we focus on the data, what was mentioned, and this is our approach to really focus on the data and allow public sector to work with the data. Of course, the security of the data of our citizens is really critical. It's the most valuable asset of country. So we have a really good cybersecurity team and all the policies and all the controls in place. But what we want to do, and we are now in the process, is that we want to open it to public sector, because with the innovations, I think that we will agree that countries cannot really compare with private sector, with the companies, with the startups, and we know it now with AI in place. So that's our goal, to really allow public sector to use the data. We have several initiatives. They are really similar, where we are connecting government with public sector and with the academy, or with universities. And it's a good mixture where we see what the parties needs and what are the obstacles which they are facing. And with this, we are really with a slow pace now, but I think it will speed up, because we find the process, and with that we can ensure that the public services will be allowed to be used by people, but they will not be afraid of first using it, and second, that data will be misused, because within our country it is secure. But for that, we need to also present it to people, because I think that it was discussed here already that for some of the countries, for some of the citizens, even AI, they see it as a threat, or they fear it. And this is something what we need to change, and we have also projects to really show people the benefits of AI, and not really just let spreading the word only that there are threats, but really showing the benefits, and there is plenty of benefits within healthcare and other sectors as well.
Yes, thank you for this comment and the intervention. I do agree with you that the showing benefits to the people will actually create trust when it comes for people to provide data for the institutions or to the companies. What we witness is that people provide gladly data to the social network companies, etc., without even any complaint, and governments, especially in Europe, tend to have problem with citizens when it comes to gathering the data. We should all think about it. Mr. Bernardo, how does Equitia address the challenge of creating trustworthy environment for data sharing, particularly in the content of public sector applications?
Yes, thank you very much. That's really a big matter, because as we have seen from the beginning of this summit, the matter of access to data and of data of quality is really crucial for the future of AI. Two of the speakers yesterday mentioned that, Mr. Russell, Mr. Mogi. So how do we get the good data? And we always need to keep in mind that most of the training of the LLMs today has been based on open data. I won't get into the legal aspects. It was, and they are really important, obviously. But I would say data which is accessible on the net, whether you can use it or not legally, but at least it's accessible. Now, in many cases in AI, you need other kind of data. And most of the time, you need several sources of data belonging to several organizations. It can be governments. It can be various governments inside a country or a region. Like it can be a local government, it can be a national government. It can be a company, even a company working to deliver some public service for a local government. And in many cases, let me take an example, which is mobility. You want to know what is really, what somebody is doing, going from one point to another and taking some public transportation. They can take several public transportation systems. Then the data will be in several organizations. If you want to look at intermodality, okay, will they take a bus and then a train, for instance, and then rent a bike? I don't know. Okay, you need to gather the data from all these organizations. This is personal data. And this is something which is quite sensitive, since, you know, it says, okay, maybe you were at that place at that moment. So the way we try to address this issue at Equitia is to try to integrate several aspects. First of all, ethics. we built an ethical charter for the uses of data. And we have a label for data, digital solutions based on data. So first, ethics. Second, technology. What kind of technology, like privacy-enhancing technologies, can be used so that it's possible to make some computations without revealing secret information, sensitive information? First thing, business models. What are the business models of data sharing different than what we see today, which is you have very big company who get all the data because they have very big financial power, okay, and the other ones who have almost no revenue of any even citizens about the data they share. This is also something very important that we try to address. So we put that together into an integrated approach, and that leads to the concept of data space. The data space is a set of rules that is agreed by a community of actors, and that will say, okay, if we follow the rules, then it is possible to make computation out of our data. If we don't agree to, if the rules are not fulfilled, then the computation is stopped. And then the computation can be made with, as I said, privacy-enhancing technologies and all this kind of stuff. So I think now, to conclude with that, sorry to be long, the matter of being able to use more data to have more useful AI in the public interest, for instance, means that we need to have those kinds of mechanisms so that it's possible now to share some data, or at least to provide access to data to make some computation, which is not possible if you look at things separately, like only technically or only legally.
Thank you very much for this insight. And you obviously are doing things under the strong umbrella and under strict security measures which are necessary when you want to control data and use it for the good. And we are lucky here today to have also UNESCO representative, Cedric, who will probably be able to give us more insight on the international perspective, and maybe for start to say something about UNESCO's developed ethical framework for AI, and then we could be speaking about your recommendations to the governments or international or national companies on the topic.
Thank you, Dr. Jovanovic. And first of all, I would like to thank Serbia for a really outstanding event.
Thank you.
And also, of course, India, who has led us here, Slovakia, who will take the next chairmanship. Just to refer to, well, first, Bertrand mentioned civil data coming from civils. We are all men here. That is the first data impact, so we don't know what really the output will be. And I know that other panels are more diverse, but it reminds me the beginning of the AI discussions. When it became popular, there were only men, and I hope it will be different in the future. And also to Dr. Sanchez, I think it was very interesting, your intervention, and it feels very right for those working on AI and data. But at the same time, we're really living in a world of datafication. We all know about these incredible numbers of 328 million terabytes of data created every day, and the different kind of library and so on associations. It's just difficult to imagine, but to know that 90% of the world's data was produced over the last 2 years gives a sign of the datafication of our societies, and I could explain a little bit more how it comes, but I think there is a fact in that. So there is a lot of data and growing data. And you have mentioned, and we have mentioned and seen here, GPAI, a number of AI applications, which are built, of course, on data, which can do good or they can harm. And therefore, we are looking in UNESCO at the different AI ethics and data governance frameworks, because it is important to set us up for the good, for the public good in this domain. So many of you are familiar with the AI ethics recommendation of UNESCO, which was adopted by UNESCO's member states in 2021 after a 3 years process, and still ahead of GPAI, not of GPAI, which was already created 20, but of generative AI. So it was forward-looking. It is still very relevant, and there is also a data policy chapter in there, because already there the member states and experts who created it, they saw the importance. Now, I will not go so much into the details and how this has been now already implemented in over 60 countries. But what we have seen is really that the data dimension has been underserved in many areas, and there is a huge need for countries to continue working on this data governance aspect. So we have first created some competency frameworks for civil servants, which has a big chapter on data use and governance. But this capacity development efforts were not enough, and now with the Broadband Commission, together with ITU, but also UNDP and also the African Union, we are creating a larger data governance toolkit to respond to these needs. And of course, it is about building trust, as we have discussed already before, but also fostering accountability, mitigating risks such as bias, privacy violations, and inequalities. But most importantly, it is about building strong data governance frameworks which are human rights-based and ethical.
Thank you so much for this, and I would like just to briefly comment on how UNESCO work is critically important for the whole topic, and how you can help us all, because I at least personally think that many governments are in problem when it comes to the sync of work, when it comes to ethics in AI and implementation, etc. And I will go around the script and give you the final thoughts after we hear all other participants on the international topic and how can we cooperate and how we can jointly fight this challenge. Bertrand, GPAI recently released a report, The Role of Government as a Provider of Data for Artificial Intelligence. Based on this and your work in Nikitia, in your opinion, how can governments responsibly provide the data to advanced AI while maintaining ethical standards?
Yes, there has been a very important work in the GPAI Data Governance Working Group, and I would like to mention Maya Bogataj, who is a former co-chair of this group, and the work was initiated when she was a co-chair, and also, of course, Kyoko Koshinaga that was speaking just before. What we were trying to do is, first of all, to understand what were the good experiences about data sharing of government data. Okay, how do you provide government data for AI training? And we know that there are some very big caveats, like, okay, if you just give it to some, I don't know, well-known international LLM provider or system, okay, where do the data of your country go? Maybe it's something you don't want to do, and maybe something which is even forbidden in many organizations. Now, the main problem is that most of the time, people are just thinking, okay, we cannot do that, it is too risky. So we thought it was important to have a roadmap for organizations. And the work of the group has led to a roadmap framework that can be used by governments now. And it has already been used by 3 governments, a local government in Nigeria, governments in Turkey and Uruguay as pilot use cases. And the way this roadmap is structured is the following. We are mentioning 3 stages of decision. First stage what is the use case? Second stage, what are the mechanisms, right, technology? And third case, what is the governance structure of the use case? And for each of these aspects, there are 5 dimensions that are looked about. The first one is strategy and sustainability. I will give you examples in a minute. The second one is community and stakeholders. The third one is legal and governance. The fourth one is technology, and the fifth one is ethics. So how does it work very concretely? For instance, at the level of the use case, if you look at the dimension strategy and sustainability, you will have to answer questions like, does the initiative that will use government data try to solve clear problems that are of public value? What are the reasons why you are doing that? Okay, that's the strategic reasons why you are doing that. Then if you look at mechanisms and technology, it can be, is it possible to share the data safely and securely? And what are the means to do that? If you look at the government structure and the dimension of ethics, it is other processes for monitoring, monitoring and responding to risks, to data subjects and other affected groups. So you have it for each of the 3 decision stages and each of the 5 dimensions. And then it is really a practical tool that can be used by governments that may launch new initiatives or maybe want to revisit some initiatives they have in order to help them see what are really the questions. Do they really have answers to those questions? Sometimes it may seem evident as a question, but it's not always the case. And we expect that it will be adopted by more countries and governments. And in 2025, we proposed for the GPAI action plan that we will have some workshops for governments to try to use the roadmap for some initiatives they have. So this document should be public very soon. Maybe it is today, I don't know, or it will be in the coming days, in December. And then in 2025, if some governments are interested in that, well, we hope to be able to continue the work with them.
Thank you so much. This was so informative, and I somehow, as a government representative also, I can feel that my friends and colleagues from Slovakia and Mexico found very useful to hear what you just said, because we kind of tend to sweat when we design the projects and the concepts for some services and start dealing with the data protection issues and data usage issues. And I would like to direct briefly this conversation in a brief manner to the end, to first hear Mr. Sanchez and then Michal on the challenges on the usage of data and probably different approaches. And then I think Cedric can give us a flavor on top in terms from the global organization, in a way, how do you comment different approaches for the data usage in protections in our current practically multipolar world, and how it can reflect the whole situation. But first, let's hear Mr. Sanchez from Mexico, then Slovakia, and then UNESCO to finalize.
Oh, okay. The data protection is very difficult. Maybe you hear one case from Netflix case, that when then they share some data from the users. Some guys from UT Austin, they knows the names of some of the users. Why? If Netflix didn't give the names. But they correlate the data from Netflix with other kind of data, and they have a lot of problems. So if the government has data from the citizens, we have to have extra care about the data protection and privacy. It's difficult because we don't know what happened if they believe something. So there is some techniques, adding noise, a lot of things to do, but there is a serious problem with that. We try to be in the edge of the knowledge in that kind of things, but it's not possible. And we ask help to the GPAI, for instance. We have help from the ethical part to see the consequence of what if we plan something, what happened not only with the AI system, with the legal part and so on. We have some experts like Sundar, Francesca Rossi, Amir, a lot of people from GPAI help us. In addition to that, we expose or work to journals, and to UNESCO we have one project who submit to top 100 UNESCO projects, and we has a place in the top 10. So we try to I don't know, have help from other places to work in these kind of things. And the last thing I want to say is, we for instance, our server that we have is a donation from NVIDIA because we are part of one community called Latinos in AI. So it's a $250 US, 50K, of course. And we have this server because of we are part of this community, and they help us in this, all the pipeline. Yes, so this is my comment. Thank you.
Michal, you can add maybe about how Slovakia deals with what international organizations are providing in the field.
So basically, we are co-chairs, right? So we are in GPAI, in IGO. So definitely the leadership is there from Slovakia. We were there this year, and next year it will be with you. So Mr. Juraj Čorba is really active in the groups. That's the first thing. And what I would like to emphasize is that definitely not only data, AI, and so on, but we have digital is really broad, large. So what we like to see is that there will be like unation or unite, that we will unite, that that the digital market will have maybe not the same rules everywhere, but at least they will be really similar at the maximum level. Because I think it's needed not only for the government, but also for the companies also from our countries. For example, we are small countries, right? So it's really difficult, for example, for our countries, for companies from our countries to have the access to data, to really big data, right? We have some data, but we cannot compare to other big countries. So and when they develop a product, there is a lot of ideas which can be shared outside, used internationally. But if we will not have the same rules, then it's difficult. And if we are talking about startups or unicorns, that's not really a big company with big financial support. And if they will need to adjust their application or solution for every country, it's not feasible.
Yes, EU is taking bold initiatives and adopting pieces of legislation that are actually creating probably many good things, but also bringing the market of EU in the risks and you as a member state, representative from a member state, probably understand that the best. And let's try to finish this and keep some time for to open floor for the questions of the audience. Perfect last speaker at this part of the panel, Mr. Cedric, UNESCO, because you are like worldwide organization, you have maybe wider look than some of us here, and can you please comment on what Mr. Sanchez and Michal just said?
Thank you so much. These are real challenges every country faces. We have heard about here. And there is, however, a lot of knowledge also which has been accumulated and which will be reflected in the GPAI roadmap, but also in toolkits like we produce and others have produced. And what I see very often is that countries do not necessarily build on the existing and on mistakes others have made and challenges which were addressed differently. So that is something I can see. Of course, there is no unique solution at all, so one needs to adapt to the specific country context. So this is really the important part. I think sometimes there is also a little bit of an oversight of who holds most of the data and the economic models which have been which are underlying. And this is, of course, a challenge which sometimes needs collective considerations and perhaps actions too. But therefore, one is confronted with major interests because I mean the biggest companies in the world rely on data. They are transnational and they have a lot of weight than smaller countries and developing countries have difficulties sometimes in addressing. So there is a need to keep in the adaptation also, of course, for the international community to the ground rules and respect these, but also perhaps a growing consciousness about some countries putting their weight together, as for example the European Union does quite well in this domain, as an example.
A very, very interesting remark, and I might have also one or two final thoughts, but let's at this moment open the floor for the questions for the audience. Two, maybe top three questions. I see one hand. Is there a way? Maybe you can just speak loud to ask us, or you can bring the mic. You can use this.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Ogundari. I'm a PhD student here in Serbia. It's interesting to see that there's a low representation from Africa in such an important gathering as this. And even as I was looking through the OECD list of countries, I noted remarkably that only one African country is represented. So my question is to Mr. Bertrand. What efforts are in place to ensure more representation from Africa, especially at a moment like this when we're talking about equitable AI and sharing the benefits of AI all over? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very important question. The way GPAI was created was done in the idea that it was necessary to have a multilateral organization that, well, there are others like UNESCO, obviously, United Nations. From the beginning, there was this effort to have countries, not only, let's say, of the most developed countries, but also countries from other regions, including Africa, and we have some. We collaborate, for instance, with organizations in Africa like, I would say, ICT Africa, and there were really very important contributions from it. And to answer completely until the end, as you have heard since the beginning, the idea is not that GPAI is closed. GPAI is open to new memberships. There is a process, obviously, to become a member, and we would be extremely, we find it extremely important that other countries from Africa would step into GPAI. And I know that some of them, I won't name them not to make any mistake, are already applying to become members of GPAI. So that's really a place where any country should be comfortable, provided it adheres, obviously, to the common vision that we develop at GPAI.
I already have a mic, Maja Bogotaj-Jančić. Thank you, Bertrand, for mentioning the previous work of Data Governance Working Group. And connected to the comment before, during that time we started a very important project. It's called Data Justice. That was actually led by Alison from ICT from South Africa. And during that project, we really aimed to monitor globe and get geographical perspectives from all different parts of the world. It's very difficult, it's very challenging, but we always need to take care to be inclusive. That should be the rule. Last year in India, it was the diverse representation, so Slovakia for next year needs to aim higher. Now a question. At the beginning in 2020, when GPAI started, we envisioned, I was just an expert in the working group, that it will be an agile organization that will have a very good connection between governments and experts, so that it would be not entrapped by the slowness of very distinguished organizations. I try to be very diplomatic here. So how are we doing on this front? Now GPAI is under OECD. Is this channel open? Can governments tell GPAI experts what they need, or can GPAI experts get inputs from the governments? I think this is the question for co-chair of working group. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Maya. And just to get back to the other question, thank you for mentioning the very important work on data justice. And if you want to have a look, please go to the booth of CIMIA, where you will have some documentation on that. To answer your very important question, Maya, about the way GPAI, which has two sides in a way, or two pillars. One pillar is the countries and the delegations of the countries, and the other one are the experts. And you're right that it's very important to have a very good interaction in between the two. Now we have started, as you all know, kind of a new step. We sometimes call it GPAI 2.0, right? And there is a very good discussion on the action plan. So to take an example, very concrete, the action plan 2025 was elaborated, taking into consideration the ideas of experts. I could propose myself as an expert, some projects, and some others did that. And then there was kind of a proposal that has been made to the countries, and the discussion with the countries at a preliminary meeting that we held in Paris, I can't remember, maybe 1 month ago. And then the countries are making comments on that, and then out of that, we will have the action plan for 2025. So in this way, hopefully we will have really something which is really connected to the needs of the countries. The idea of GPAI is not to produce only, let's say, intellectual resources which would be split from the needs of countries' government, because the vision we have is that it is quite urgent to build the way we can have worldwide kinds of regulation, soft or hard regulations about AI. So we need to have this intertwine, as you were mentioning, Maya. And I think that the new direction we are having now should be fine. And just to give one more thing, sorry to be long, it had been recognized that we needed to have two levels of production. One which is called GPAI branded outputs. So this is something which will go underneath a system of validation by the member states of GPAI. So, but obviously, you were speaking of agility. Maybe this is not the most agile. So in addition to that, we'll have the GPAI affiliated outputs. For some stuff which won't need to have the validation by each member of GPAI to be released and published. So with that, I think it will be possible to both be able to have initiatives, have deliverables that can be accessible quickly, and on some subjects for which it's important to have a consultation of all members to have a validation by themselves.
Thank you very much, audience, and for the extension of the discussion to the really critical topic of GPA being more agile, because the topic is such that we cannot allow long sessions on deciding on anything. Also, inclusivity in terms of including more governments is obviously the good road, and my personal opinion is this should in the upcoming years become almost like UN comparable level organization dealing with almost everyone if we want really to deal with AI challenges. To quickly conclude, I will ask for volunteers with a short introduction. I think it's heard already, but data is gold or diamond of the 21st century, obviously. And the persons who realized that are now billionaires or even bigger. You know, so governments are struggling. Somehow governments tend to be slower dealing with the topic. Obviously, we need to be more agile, and we need to use international organizations in order to create standardization. So I kindly ask for 1 or 2 volunteers out of 4 of you to tell in one sentence what would be the most critical action public sector leaders or countries' leaders should do in terms of data governance standards. Thank you for being brave.
Well, I think in the current situation, and I agree with Dr. Sanchez's initial words, I would say interoperability is a really key word. I know we are more coming from the ethical human rights and so on dimension, but if I look at things and the challenges governments face today, I think this is really a key dimension. And just to add 2 words, that UNESCO is fully committed to continuing working with the integrated GPAI, which is meant to enlarge and really include a number of views and needs of developing countries, which are our member states. So we look forward to continue close cooperation too. Thank you.
Would you like maybe?
Just one sentence.
Please.
Short one. Maybe it would be to consider ethics as a lever and not only like a need. It is a need to be ethical, but ethics can be also a lever against the barriers that we have for data sharing, because it helps envision whether a use case goes in the public interest or not.
Thank you so much for conclusions, and thank you all for me at least, very, very, very interesting and insightful discussion. Audience, please give our panelists big applause. And enjoy the lunch break that already started. Sorry for that.
Maybe, okay. Thank you very much. And you heard that it's the time for lunch. We are continuing program at 3 p.m. Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. In 2027, Belgrade is set to become the worldwide hub for education, culture, and innovation, drawing representatives from numerous countries to the Serbian capital for the specialized Expo.
Please welcome Mrs. Aleksandra Markov, advisor at the Commissioner Office for the presentation of Expo Belgrade 2027.
Hi everyone. Firstly, I want to wish you a warm welcome to Serbia and Belgrade. I hope you've been enjoying your stay so far. My name is Aleksandra Markov and I'm the advisor at the Commissioner Office for Expo 2027 in Belgrade. Today I'll be speaking with you a little bit more about Expo and what you can expect to see in 2027. While this is a little bit of a different topic from our main topic, which is AI, I'll show you that they are quite related in a couple of more slides. This is not working. Guys, could you help with a pointer? Okay, we'll just wait for... Oh, okay, there you go. So I'm assuming that most of you know what Expo is, but for some who may not, Expo is a global exhibition dedicated to addressing world problems and pressing challenges of our time. Each Expo has a unique theme, which is adapted by participant countries so that they can show their culture, their innovations, and their heritage. I'm very happy and proud to say that after 140 years of Serbia's participation in World Expos, we have managed to secure hosting Expo 2027, which is a specialized exhibition. And why this is also important for Serbia is because we have secured and established our presence in the global stage, winning against very strong candidates such as Spain, America, Thailand, and Argentina. This Expo is not only important for Serbia, but also for the entire Western Balkan region, as it's the first Expo of this kind happening in the area. Serbia also has a very strategic location between Central and Southern Europe. Very important roads meet and rivers pass. So we expect to have many visitors specifically for the region, but also from Europe and hopefully many, many more. Our estimates that we would have around 4 million visitors, given that Serbia is very close to around 300 million people who are just a 2-hour flight away, and around 60 million who are only a 6-hour drive. So do come. Next, before I talk a little bit more about our Expo and innovation, I want to introduce you to some famous Serbians, some who you might already know. But I think most relevant for this event would be Nikola Tesla and Mihailo Pupin, who are our famous scientists. Nikola Tesla is our most famous scientist, inventor, and futurist, who made groundbreaking developments in the field of alternating current, as well as wireless energy transmission and radio development. You can actually find out more about Nikola Tesla in his museum in Belgrade, if you do have time to visit. As well, Mihailo Pupin, who I mentioned before, who is a famous physicist and inventor, also known for his groundbreaking contributions to telecommunications and radio technology. Also, I'm pretty sure you know our famous sportsmen, Novak Djokovic and Nikola Jokic, who have made significant contributions and improved Serbia's presence on the global stage. Now, why is Expo important for innovation? I'll come to that in a second. Firstly, I want to explain to you why this is a good time for Serbia to host Expo. Serbia has had very stable growth. Our GDP growth has been 3.8% in 2023, and we expect the same level of growth this year. It's also important to mention that we've had the second largest GDP growth in Europe in the first half of 2024. Combine that with significantly low unemployment at 8.1%, as well as large foreign direct investment. This is a great opportunity and the perfect time for Serbia to host Expo. We also hope that Expo will improve our economy even more, which is what happened in Kazakhstan when Astana hosted a specialized Expo exhibition in 2017. There, they witnessed large improvements and increases in GDP, as well as in the number of visitors. If I remember correctly, they had 1.5 times more visitors than the year before. Oh, I think, okay. So now we'll get to the part why Expo is important for innovation. So World fairs or Expo exhibitions were homes to first innovations such as first telephone, first live TV stream, as well as the Eiffel Tower were exhibitions at World Expos. So they have very significant and prominent place in science and innovation. You can also see on the right-hand side Serbia's participation on Expo in the past 140 years, with latest being in Dubai in 2021. This is just a recap of some of the inventions that were shown at previous expos. So as I already mentioned, the first telephone, TV broadcast, first prototype of mobile phones, which was shown in Japan, in Osaka, as well as some very interesting food innovations. So apart from science and technology, Expos also housed some very interesting food innovations such as popcorn, ketchup, and ice cream cones. So now how do we plan to innovate at our Expo in Serbia? Oh, sorry, just the clicker is really not being my friend today. I'll walk you through our theme. Okay. So I already mentioned that we're expecting around 4.1 million visitors from over 120 countries, and our Expo site will span across 25 hectares. Now on the next photo here you can see really well our Expo site. In the middle we have the international participants. So basically the participating countries will have their pavilions there and be able to decorate them as they wish to showcase their innovations, technology, culture, and heritage. In the far back, that red building is going to be an open auditorium which will house different sorts of events from music to performing arts, and different sorts of networking events, as well as business forums and conferences. And that big building in front of the red one, that's kind of a bit taller, is going to be a Serbian National Pavilion. You'll be able to see it closer in the next slide. And interestingly, we're going to preserve all our buildings that we're building for Expo. So this building, that's our National Pavilion, will become a national museum. Here, closer to us, on the other end, we have our best practice pavilions, which will be homes for different companies, corporations, organizations, or institutes, where they'll be able to showcase their best practices across fields, as well as scientific innovation and technology. So this is just a close-up of the best practice pavilion, which I think might be the most interesting one for you, because this will be where all the corporates and institutes showcase their inventions, their best practices, and so on. Just another beautiful photo. And this is our thematic area, which will basically highlight and celebrate our theme. So I think now we can finally mention that the theme of our Expo is going to be Play for Humanity, Sports and Music for All. We want to use play as a way to innovate, as a lot of scientific breakthroughs and innovation was accidental in the past. Now we want to see how through purposeful play we can come up with new innovation and inventions. So this will be the thematic area, which will celebrate the theme. In the middle, you can see that box-shaped building is going to be Serbian National Pavilion, which will then later on stay as a national museum. And then in the back, there's the red auditorium, which will also be preserved. It's important to note that all buildings that are being built will be then saved and repurposed. Also, we are, here you can see a nicer snapshot. So here on the right side, you have the international participants pavilions and a nice promenade in between. It's also important to highlight that there's a lot of greenery because we want to also improve biodiversity and air quality, as well as show our commitment to achieving sustainable development goals. So the focus is really on having a lot of green surfaces as well. Now we've kind of touched a little bit on this, but yes, so our main focus will be play. Why we chose this topic is because we wanted to choose something that is applicable for everyone. We wanted to pick something that's universal, and play, sports, and music truly are. Every country in the world has a specific either sport or a game, something they played in their childhood, specific tune or an instrument that they can bring and showcase. And we can then work together and see how that will create innovation. So that was really important for us, to have a theme that can really unite us all. And this is a little bit more in depth about the thematic pavilions. So we have 3 different thematic pavilions to celebrate this theme of play. So we have Power of Play, which will focus a lot on innovation and how we can transform the knowledge, as well as we'll try to include participants to create different sorts of exhibits with their help. So we're trying to make it also very interactive. Then we have the second one, which is Play for Progress, where we want to exactly focus on how playful exploration can lead to revolutionary discoveries. And the third one, Play Together, which is going to be an open space where we'll try to motivate visitors to create their own, let's say, inventions and to collaborate and to create a network. This is the forum, which I already discussed, but just so you can see a little bit better how it will look like. Thematic programs that we discussed, playgrounds. We're going to incorporate a lot of playgrounds in between for children as well as adults to make it as interactive and as fun as possible. So they're going to be, for example, I find the generational playground very interesting because they're created for a certain age and encourage interaction among peers. Here, just a couple more pictures, as we really wanted you to be able to see how we envisioned our expo to look like. We want to make it really interactive, really fun and colorful for everyone. These are going to be the international pavilions. It's important to note that the international pavilions are already being built, and our participants, the countries, will only have to decorate them and create different sorts of ornaments and facade. And apart from having the exhibition and the pavilions, we also will have different types of programming. So apart from being able to visit the pavilions of different countries, we will also have a lot of music performances, a lot of different shows, theater, opera, business events as well. We're also planning to organize a hackathon to make those 3 months as exciting as possible. So there'll be plenty of interesting things to do. I think it's important to mention that the Expo is taking place from the 15th of May until the 15th of August. So you can jot it down in your diary. And then following our Expo, as we really are focusing on sustainability, as I already mentioned, every building that is now being created will be preserved and repurposed. It's also important to say that the Expo is not just an event for us, it's also a transformative experience. We're hoping that it will put Serbia on a global map, as well as improve our economy, and really put Serbia as a hub for innovation, creativity, and collaboration in the region, Europe, and globally. And here you can see some of the buildings. So, for example, the international pavilions will be repurposed to become Belgrade Fair. We will also have International Forum of Play, obviously large residential and retail zone. a lot of new public areas, National Stadium, Expo Village, and so on. And this will basically become a new area of Belgrade, new, modern, and innovative area. So in that sense, we're hoping for Expo to really transform the landscape of Belgrade and Serbia. Now, thank you very much for your time. If you do have any questions about Expo, you can always contact us at info@expobelgrade 2027, or you can find me after. I'll be around whole day, so you can just pull me aside for a little chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. And now, Serbia now builds on its ICT success and strong life science, establishing itself as a new bioeconomy hub in Europe.
You will learn more from Mr. Nenad Paunović, advisor to the President of the National Assembly of the Serbian about Bio4 Campus.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to share the story of Serbia becoming the new bioeconomy hub in Europe. And you might wonder why bioeconomy and why this is important, especially on the GPAI. Because as we can see in this beautiful quote of late Steve Jobs, that he believed that the biggest innovations of the 21st century are going to happen in the intersection of biology and technology, and that the new era is beginning just like the digital one. So whatever you're experiencing with digital world, the Industry 4.0, AI, is just beginning of what is going to happen. And what is going to happen is just recently, again articulated by founder of NVIDIA, as this is an AI event, you are aware that founder of NVIDIA might know something about tech revolutions and artificial intelligence, and he believes that the biggest tech revolution is going to be digital biology. And he says, hands down, no doubt about that. Why digital biology? Because for the first time in history, humans are not just discovering biology as a science. We are starting to engineer biology as an engineering discipline. And therefore, we are going to be able, and this is already ongoing, to create and modify biological organisms at our will. Businesses have noted that. Boston Consulting Group already shared this article in their newsletter 2 years ago, and they said that synthetic biology is coming to disrupt an industry near you, meaning all the industries as a horizontal industry. And this is something big. This is something mainstream. This is not just some lab thing for some scientists. This is something that is going to disrupt an industry near you. If you're looking at McKinsey, they announced a report back in 2020 calling the Bio-Revolution report, and they're talking about trillions of US dollars of new value created just from the products and services that we can envision today without new breakthrough innovations. So this is huge. US President issued an executive order on advancing biotechnology and biomanufacturing in US. And in UK, Institute of former Prime Minister Tony Blair is calling biotechnology a new national purpose. Serbia is well positioned to really profit from this technological shift and new industrial revolution. We already worked on our strategic document. This is just the selection of the ones most important, and also 2 programs of the past 2 prime ministers talked about biotech revolution and Bio4 Campus in specific. During the past 7 years, as you've probably already heard, Serbia invested a lot in different areas of supporting tech in our country, starting from infrastructure. We built the network of Science Technology Park, Tier 4 data center in Kragujevac, NVIDIA supercomputer with AI platform, and also joined one of the most powerful networks in the world, World Economic Forum, and we are having the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution together with them. The mandate of that center is specifically to deal with two key technologies that Serbian government identified that we see as horizontal technologies, and these are artificial intelligence and biotechnology, and especially their intersection. We also changed a lot of our laws and regulations. The legal framework for doing knowledge-based industries in Serbia is vastly changed during the past 7 years, and we introduced the whole portfolio of extremely generous tax incentives for all companies that are building intellectual property or engaging in research and development activities in Serbia. The government is basically saying, if you're doing those things, if you're building new technologies, if you're building IP, there is no need for the government to take your money and redistribute it, which basically the taxation is, but you can keep it and keep investing and keep reinvesting into new technologies. This all led to a lot of leading tech companies that are doing R&D in Serbia. We all know about some best practices and good cases about Microsoft Continental, NCR, but for instance, Cisco is building their premier Silicon One chip in New Belgrade. Rivian chose Serbia for their development center. IBM opened R&D center in Novi Sad. The whole gaming industry is here. Epic Games, Wargaming, Take-Two Interactive, Ubisoft, Playrix, and many, many others. And if you're familiar with blockchain, then some of the most prominent blockchain projects like Polygon originated from Serbia, Cosmos is in Serbia, and many, many others. This is still ongoing. AMD, the famous chip producer, just opened an engineering center in Belgrade in September. But going back to this intersection, this new technological revolution, we do believe that it will significantly change and disrupt or revolutionize, whatever you like to call it, at least those 4 big areas of our lives. All of those are hugely important, hugely big, and hugely expensive, starting from healthcare, to food, to industry, to environmental sustainability. And the answer of Serbia is to concentrate all the best resources we have, from the education, from science, from industry, and put them together into what we call the Bio4 campus, is the vibrant concentration of people, knowledge, and infrastructure. We call it the Bio4 campus because of the 4 key bios: biomedicine, biotechnology, bioinformatics, and biodiversity. And Serbia is one of the European centers of biodiversity. It is all going to happen in a beautiful architectural environment where we are putting together more than 300 labs and research facilities, out of which 8 are core facilities, so centers of exquisite scientific equipment and labs and scientific excellence. We already know that just from the scientists that we are relocating there from our scientific institutes, we are going to have in Bio4 campus more than 1,000 PhDs, around 1,500 researchers, and more than 4,000 students, plus the industry startups, etc. So what will be there in the Bio4 campus? We are putting together as many as 7 faculties of Belgrade University. Pharmacy and biology are going to be completely there. And this is going to be actually the first time that Faculty of Biology of Belgrade University has its own home. In the more than 150 years of their history, this is the first time they'll have their own building. We are putting together 9 scientific institutes, also multidisciplinary, ranging from artificial intelligence and digital agriculture all the way to scientific, to medical research, biological research, molecular genetic research, etc. We are going to engage with sports. We are going to have the really cutting-edge center for sports performance and analytics and improvements of top athletes. Aside from education and science, we are also going to have the startup park to support Serbian startups. Of course, we are attracting investors as well, and we are building the business park for private companies to put there their R&D centers, their development engineering scientific teams, but also to put there their high-value productions of things like really expensive medicines or really high-end molecules. In the middle of Bio4 campus, there is this Beautiful building is a gathering place for people to get together, to share ideas, to co-create, and to mingle. And this is why we call it the Minglarium building of Bio4 campus. We are going to have the conference center, restaurants, cafes, spectacular event spaces, but also a multimedia exhibition space to communicate science to the wider public. And this is a very important center of the Bio4 campus. The whole campus is being purposefully built for co-creation, to break the barriers, to break the silos, and to really support and entice multidisciplinary approach, serendipity encounters, and people who don't know each other to get together to create new ideas and work on new technologies. This place, the whole Bio4 campus, is going to be inviting, inclusive, and supportive to scientists, researchers, but also to business people, startups, and investors. This is what I've just shown you is like what we call it phase A of Bio4 campus. The government just adopted the new plan, spatial plan of special purpose for Bio4 campus. So everything that you see encircled in red is going to be Bio4 campus. And once we relocate Faculty of Pharmacy from their current location to their new and modern building, we are going to really have a new land to expand the business part of Bio4 campus and to really create a new space in Belgrade, a new tech zone, a new life science revolution zone in the city of Belgrade. There is also the Institute for Virology, Vaccines and Sera, Torlak, and the current Institute of Molecular Genetics and Genetic Engineering is going to be the new home of a regulator, Agency for Medicine and Medical Devices. I've shown you how the infrastructure is going to look like, but to us, infrastructure is just one part, necessary part, but just one part of the story. The second one, which I believe is also much more important, is the ecosystem around it. And we are already working for a couple of years on creating the global ecosystem around Bio4 campus. We've signed partnerships with companies literally from Japan to US. You can see them, you can recognize majority of the names of the companies that we signed memorandums of understanding for joint R&D projects with Bio4 campus and its tenants, faculties, institutes, and other business tenants of our campus. We are building international network, and what is also very important is that Serbia has a vast diaspora in this area. In life science, a lot of best of life science engineers and scientists from Serbia moved or emigrated from Serbia during the past couple of decades, but they are now some of the best professors, scientists, investors, ecosystem builders, or tech founders in the centers of life science of the world, like Boston, Cambridge, UK, Cambridge, Basel, San Francisco, and other places, and they all want to help Serbia. They want to help their country, and they want to help Bio4 campus, and we are connecting them. We are connecting them with us, and through them, we are connecting Bio4 campus with the really top-notch global ecosystems, and we are part of that. And just as an example, in end of October on the Biotech Future Forum, another extremely important event for us, we had the founder of Regeneron, who is widely considered as Elon Musk of pharmacy, or the most innovative pharmaceutical company in the world. Out of top 10 best-selling drugs in the world, 2 of them are there, and founder came to Belgrade to Biotech Future Forum. Bio4 campus tenants, we believe, will benefit from Serbia's highly educated talent. There are some numbers about how many students we have, how many STEM students we have. We have a great proportion, or not so great, depending how you look at it, but in life science, around 70 to 80% are women. So there is really something that other countries of the West can really envy Serbia, that we have this big proportion of females in life science. We are among top 20 countries in the world in English proficiency. So Serbia is culturally very fit to work with the best global ecosystems. We are friends with both US and China or Japan and everything in between. And really we are one global place when you can bring together people from all over the world to work and create together. In a nutshell, what we believe that our partners and collaborators will benefit from this extremely supportive ecosystem because we do have talent, we are going to have infrastructure, we are building that, and we have the strong government support. So I'd like to invite all of you to help us support this scientific, but also economic, very important transformation of the region, not just Serbia, but the whole region, and really to improve European technological competitiveness. In the aftermath of Draghi report and his wake-up call for Europe to become more productive, more innovative, we believe that Serbia is among the first to respond and to respond in the best possible way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Paunovic.
Please welcome on stage to Mrs. Yuko Hirayama, NICT Secretary General, for the keynote, followed by the panel, Reskilling and Lifelong Learning, Adapting to the AI-driven Job Market and Impact of AI to Modern Education. Please.
Yes, Mr.
Does it work? Nice to see you all here. And we will be talking about the big issues, which is really reskilling and lifelong learning, adapting to the AI-driven job markets and the impact of AI to modern education. It will take many hours to cover everything. So what I will try to do today is to share my view on these issues based on my personal experience as an expert within the working group Future of Work at the GPAI. So this is my view. Just thinking about what you are doing every day. So where we are today is that something is really different today and 20, 30 years ago when I was a young girl. What is granted today is that everywhere you go, its data transformation is empowered by AI. Your smartphone, everything is there. And in your everyday life, and including workplace, where you go, you are assisted or guided by AI. But so many unknown around you, because it's very practical and helping you, and it's easier for you. But what is unknown is consequences of this increased dependency. Take the case of a smartphone. I can't live without, because whenever you go, and you need to have something. And what we may consider will be that AI will be impacting, not only for the practical things, but all your society. And not only society as a structures, but how we are interacting each other. So I would say impact of AI on the human being is there. And moving ahead, thinking about what's surrounding you is so many uncertainty. Just to name a few, you have many. The question of sustainability of natural environment is key, and also geopolitics everywhere. And even though we can say adhesion to the value of democracy is under uncertainty. So the question will be how we can equip ourselves to maintain our agency as a human being, and not only us, but how to prepare our next generation, the key topics. There's so many debates around the world. Almost every day, you hear about AI and the future of work. Basically, we talk about the effects of AI on the job market. We say substitution of complement, or something that you are losing your job, something like that. So fear of job destruction is there. And it's really most concern of many governments. And as we know, impact of AI on the future work impact is growing in scale and scope. And it's not only for manual work, but it's include not only routine work tasks, but it's including cognitive tasks. That means all categories of jobs will be impacted by AI, it's for sure. And the easiest way is using AI as your assistant. It could be assisted by AI, but sometimes they are supported by. And if you are moving further, you will be controlled by, and sometimes you may be ordered by AI. It's already happening. So the key question will be, again, what could be the competitive advantage of human? And this competitive advantage testing in some sense. And also, if you are delegating some part of your job to AI, you may say, if something negative happens, who will be taking care of this responsibility? So question liability and responsibility in the place. But all these debates is usually based on the existing structure of industry. But we have to foresee the future. So I would say we are experiencing today changing nature of work. It's not anymore the same than when the work you did 5 years ago, even 1 year ago. So there are so many new ways of organizing work. Think about yourself. Thanks to COVID-19, in some sense, we have been pushed to do much more distributed work and remote work, and also task-based work is around you. And it is assisted, helped by AI. And also what we are experiencing today is the possibility to decoupling with the physical workplace. You don't need any more to go to your office. And also, we see new category of workers, emergence of a gig worker in place. And also, when you look at the business model, it's anymore based on the traditional industry sectors, producing things, selling things, and so on and so. But now we have so many new business models, I will say changing business models. And it's shifting from traditional way of capital incentive to knowledge incentive businesses. And also almost all business are sustained by the underlying information structure, including AI power. So the question, what's the competitive edge in your business? It's really capacity to harness AI technology and access to data and computing power. So again, the question, think about the human being, you should think about the question will be humans still in the loop? Or again, what's the value of work? Because not just sustaining your minimum level of life, but work itself, it has a value because you exist and you are doing something, contribute to society, and then you are part of the society. It's the value of you as a human being, but it could be tested. Related to all this questioning, I'm just coming back to the GPAI, the key center of this meeting, is that we have a working group called Future of Work at the GPAI from the beginning. And I was a member of this group. And we have been discussing lots about all these issues already. And just describing what is the Future of Work working group, its scope is that we have to make kind of critical technical analysis that contribute to the collective understanding of how AI can be used in the workplace to empower workers and increase productivity, not only efficiency, productivity, but really we have to empower workers. We have to use AI in order to empower workers. And how workers and employers are prepared for the future of work. That means it's not only concerning about today's situations, but looking for the future and how we can prepare the future of work in a better way, better than today, and also how job quality, inclusiveness, and health and safety can be preserved. So it should be better than today. And so many things, and we have insight on how to prepare the individuals and institutions for the future of work with AI. It's the topics we are covering at the future, and many, many work have been done. Just give you some ideas about the project. I just pick up project for 2024. It's ongoing one in the phase of finalizing because we are already in December. So we will have this report at the end. And I will invite all of you to have a look on the web page because we will be putting on the web page as soon as the report is produced, fresh one. So have a look. So some topics I'm covering. First of all, related to the topics of this panel, empower AI workers. I will come back later on to more detail. And this work is covering Asia, North America, and Latin America, in particular Mexico. So not only global north, but we are discussing and really looking after global south and really working together. From the beginning, we had the second project, AI for fair work, because we want to have better design workplace, and the key will be the fairness. So this is the project from 2020, and later on we are covering Latin America and Europe. So again, many countries case studies. That one is impact of generative models in the labor market in South America. I would like to say that from the beginning, it was mainly focusing on member countries. More and more, we have the coverage of a global south in the way that we have different perspectives, but common concern about use of AI. So this one is related to Latin America. And the fourth one is AI literacy for factory workers. And this is something that we develop later on and cover in Asia. And so many things that we don't know yet what could be implications. So the questioning of the big unknown. So we have been discussing engaging ILO's work and many experts within, and really to try to capture what could be happening in the coming years. And we try to prepare these uncertainties. So covering Africa, Europe, and Asia again. So countries approaches. And last one is generative AI and the future of work dialogue. Because we consider that to address something that will be coming but unknown yet, we need to establish among key stakeholders kind of dialogue to be better prepared for something happen. So this is covering Asia, Europe, Latin America. So kind of menu, and we have also already accomplished, finalized reports 2022, 2023. So please have a look, and probably you'll be interested in. Just coming back to the topics we are covering in this panel, and later on my colleague panelists, they will develop in detail. One is empowering AI workers. So this project has been developed since from the beginning, 2021. The idea was we are talking about the future of work, but who will be working in the future? It's today's generation of students. So we try to identify students interested in for the future of work, to make them opportunity, to give them opportunity to go to visit, kind of a reality check, company which are using AI already, and to see what's happening and discussing with those who are responsible for using AI within the company, what's the concern, what's the experience they have, and what's the opportunity. So in the way that they can bring to the GPAI all this information, case studies, but at the same time, it's a very wonderful way to prepare the next generation, because they know what's happening today, and they can expect in the coming years, when they be on the labor market, how they can use in a better way, and what will be the challenges. And from starting with the European countries, Japan, we continue to work till now. And we have now Mexico joining this project, and North America. So this is really interesting to really constitute, in some sense, community of students in several countries. And our tentative was make them kind of community of students in the way that they can exchange their experiences with visiting a company using AI, but also sharing their thoughts and making kind of next generation AI-ready generation. This is this idea. Some highlights on 2023. It's really covering so many fields, a different category of work, and the work of more conventional services in Western countries are in place, and the data enrolled notation and cover different contexts. So I will invite you to have a look on the report 2023 and just waiting for the report 2024. Second one about AI literacy for informal sector workers. We used to talk a lot about AI literacy. Basic one is really to be able to use technology, elementary things. But AI literacy more than that, not technological way, but really thinking about what could be implication of AI on you, on the society, and on your group. And in particular, those who are working in informal sectors, they'll be much more affected, but they have no way to really prepare themselves. That's why we have this project, AI literacy for informal sectors workers, and really trying to really set up kind of program for training them, and very tentatively we can do that and then sharing with others. Having said that, just I'm switching a little bit the page, focusing on education, because till now we have been working on the future work, but AI is affecting a lot on education itself. Nowadays, I look at my children's family, and they're already using already some tools. So new and emerging education tools are in place already, tested, and so many online personalized courses in place. And also, you now have emergence, some kind of new way of teaching called EdTech, leveraging by AI is in place, and it's more and more expanded. So the question will be again, how these tools will be complementing or substituting existing school system. Because it's neither a question, it's pragmatic, and also it's really a way of really expanding the way of educating people. But at the same time, we have to consider what's the really role of teachers and what could be the meaning of the act of teaching, because you could be replaced by AI teachers. But you need to really have some kind of competitive advantage of human, and we have to consider on this aspect. And also, having a school as a physical space is really important for the really, education of young children. And we need to really think about the role of the school as a physical space. And by the end, I would say school is not just learning something new, but really you are learning about interaction in the society. So role of socialization should be really reconsidered, given that you are surrounded by AI system. So this is my question. And the question will be equipping the education system with the capacity to adapt while preserving the fundamentals of education. So just summarizing, it's my personal view. Just asking to you, what is your view? Is that we are adapting to the AI-driven job market. And we are talking about AI literacy and skills. But it's not just providing kind of user's guide type of information. But the key will be to be smart user. That means acting with agency. That's the key issue. And which include not only technical aspect, but ethical consideration and the responsible use of AI. And addressing to whom? Key question. And we are facing to the kind of what we call digital native, but now it's coming AI native. And they have different sense of meaning. So, or the generation like me, we have to be really learning from them, not just teaching to them. And what are the fundamentals value to be shared with them? So preparing the next generation is key for us today. But I would say not only just defending ourselves against AI, but it should be considered as an opportunity to refresh the existing education system. And also, we have to really consider power and engagement of young generation, because based on my experience with the GPAI student community, they are so powerful. They are so engaged. They feel very responsible for their act. So what is needed is much more, not teaching from older generation, younger generation, but much more dialogue with the next generation is key for me. And that's why, personally, I'm committed to support student community, but I will need to have your support to support student community to act globally. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for all information.
Thank you. Please welcome on stage Mrs. Maya Sherman, AI policy researcher, advisor, ethicist, and GPAI future of work expert, the moderator of the panel.
Hello everyone, wonderful to be here, excited towards the upcoming panel. We have an exciting lineup of speakers coming from different countries. We'll be covering different geographies today, from Argentina to Israel to Serbia to Netherlands. We just had a wonderful keynote speech from Professor Ariyama. Thank you so much for setting the background. Diving quickly into the topic, I'm the Israeli expert to the Future of Work Committee. I'm co-leading the India project alongside Dr. Shadrach. We are designing AI literacy programs for farmers. You'll be listening to different perspectives on the future of work, and more interestingly, on how we can use education as a tool to shape the future, understanding that AI has an intersection. It's not just technology alone, it's not just the future of work. We need to use these bridges to be able to shape education better. Now I'll be glad to invite our speakers for the stage. I'll be starting with Dr. Janko Samardzic, Assistant Minister of Ministry of Education, Serbia. Dr. Mark Levels, University Dean at Maastricht University. Dr. Tomer Simon, Chief Scientist at Microsoft Israel. And Dr. Fernando Šabačnik, Executive Director at Zadovsky Foundation. So we'll be delving quickly, as we are very lucky to have Dr. Levels with us, but he also needs to catch a flight, so we'll do this very quickly to get as much as we can from his insights. So Mark, you are clearly a core part of everything connected to upskilling and reskilling programs in the Netherlands, working a lot with the government. I'll be very glad to hear from you. How do you think countries can actually build an infrastructure that allows for skilling at scale? What do you think that is currently happening in the Netherlands that helps schools and education institutions to do so?
Thank you for your question. Also very excited to be here. And I have to apologize to the audience because I will give a very brief answer to the question and then try to leave the stage as quietly as I can because my gate closes at 5 and I still have to get there. So it's going to be quite of a challenge. And I think, so education, adult education, lifelong development, reskilling, upskilling, we face two major issues. And the first is we don't really know what people need to learn, since AI is still very much a changing and developing technology. AI is also a container term for very many different types of algorithms. What we know is that they affect job at the levels of tasks. So they change job tasks, sometimes making people more productive, sometimes substituting for them. But we don't know which tasks will be changed and in which way they will be changed. We know that there's a lot of heterogeneity, and that poses a big fundamental question. If you don't know what to learn people, so what then do you learn them? And the second thing is the impact of AI, even in moderate projections, will probably be huge. Right? So the OECD calculated for my country about 40% of jobs would either disappear or change. 40% of jobs is huge. So the challenge is then to come up with a system, an infrastructure, and we don't have that in the Netherlands, we're building it right now, an infrastructure that helps align the offerings of upskilling and reskilling programs, so what do you learn, with the future needs of employers. And what we try to do is, we try to learn from our vocational schools, with very strong institutional linkages between, on the one hand, employers, and on the other hand, institutions. The employers think along about what has to be in the curricula and so forth. We try to bring them together also on the topics of lifelong development, add a little science to the mix. So we try to get into the discussion with employers about what future skills might be needed. And then together in co-creation come up with curricula that work. And we've been designing that for 2 years. We're now rolling it out in the entire country. We're mobilizing all public institutions to be a part of that. So universities of applied sciences, vocational schools, because we also think it's not a matter for the market alone. We think that the market is much bigger and that it's all hands on deck with if this entire transition plays out the way we think it will, we will need all the institutions to play their part responsibly, but then also be ready for that.
Thank you so much for this intervention. Clearly we need a strong multi-stakeholder approach to see how we can foster such innovative approaches. And again, it seems a lot of uncertainty, but again, we are very appreciative of your time. Thank you for being with us, and we clearly hope that you make it to the flight. And thank you for sharing with us your insights.
Thank you so much for having me on stage. I'm very sorry for leaving now. If you have any questions, find me online.
Continuing a bit with, again, I'd like a bit on how Europe is proceeding everything connected to the future of work and education. Janko, I'd be glad to hear from you a bit. How do you see AI transforming the education system in Serbia? If you can elaborate a bit on how exactly the education system plays a role in preparing the younger generation towards an AI-driven future.
Thank you very much, Maya, dear colleagues. It's a great pleasure to be here and also to touch a little bit on educational system and digital transformation in Serbia. As you know, we have many measures, many implementations for digital transformation. We have first some documents. It's a strategy for the development of digital education in Serbia by 2030. So we are following the strategy. And of course, we have action plan for that. What is very interesting, more than 30% of the budget of our action plan is actually dedicated to digital transformation. So this is a good thing. And IT sector in Serbia is very important. We had the opportunity today and yesterday to hear how important it is for Serbia. Recently, we heard about Bio4, how it goes, and we have to prepare our educational system from the youngest generation till the university level and postgraduate level, also for whole lifelong learning, how to use this modern technology safely, wisely, and critically, I would say. All these three elements. So just briefly, if you ask me about the educational system in Serbia and digital transformation, digital influence, we start already from the first cycle of primary education. So it means grade 1 to 4. It's digital world, just introduction to see how it works, how to use modern technology safely and wisely, what I say. And after that, it goes slowly with introduction of AI from the 5th to 8th grade, secondary school, of course. Then we have the real ICT subjects, informatics, technology, computing. Especially for the gifted students, 10% of that we have some special programs for the secondary education. And finally, for the university level, this is the key thing. I'm also the professor for the medical faculty. So using AI is very important, and we are using it for everyday practice. And what is also important, it's important for us to learn and for the teacher to be educated how to use AI. So it's always a student, teacher, and of course, during school education, it's parents. So we have to educate three of them. But I think we are on the good way in every part of our educational system. We are putting a lot of efforts and energy for digital transformation, and of course, for the university level, then it is something, what we say, must to use if we want to have good scientists for Bio4, because Bio4 is coming to Serbia, so we have to educate people for that.
Fantastic. I completely agree. I think that the emphasis on critical skills is so crucial because sometimes we forget about this when we're focusing mainly on AI and thinking that we first of all need to teach students on how to be better technologists when in the end technology might change, but we need some critical skills to develop. And also this, again, holistic understanding of parents, educators, students, something that I would say is also core part of what we're seeing from Indian education system and the way that they've been integrating AI policies. So again, fantastic to hear. Fernando, I'll be moving to you. So again, very promising plans, I think, again, both in Netherlands and in Serbia. But we can speak a lot about the present and future, but I also want to learn from you, based on your experience, how can we learn from previous upskilling and reskilling programs? What is your approach and understanding based on the evidence that we already gathered from Latin America and broadly from this?
Thank you, Maya, and thanks to the organizer for having here, and let me bring the perspective from a developing country such as Argentina. We started with a very simple research question that was, is really reskilling and upskilling, you know, the golden solution, the golden standard for all the problems that are foreseen to be, for the disruptions that are foreseen to happen in the job market? Because it seems it's like a spell everybody casts when something is mentioned in relation to what will happen with the job market and whether there will be job displacement. The answer is always, well, we have to invest in upskilling and reskilling, right? So we decided to look for evidence to see how does that work? What can the past tell us about the future? And we found out that during the last 4 decades at least, a lot of international organizations like the IMF, the World Bank, and different governments in different countries have been investing in active labor market fostering programs, of which training is a major component. But these programs, the results were scientifically measured. What does it mean, scientifically measured? They did randomized control trial, meaning for each person that undergoes the training, you find someone very, very similar that does not go into the training, and you ask a very simple question. Of 100 people that went into this particular training, how many of them were able to find a job afterward compared to the ones that were similar and did not take the program, right? So I don't have good news for us. For instance, the literature is very homogeneous in this sense, but let me just quote a few studies. There's one from 2017 that analyzed 9 programs in developing countries, such as mine. Of those 9 programs, only 3 proved to have some result over the control group, and the average result was 3%, meaning of 100 people you train, only 3 will find a job, and if they were lucky of undergoing the 3 programs of the 9 that work. Another study, I mean, the literature is similar in wherever you look. There is another study that analyzed, it's a meta-study that analyzed more than 100 randomized control trials, and it found out the average improvement, sorry, not the average improvement, but the average employment rate of being 7%. Another one that concentrated on Latin American countries found one program, one specific program aimed at the youth that achieved 20%. That program was very long and very expensive, and the results were out with the years, meaning this 20% is of people that you follow right after the program. But if you follow along, you know, in the years that come, well, this number does not sustain. So, like, the training wears out. It's not deeply rooted into the individual. So this puts us in an awkward position, but I think it's forcing us to at least look again at the problem, and try to find new answers, because the answer that we've been waving, you know, this idea of yes, no problem, because we will reskill and upskill whoever falls apart, whoever finds himself in a place where his post was automated, or the augmentation that happened was not enough to compensate for the gained productivity of his employer, right? So if the two of us work for a company in Latin America and our productivity gets doubled because we use some AI tools, well, we really need our employer to be in a lucky strike in order that he still keeps the two of us, right? So this is a problem that I see in underdeveloping and developing countries.
Thank you so much for that. I think this brings such an interesting perspective, because clearly there is a lot of work being done, but if we cannot measure it properly and understand what are the KPIs that we want to take out of these interventions, we might need to rethink on how we're seeing this intersection of transformation in the education system with AI. And that brings me, I guess, to a different innovative perspective from Tomer. Tomer, key player in everything connected to the tech ecosystem in Israel, coming with substantial experience, of course, in Microsoft, the chief scientist. I'll be glad to hear a bit more from you on what Microsoft is doing in this space when it comes to upskilling and reskilling programs.
So it connects also to what Janko mentioned regarding the digital transformation of the general education system. So I'll say it, and then we'll jump to the workforce. General education should transform, higher education should reform, and us as employees should adapt continuously now. It's lifelong learning. This is the only way forward. So in the last 6 years, Microsoft has been very active, both privately but mostly with governments across the globe, to share and prepare platforms for employees, for people who are in the workforce, to learn, to continuously learn. So just, again, I'll just mention a few in the last 2 years, and these are the specifics because we are now in a very different transformation of the workforce. And I think most of the research from 4 decades ago are almost completely irrelevant for what is going on in the job market today. No, so we have the AI Skills Initiative. It's with partnership with LinkedIn that we provide dozens of courses for AI and certifications. And if you don't know what you need to learn, so we have the AI Skills Navigator. Tell us what you want or where you are, and also skills. It has an assessment of your skills and what you need. And we have also the skills for jobs. So tell us what you want to do, and these are all the skills and the courses that you need to have. And everything is for free, everything is online, everything is accessible for people. And also we are partnering with nonprofits. It's called the AI for Nonprofits, that they also can and should adopt AI, because they're always, all of us work with a lack of resources, and suddenly they can not only upskill but upscale themselves. And this is also very, very important to work with the NGOs, those who help society, help the governments. So these are also two partners.
Thank you for this. Again, sounds incredibly interesting. And I will say that I feel that generally it sounds that Microsoft is playing a very important role when it comes to upskilling. I'll speak a bit from the Indian angle. Also, Microsoft also just launched another initiatives on upskilling, I would say, students from rural communities and undeserved places, under the point of understanding how we can enhance intersectionality, meaning how we can reach more students and make sure that everyone has the accessibility to responsible AI. So I think it's interesting to see it also, again, both from Israel and India in this regard. I'd like to take a macro perspective for a moment and ask a bit more on the role of public-private partnerships, which is, I think, a very interesting phenomenon, especially in this domain, because it's almost required. I'll be glad to hear a bit more on what do you think on the contribution of it, from the Israeli angle and broadly. How is it working in Israel when it comes to the connection between the government and Microsoft and broader than that?
So a short background, because I think we are in a very interesting age, especially governments that transform. It's what is called the fourth age of e-governance or e-government. In the 90s, public officials started working in their offices with PCs. In the 2000s, we started to connect all the ministries with networks. 2010s, started providing digital services or e-services to the public. And from 2020 onwards, it's called the public-private partnership. Public sector governments understand that they cannot and should not do everything by themselves. They should partner with the private sector, the innovation, the adaptability, the technology, the knowledge, but the scale and the reach of the public sector, this is the key, and this is the true partnership that we should look and aim for to transform and shape the local ecosystems. And also, the AI revolution up to 2030 is estimated to produce $15 trillion. All governments, all countries want a bite, okay? And this is part of this partnership, that they want that their population will prosper, will grow, and this is part of the needed partnership.
Thank you so much for this. Fernando, I'll be glad, again, as we are taking perhaps a macro perspective, and I mean, based on your vast expertise in Latin America, and especially in the study of the future of work in AI, I'll be glad to know if you see any differentiating characteristic of LATAM when it comes to this, I would say, role of upskilling and reskilling programs. And from this cross-cultural perspective, how do you see these differences coming into force? And if there are some opportunities and challenges about this?
Yes, the problem is not culture, the problem is inequality. For instance, in Latin America, 3 out of 4 kids in school that not reach the minimum proficiency level in mathematics. 55% do not reach the minimum proficiency level in literature, and 57% do not reach the minimum proficiency level in science, right? So let me phrase it like this. For a big part of the population in Latin America, lifelong learning is a chimera. Suppose you're a poor kid, you know, you're part of these statistics, you barely finish high school, you got a job in a call center, you work 12 hours, have a family to support. How are you supposed to keep learning, whatever that means? If you can barely survive, and once you're automated, how are you going to find the resources to train yourself, right? So this is one problem. And the other problem that we have is that because of the cognitive characteristics of AI, I mean, you probably read a lot of articles saying that who should be afraid are the most, like the upper top of the pyramid. Well, I don't think that's true. I mean, as we heard throughout this journey, throughout this day and yesterday, creative jobs, really creative jobs, are going to be safe. This is not the problem. The problem is the number of jobs that require like a certain level of intelligence, of creativity, right? So suppose you were working at this level and you got automated. You can either move backwards or upwards. You don't want to move backwards because the wages are worse. You want to move upward, right? But this means finding a job that requires gives you more responsibility, requires more creativity. Well, a problem we have in Latin America is that probably the company for whom you're working has his headquarters elsewhere, right? So the possibility to moving inside the company to those more creative positions is just not there. And this is a very particular differentiating characteristic that developing and underdeveloped countries have compared to those that are in a more advantageous position. We all the time are discussing this idea of, well, it doesn't matter if there are some jobs that are going to be lost because new ones are going to be created. Yeah, but nobody says where the losses are going to happen and the creations are going to happen. This is a problem that we have.
Thank you for that. I think it brings such an important and more granular perspective of what we're sometimes trying to do with AI, because we're always looking for this kind of simplistic solution. We just put AI in education and that's it. But there is such a vast socioeconomic ecosystem outside of it in Latin America and I think also in other countries. So I think these are crucial words, especially for future interventions that will come about this. Another question for Janko. Again, we took a bit of a macro perspective. And when we're speaking about this area of AI in education, we are speaking about digital transformation. And I wanted to understand a bit more from you, and especially in Serbia, there are a lot of opportunities coming with digital transformation. Economic progress, a lot of efficiency, but there are challenges. And I'm sure that, of course, in your position, you are able to foresee these challenges from firsthand. I'll be glad to hear a bit more how you are dealing with these problems, and how generally you see this vision of digital transformation in education in Serbia.
So I think, thank you, and Fernando already mentioned a bit a problem with AI in the educational system and about the students' achievements and the results. And if you see mathematics, physics, chemistry, according to some pilot studies, we are still okay with that, using AI and technology more and less with the scores and something, but I also agree there is challenges there. But even more challenges we have with social skills, with emotional skills. This is something we noticed in the pilot studies. So it means we have to use AI, and we all use AI, but we have to use it very critically and try to implement from one side traditional way of school and to do some modern technology. What is also important and what we are trying to do, which we are doing actually at the university level, but I think we should implement that process in Serbia, especially, which is, we can say, a bit traditional society, so we still have this ex cathedra traditional way of teaching. Okay, with the digital classrooms, with digital equipment, this is fine, but we have to think about this constructivist teaching, which is basically model with the smaller groups, more students presentation. So when they come to us to university, where I teach, they don't have this experience so much working in a group, preparing before the lecture, and using all these, for example, ask AI about this and that to prepare, and then to see during your lecture, is it correct or not? And then maybe they will see critically. For example, I usually ask my students, okay, ask about the treatment for the disease. Ask the ChatGPT, what do you think about it? Or any other website for AI. And then we'll go critically through this algorithm. And sometimes we are doing competition about some cases. You give the case to AI and then you see if you are better or not. So I think still that we need to combine this traditional way of teaching. We need to go more with this constructivist teaching, if I'm not wrong, this is the correct term, and with the modern technology. So this kind of combination makes the perfect balance, and we should start from the year 6, 7 when it starts. Even with preschool education, we can say that.
Wonderful, thank you for this. I'd like to ask, I guess, a more creative question. We've heard, I guess, fantastic intervention across the regions on the efficiency, the scope, the age in which we need to start. And I'll be glad to hear from you, how do you envision the futuristic classroom of 2030, each in his own region? What would you say would be the characteristic? What are the relevant skills that you will see there? And more than anything, would you say that we'll be able to solve this balance between AI, future of work, and educational reform? Let's go with you, Fernando. Start.
Well, in operation, our most pressing challenge for the classroom of 2030 is to have everyone inside. Because, you know, in Latin America, most kids do not finish, not most kids, but there's a lot of kids that do not finish high school. We need a much more educated population. So my vision, not my vision, my hope for 2030 is to have as many kids inside the school as we can, and so they learn as much as they can, especially critical thinking. I know that there's a lot of pressure these days to like integrate the workplace into the schooling. I think that there's a critical error that one commits if one thinks that a way of using school time, which is really short, every time, everywhere, school time is really pressing. So we should not use this time to teach kids about some tool that just appeared these days. Let that for the market, that the market does very well, because tools are each day easier to use. So we should use this scarce school time to teach them how to think critically. That's it.
It's a very wide question, but just one thing that Fernando mentioned, that 3 out of 4 kids are missing their math skills. So in mathematics, yeah. So
Latin America. This is
yeah, but again, we just had today the team's results also in Israel, and we are dropping also. So part of the thing that I think is we need to focus on the teachers, because we always demand more and more skills from the kids. Who will teach them these skills? So they are the only agent of scale that can transform the education system. We need to upskill the teachers, give them these skills. Otherwise, who will give the kids these skills? No one. And the second thing, Yuko mentioned it in her lecture, that we need the physical space, the socialization, but we need to also remember that the classroom as it is was shaped and formed 220 years ago for the first industrial revolution. The layout of the class, the bell, the blackboard, everything was for the factories of the first industrial revolution. And we're still using the same. We're at the end of the fourth industrial revolution, and we're still using the same physical layout and skills. And the last one, I think schools cannot lose the fight for attention, because social media, TikTok, all these things, how do you create a worldview? Okay? So I think, and it's not 2030, we are losing it now. So we need to transform already now, and it's not for the next generation. It's those in 12th, 11th grade that are going to finish, and what are they learning?
Yeah, it's a difficult question and a different perspective, and I agree with all of this. There are a lot of challenges for us, not in the future, like Thomas said, already now we have these challenges. But I'm sure that we will not lose this battle. I hope we fight for this, to have this critical way of thinking, and especially if we educate the educators, so it means educate the teachers, because teachers are really important things. I start from myself, so I'm also using Microsoft platform to educate myself, and then to use it and to talk to the students. So this is really important. And if we want to create, especially in science and higher education as a special part of the education, we need to develop these students and their knowledge. That's why I have to do a bit of promotion our new master programs. In Serbia, we started the master programs in bioinformatics. It was public call this year. So we have chosen 3 projects. It means the view from academy, okay, university, but also industry aspects of bioinformatics, using AI, big data, and so on. Because we see that if we want to have Bio4, if we want to have new science park, we need people educated for that. And we recognize that, and we started with these master programs. It will start next school year from the Faculty of Medicine, that's one, and Faculty of Biology, University of Belgrade, and the third program is by University of Kragujevac. So it will be all together to try to develop new educators, new teachers who will then teach other generations, and this is the only way to deal with that. So more and more education, and I like this, what Tomer said, so we need for the school transformation and for higher education reform. Thank you.
Wonderful. And last but not least, I'll be glad to have some final remarks from you. What are the key lessons you would like to give in terms of the connection between the future of work, education, and AI? Any tips that you would give to the future students? What skills they should be based on? So, floor is yours. Let's start with Tomer for now.
Okay.
I'm changing the order a bit, so it will be more interesting.
People, when they use the phrase future of work, mostly think it's somewhere in the future. I'm following it from 2016. The workforce and the job market is transforming. So it's already here and happening and now. And I'm zooming out for the macroeconomic. My fear is that the general education systems are mostly failing their jobs, and it means that they're failing their countries and governments. And the adaptive capacity of countries depends on their future generations, their future talent. And if they are unskilled or irrelevantly skilled, so it means that economies might feel stagnation and cannot adopt, join, use this competition and be competitive, prosper, thrive, economic growth. And these are the things that on the macro are my main concern, that it's not just the school, it's the entire government and the entire economy and the entire future of this country.
Fernando?
So my takeaway would be the evidence tells us that reskilling does not work. So whoever proposes that this is the only policy, if I were a policymaker and an assistant would bring me a solution based on reskilling, I would fire them. Being more serious, I will demand evidence showing that whatever he is proposing is anchored in reality. So far, this is not the case.
I approve.
Janko?
I will just share some personal experience with using AI in everyday teaching, and there are some concerns about it that modern technology using AI will limit our way of thinking and something like that, and there is a lot of criticism about it. But I have to say that it's not, from my experience, it's not like that. So previously, I would ask the students, what is the optimal therapy for this and that, for some clinical entity and so on. But now it looks so easy. Or I will give some basic case and ask what is the optimal treatment for this person and so on. And now when I ask that AI, I see that it's very simple. So it means I have to make it a bit more complicated and more complicated. So it's challenging also for me. So this is kind of competition with AI, which is not easy, but I think it influences also way of thinking. So on the contrary, this is not limitation for me. It's a challenging thing. Of course, it's important to know if you want to do something, let's say avant-garde, okay, AI is not avant-garde, but let's say that it's avant-garde. You have to know the traditional way. So I think you have to have some traditional way of learning, and after that, to have this, let's say, to have this grow up in modern and digital transformation. So this combination is important. So I think we should, like I said at the beginning, try to find the perfect balance between these two. And probably we have to invest more in digital transformation. That is for sure, to be more and more competent and to be, let's say, in the top scientific and also educational system in Europe one day.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, the three of you. We are nearing the end of our panel. I would like to thank you, first of all, for such enriching insights, both, again, from respective countries. I think that it's not so obvious to have such diversity when it comes to the geographies, global north and global south connecting, starting, of course, with Japan, moving again to Israel, India, Serbia, Argentina, and Netherlands. understanding that the future of work is actually really here. We should start thinking of it in the present, but more than anything, understanding that education is key. And AI is an important technology, but there is such a vast ecosystem outside of it. So please, a big round of applause to our panelists.
Thank you, Maya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you, Mrs. Sherman.
And we hope that you're not tired because we have one more interesting panel. Please welcome to Mr. Jean Gabriel Ganasha, Chairman of the CNRS Ethics Committee of France, Professor at the Université Pierre et Marie Curie and Sorbonne University for a keynote, followed by the panel Navigation, AI Risks, Ethics, Safety and Global Implications. Please.
Thank you for your invitation to give a keynote speech in this section, which is entitled, I think it's very important, which is entitled here, the title of the section is Navigating Risks, AI Risks, Ethics, Safety and Global Implication. And so I don't want to criticize, which is very bad to begin by this, but I think the risk is, the word risk is problematic. I will try to explain why. And also maybe I would like to reformulate the three words ethics, I keep ethics, but safety, and I distinguish two things, which is trustworthiness and regulation. And so maybe my role, I think it's late and people are tired and we shall have a panel on ethics. So my idea was to increase the temperature to heat. Maybe it's okay. But try to question all these words which are problematic, because so many people try to explain, okay, AI is problematic, you have many risks, etc. So what do we mean? What is the problem? So to do this, and maybe it's unusual, and I'm very sorry, but especially because you will see it's very old, I refer to very old things in this new area. And I think, I'm afraid, the people from the panel, which well, before say, oh yes, we have to teach only new things, we have to change all the education. Here it's totally different. I refer to very old character and mythological character. There are three characters. And I'm sorry because my talk is a little bit chaotic, so I will begin by two characters, and so you will see the third character after this. So what are these two mythological characters? The first one is Themis. You know who is Themis? This is the goddess of the justice. Yeah, and she has three attributes, three symbols. She has a balance, which is the sign of equity. She has a sword, which is, oh, sorry, there is another character, I forgot it. But she has a sword, which means she needs to be strong. And the third one is a blindfold, because she's a sign of equity. She needs to impartiality, sorry. She needs not to have view the particular case. The law is general. So this is the first point. What is the relation with AI? I will tell it later, a little bit later, but keep it in mind. And the second is prudence. You know who is prudence? This is a mythological figure which personifies the virtue of prudence. I'm sure you know what is prudence? Yes, no, okay. What is interesting is a true attribute. One is a snake, and it's very important because the snake represents knowledge. And the second is a mirror. And the idea is to have an eye on the past when you are looking to the future. Very important. And we shall see. Okay, it seems totally irrelevant, but I hope I will explain why these figures are relevant. And we mentioned 3 figures, and I have 2 figures, but you will see the third figure after, at the end. So first thing, in case of AI, and I work in AI for more than 45 years now, which means, first, that AI is not new, and second, that the reason why I'm working in AI, because I trust that AI can be useful. Because I wanted, at this time it was not a very popular discipline, and I thought that it could be very useful for us. And in these 45 years, and maybe before, we have many applications of AI which are very useful for the population. I just want to give a test, but you know all, but I don't just want to recall, just in the field of health science. But you have also many applications in the field of agriculture, in the environmental field, in the field of science in general, with e-science, etc. So just in medicine, just to understand that you have many things. So you are able, with AI, to process huge mass of medical data, to extract new knowledge. I think is very important for the future. You are able to extract biological information which are crucial if you want to cure disease. But we are able also with bioinformatics to be able to interpret all this information. You remember that this year, 2024, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry has been given to 3 computer scientists working on the protein folding problem. This is very important things, because you know, a protein, a sequence of amino acids. The problem is that these are building, which are the tools of the life, and what is important is to know, okay, what is the shape of this building? Because it's related to the function, and with AI, it's possible now to do it. And it was not possible to do it in the past. This is very important. And I'm sure that we shall have many scientific revolutions which will be the consequences of AI technology. So we are also able to extract knowledge from literature. You know, in health science, you have tens of thousands of papers each month, and it's very difficult. Specialists are unable to read the paper of their own specialty, so we may use artificial intelligence techniques to do this. And robotic, etc. So you have many applications of AI. So, on the other end, you have a lot of misuses of AI and machine learning technologies that affect society. For instance, you may have surveillance systems that could track every move. People speak about social credit in China. Maybe it's not true, but it's a real problem. Border surveillance bias, we mentioned bias. The fact that you have public shaming of those who break the rule. You say, okay, this person is not correct, so we can expand all this information. You have what people call deep fake, the fact that you can generate a lot of them, etc. So, in case of language generation, you have heard about chatbot, so you have these things at home. But these are domestic spies. So you buy it, but they no, each speech, each things in your family is terrible. And people are buying this, and they are giving money for this. It's problematic. And it causes industrial disruption, etc. More generally, you know what are stochastic parrots? This is a word, I really like this word, because it corresponds to large language model. The idea is that like a parrot, they are speaking. This is speech, and they are stochastic because they use statistics. And these stochastic parrots are very fascinating, and we all use this, but okay, they are doing plagiarism because they are reusing text. So is it plagiarism or pastiches? So this is an open question. I don't want to, because I have no time to go in depth. But I think it's a very interesting point. But also, they can be used to build what people call paper mills. You know what are paper mills? These are a company which helped you to write paper without writing paper, which is, I think, problematic for the future, for the science, okay. Or maybe the notion of bias or hallucination. So with the word of hallucination, I have a lot of comment because these are not hallucination, obviously, because in my generation, hallucination was something very specific. So these are affabulations. But okay, but deepfake, I mentioned misuse in education, the fact that the student can use this, the fact that the professor can use this, which is sometimes really problematic. And so maybe we could have a discussion on that topic later on. Okay, so the problem is how to manage with all this risk, all this problem, all these difficulties. So last 7 years, there were many ethics committees which tried to do some recommendation. In 2 years ago, 2022, a paper enumerates 350 ethics committees, which is a lot. And they are extracting 510 principles and recommendations. So, you know, I was educated as an engineer, and if I have in mind 510 recommendations before designing something, it's clear that my creativity will be totally killed. So it's impossible to use it. So you have too many principles, and the problem is that these principles are contradictory. For instance, I'm sure that all of you want to protect privacy, but on the other hand, you also want transparency, and you have a conflict between them. And privacy and security, if you know exactly what are the person, if you hide, for instance, the person, you are not able to pursue the dangerous people. Or lack of, I'm sure that you are against discrimination, and many people spoke about inclusion. If you want to include women, more women, and I agree with this, you need to discriminate, which is a problem. So all these kind of things are very difficult. So the idea was to build regulation. So you had old regulation, GDPR, but you have also other regulations since December 2019. You had many regulations in Europe. And here, at least 5 regulations, DSA, DMA. You have heard about them? Data Act and AI Act. And okay, we all agree that regulation is very important. The problem is that these regulations are huge. And you know, when I was a kid, the teacher said, okay, nobody is supposed to ignore the law. I don't know if it is the case in Serbia or as a country. You are supposed to know the law, okay? But the problem is that these laws are so complex that nobody is able to understand the law, which is a real problem. The only maybe positive aspect is that these are very big. They are very big. And so I think that if you have problem to sleep, you can try to use this. You can try to read it at home. Yeah, yes, it's a good thing. Okay, I just want to give you an example. So maybe people think it's a little bit provocative, but I think it's a problem. The AI Act is based on the notion of risk. And you have this pyramid of risks with an acceptable risk, which lead to prohibition. And you have a minimal risk, which have no constraint at all. So the first thing is that the minimal risks are not really minimal. For instance, video game is not so minimal because video games are generating addiction for teenagers, which is a problem. And so I want to know exactly what it is. And it's okay with spam filter. It's problematic because it's censorship. It's very important to know. But what is very strange is unacceptable risk. We have 3 unacceptable risks. The first one is about subliminal techniques. Do you know what are subliminal techniques? So subliminal techniques is the idea it was a guy, James Vicary, who invented this in 1957, that if you have one message every 25th of a second in a movie, you can be influenced without being conscious of this. The problem is that the experiments which were mentioned were never conducted, and he was forced to say that he never conducted. So it's what is very funny. This is a fake, and that 70 years later, European Parliament reintroduced this. The second is the notion of social scoring. And I understand that European Parliament for this social credit in China. The problem is that the scoring is present in all the society. When you are going to your bank, you ask for a credit, you have a scoring. So it's a problem. So all private company get some exception. So you have exception for bank, you have exception for some guy's provider, etc. When you go to Uber, you have a credit, you have a score, and you vote also for your driver. But so the state couldn't do some lobbying. So it's very funny because there is something which is a credit score, which is used in almost all European countries, which is a driver license credit point here. And so it will be prohibited. It's very unpopular, and I'm sure that many people will be happy of this. I'm sure also that it will not be prohibited. Just to see that these regulations are problematic. And okay, so third is this one. So the question is how to manage? Because you see, regulation is not enough. I don't want to say that regulation is useless. I think it's important. But when it's too complex, it's very difficult. So how to manage? The first thing is to make system more sound, robust, trustworthy. To do this, you need to try to prove them or to test them on past example. So the idea is to eliminate the risk, so to minimize the danger, the possible danger. So it corresponds exactly to the first character that I introduced, the notion of prudence. The idea is, okay, to use knowledge and also to use past example. So how can you manage this? In classical computer science, the proof of program starts from a specification, which is a relation between input and output, and then you try to prove mathematically for all input you have the correct output which checks this specification. The problem with AI is that especially when we are using inductive machine learning, it is impossible because you cannot get true result, and also because you have no specification. Here is an example. The computer scientists try to analyze a mole to detect the melanoma, the fact that something is pathogenic here. And this is very interesting, but you cannot prove this. So what we are doing, so you can try to test that the example cover all the space of possibilities. And also, you can try to add some perturbation to check the stability of the system, and also you can try to have semantic explanation. So this is the first thing. The second thing is the idea to add prescription to machine, to say, okay, respect justice, protect privacy, preserve security, etc. Which means this corresponds to what people call ethics by design or computational ethics, and this is exactly what was the notion of godness. So you understand what was the two figure I think correspond to the two solutions. But I would like now to end. So this is some work I'm doing in my research team, trying to add prescription to machine. I have no time to go in depth. But ethics is not only prudence. It's not only virtue. It is also, and this is openness to what is coming. And here I would like to mention a talk which was given by a French philosopher, Jacques Derrida, in 1954, 5 years after the end of the Iron War. And it was saying to what happened. And he said, and it's very interesting for the future, he said, the chaos is a form of the future as such. And this is why my talk is maybe a little bit chaotic. This is the third allegory. This is chaos. And what is very important, the chaos, the mathematical theory of chaos is a theory of the unpredictable. And the problem with artificial intelligence, the problem with technology, is that we cannot anticipate what will happen, what will be the development of this technology. Just let us look, 2 years ago, who imagined a ChatGPT before? So this is the difficulty, and this will be the difficulty in the future, because we know that the way people are appropriating the technology is surprising, always surprising. And I will end on this. Jacques Derrida make a false etymology. He say chaos, which is cow in Greek, is very close to keino. And keino is like a woman who say, like this, she's mutic. And she say, yes, what is the ethic is to be able to answer even when you are surprised. Thank you very much. And this is just my new book. Unfortunately, it is in French, AI Explained to Human. Why? Because I think it's very important to explain the basic concept of AI for all the population, because there are so many misunderstandings concerning the basic notion of AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Please welcome on stage Mr. Jerry Shehan, Directorate for Science, Technology and Innovation, OECD, the moderator of the panel.
Enjoy.
Well, good afternoon to you all, and welcome to the panel part of our session this afternoon on navigating the risks of AI, where we will talk about ethics, safety, and their global implications. I'm Jerry Sheehan. I'm the Director for Science, Technology, and Innovation at OECD, and I'm very pleased to be able to moderate this panel discussion this afternoon. I will have with me not 3 allegorical characters, but I do have 4 very esteemed panelists who are going to join me for the discussion today and provide some great insight and hopefully keep up the energy that Jean-Gabriel just brought to us in this room this afternoon. So let me invite one at a time our panelists to come up and join me on the stage. I'll start with Dr. Henrik Skaug-Sætre, who is an associate professor at the University of Oslo. He is a researcher in the field of philosophy and the ethics of technology, very appropriate for today, and he focuses specifically on artificial intelligence and social robots. I want to invite next to the stage Dr. George Jakovlevic, welcome to the stage, who is a professor at Coventry University, where he is a professor and the lead for the clinical sciences and translational medicine research theme within the Research Center for Health and Life Sciences. So picking up on a lot of the health discussions we've been having all throughout this summit today and yesterday. Third, coming up to the stage is Mr. Gilles Fayad, who is the advisor for the IEEE Standards Association, joining us, which is based in Montreal, or you are based in Montreal. Please welcome to the stage. And finally, our 4th panelist today is Ms. Kativa Bhatia, who is the Group Coordinator for Emerging Technologies in the Ministry of Electronics and Emerging Technology for the Government of India, which is also the Chief Operating Officer of the India AI Mission. So I think we've got a great and diverse panel of speakers today who are going to help us wrestle with these questions about the risks of AI and how we can best navigate them. So let me say, though, that as has been the case, I think, throughout the summit and throughout our discussions today, we know that AI poses risks, but it also is going to bring us quite a bit of benefit. And I think in navigating the risks, part of what we want to do is find ways to do that to maximize the benefits. And we're going to discuss today, we'll start with risks, of course, but we are going to come back maybe to try to end on a positive note by highlighting some of the benefits of AI in the respective areas in which you all work. I think we're also going to try to take the mantle that we've been given throughout the summit today, which is let's try to move from the very high level. We've got high-level principles and good agreement around these concepts of benefits and risks of AI and ethics and others, and can we demonstrate with some concrete examples from these areas what the risks and benefits are. So with that, and noting our time here, let me start by turning to you, Enrique, and asking you, since you specialize in the philosophy of ethics and technology, particularly I think on its implications for sustainable development, and maybe starting on the risk side, can you share your perspective on what some of the risks of AI are, as relates to sustainable development?
Sure. Now let's start with the concept of sustainable development, which is the environmental and the social and the economic development aspects related to AI that are interrelated, and they kind of say quite explicitly that we can't solve climate change, for example, without also addressing social issues and economic issues. So having kind of, if you assume that that's correct, let's have that as the basis of the discussion. Much has been covered throughout these days, and everyone says as a byline that they have environmental consequences. They use a lot of energy. Kind of, there is a GHG impact, for example. We know that they use water and other environmental impacts are significant, but what do? The EU, for example, wants the digital sector to grow. They want us to build more data centers, despite knowing that they have a huge environmental impact. And the tech sectors, of course, kind of, they agree. They also want to build more hyperscale data centers all over. And why? To harness the benefits that we'll come back to. But if we do the calculations, the environmental benefits of AI aren't necessarily as certain as some portray them to be. At least we need to kind of add some nuance there. I think there's a lot of kind of low single-digit percentage optimizations to be had by AI. But when that is seen in kind of combination with the huge impact they're having on the cost side, I think that kind of equation doesn't always make sense. Even if we can check the box on tons of positive potential applications, they might be small and they might not be too significant. And I think that the huge models we're building now might have kind of the least impact on some of the kind of obvious impacts for greenhouse gas emissions, for example. Many of the optimization AI systems are quite small and quite effective. They aren't the ones that are driving the kind of the environmental impacts that I'm kind of most concerned with. And we have alternative costs as well. We're building data centers all over. In Norway, for example, they want to be a data center nation. And they get contracts for pretty much all of the renewable energy in Norway, for example, which means that Microsoft and Google can be net zero much before they want it to be. But there's this kind of second and third order implications as well. What are the alternatives costs here? What do the other industries now have to kind of use sources of energy? And what are the implications in terms of power prices for everyone else, for example? So there's this additional layer in addition to just getting to net zero through kind of building data centers in good places. But the tech industry says, have faith, we will solve this once we solve general purpose AI, but that's a costly bet. That's a very risky bet because we might not get there. And Sam Altman in OpenAI says so, acknowledges so, and say we might have to turn to geoengineering, for example. And AI might help us with that as well, right? So we get into this kind of very risky bet on the future that we will do something great with AI if we just kind of push max ahead now. So that's kind of one obvious risk related to the environment, I think. The social was covered very expertly just now, so I think that's quite okay. Just quickly, if we turn to sustainable development as a concept again and the sustainable development goals, we have all these colorful squares and fancy headlines. And it's easy to say that we do something related to health, so this is sustainable, right? We do something related to education, so this is kind of, this is SDG 4. But it's not that simple if you read the targets. It's talked about the least well-off, the least developing nations, the fair and equitable sharing of benefits, affordable and equitable access for all. All of these things are kind of littered throughout the SDGs. So beyond the fancy headlines, it's much more difficult to say that AI has a clear, significant, positive contribution to the SDGs, unless it's kind of very explicitly targets those least well off. And it often does not. There's a risk that we're actually building systems now that has positive benefits for those best off in countries with good infrastructures and with the ability to access these services, for example. And that's not in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, at least. Finally, I guess the economics relates to the same. The concentration of power, automation, labor replacement technology, that was the last panel, also covered in depth, I think. So I think the main risk that I see now, for example, is that the US and Silicon Valley and the investors in venture capital world are very actively now kind of fighting sustainability, fighting ESG. There's an anti-ESG backlash, there is anti-ESG legislation, all these very strong efforts against diversity, equity, and inclusion, for example, from some of the top people in the tech world, those building these AI systems. So I think that relates to not the technical side of this, but the ecosystem and the more socio-technical parts of this. Because without kind of being allowed now to say ESG or even sustainability in some sense, we are actually undermining our efforts to use AI and other systems to achieve sustainable development. So that's a huge risk related to the AI world, which also matters, I think, the politics of this.
Very good. Well, I think very important. Thank you, because you touched on what I think many of us think of when we first think of the SDGs and the implications, the environmental factors, which of course have several layers to them as well. As costs, we've seen investments in nuclear, we've seen companies keeping on coal power plants and others. But I think also, I mean, important to remember that the Sustainable Development Goals are quite broad, right? Many of them, and there are other implications of AI for these issues around equity, for health, for education, and others that are all part of the SDGs. And I think those are also things we need to keep in mind as we look at the risks associated with AI. So let's turn specifically to health. And I think, George, you are a researcher who looks in health, and particularly, I think, in cardiovascular health and medicine. And of course, this is the topic that has come up repeatedly during the summit today. In fact, I think it was identified by several panelists earlier in the day as the area in which they would see the most possible benefit. Of course, we'll come back to that and hear some of your ideas there. Can you tell us from your experiences about some of the risks and maybe trying to get us to some specific risks associated with the use in health and healthcare?
Thank you very much, Jerry, for a very kind introduction, first of all. And at the beginning, I would like to thank the Ministry of Science for a kind invitation and opportunity to be here and talk about the aspects of AI application in medicine. There are many fields that AI is driving through, but probably we will all agree here that medicine is probably one of the most excited and most important fields. Not that I'm representing the medicine, but we know if we make the wrong decisions in medicine, we are talking about life or death. And therefore, I think we could all agree on that point. I'm approaching this panel and moderation from the aspect of a leader of AI project that is funded by European Horizon program, which is 6 million project, and the aim of this project, which is called Stratify-HF, is to develop and validate AI-based decision support system which will enhance risk stratification and early diagnosis of heart failure. So as a person who is leading the field in this area, I will be able to share some of my thoughts, insights. How does AI may have implications, risks, but also the positive consequences on the medical field. As somebody who works with patients, I would always highlight that the patient needs are the first thing that we are looking for. And therefore, in that sense, what we need to be careful when we apply the AI in the field of medicine is actually the data safety. And we did hear about a lot during this summit, at least, how important the data safety and security and confidentiality. We know that AI is working on collating and generating a lot of data, wealthy data, and many of these data are personal data, and then we really need to be careful how we are protecting this data. The second point is patient safety. So we are making very important decisions about diagnosis, about the disease progression, about risk stratification. If we don't get it right, then we are impacting on the patient safety first, and then also on the clinical practice as it is. The third aspect that I would also like to mention is the consent. Everything what we do in medicine understands consent of an individual to accept the tablet or undergo surgery, undergo different treatments, and so on and so forth. So it is not clear at present how, and it hasn't been defined actually, how people and healthcare professionals should approach explanation of AI in their decision making. There will be errors, and we know that clinicians, the best experts in the world, also sometimes make errors and mistakes, and these are the common things. It will also happen with AI. Nobody can ignore that point. But I think the consent of the patients and their need to understand better what is used in their care is very important. And the final point I would like to cover is what do patients expect? So what they are expecting from for healthcare professionals, but also from the technology we are using. And again, this is a little bit gray area, how much patients have been engaged and involved in development of these technologies. And I can certainly say, as somebody who is leading the interdisciplinary international research, that in development of our technologies, we are always relying on the patient's input. Thank you, and that is all for the first round. Thank you.
Thank you for those 4 points, and thank you. I think at the center of all of them was the patient, right, and the relationship to the research system, to an AI system, to a clinician as well. And I think that's an important grounding for us is to remember, especially as we're trying to identify risks and ethical concerns, is the centrality of patients, especially in the medical field. So thank you for bringing those up. You left us many things that we can follow up on if we have some time for discussion at the end. But let me turn next to Gilles and ask, you come from the standards community, right? And we know standards in promoting interoperability, right? Consistency across countries and regions in terms of the way systems operate. Can you tell us about how we can better use the standards process in addressing AI-related risks? And are there specific risks, in your opinion, that are maybe a little bit harder to address through standardization? Where can it help and what are its limits?
So I'd like to maybe answer the second question first, in a sense, by picking on some of the inputs that we had yesterday and today. So for example, yesterday, the gentleman from Entity Data used the example of the steam engine developed in 1712 with the laws of thermodynamics being published by Carnot in 1824. So 110 years or more than 100 years basically passed since the creation of the steam engine, but it was used all that time during the industrial, and it enabled the Industrial Revolution. So in a nutshell, the message was, you can start with technology and then you can basically look, you can take the time to look into the implementation. It's okay if you don't know the details of the technology ahead of time. I'd like to just add a bit to that picture, because when Carnot published his work, he basically self-printed. He printed it through a print maker, but he paid for the 600 copies that were printed by himself. And his book went virtually unnoticed. It was only picked up 20 years later by someone, and then that gave rise to the laws of thermodynamics later on. The other interesting thing is that at the same time, the boilers were exploding. And so in England and in Germany, companies started designating themselves for verification, for independent verification of the technology. So if you look at the technology in a nutshell, the message is, when you have bleeding edge technology, it's very hard to standardize because you are basically shooting a moving target. From that perspective, can you afford not to standardize? But I think there is another dimension that we need to take into consideration, which is what Stuart was referring to yesterday, Stuart Russell, in the sense that you have objectives that are baked into the data that you are using statistically to build these models, and you don't know what these objectives are beforehand. So there are risks that are associated with the technology. If you add to this, for example, what Joshua often says about the danger of the concentration of power within a few hands, you get to a situation where you feel that you don't know what these risks are, and the people who know might not be incentivized. They don't belong to governments and might not want or care about whether or not these risks are important. So to make it short, essentially, there is a need to look at the social impacts of the technology. So you might not want to regulate bleeding edge technology, but you might want to regulate the social aspects of the technology. You might want to look, and this is where IEEE has been pioneering work since 2016. Professor Grazia mentioned the ethically aligned design from IEEE there, that basically is a framework for ethically aligned design development and enables recommendations and other aspects, including standardization there. So you can do it in software development, and that I'm getting to the second part of your question. Software development, you can do it in assessment, and you can do it in procurement or even in governance. So you bring people together and they build the recommendations, maybe not the standards, and they can start building it from scratch. They don't need to wait for different technologies to be commoditized so that they want interoperability and get interoperable. And this is one aspect where the key aspects that you would want to check in in social technical standards is the ability to inject the ethical dimensions at the functional requirement level. We all know how to build something out of functional requirements. We don't know necessarily how to put the ethical dimension into it the same way as we have the functional requirement for a car to move, etc. So injecting ethical functional requirement, doing an ethics profiling instead of a question sheet, which is a one-size-fits-all, which obviously does not work for all solutions, and having the ability to have an independent verification at the certification level. Somebody, like in the case of the boilers, like what Joshua was pitching yesterday, someone that is independent, that can verify that the solution is indeed safe or working. So these are the three elements, essentially, from a socio-technical perspective, that can help at the standardization level.
Yeah, very good. No, thank you very much. And again, introducing how the social elements can build into the standards development process itself, which I think is an enlightening perspective for us. So thank you for that. Let me turn next to Kavita. You have been involved in a lot of the AI activities within India, which I think has been a leader in many ways in public administration and public development and application of AI. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the key risks that the Indian government is currently focusing on, and maybe some of those that you find particularly challenging to deal with from a policymaker perspective? And I think your mic is on.
Yeah, mic is on. Yeah, in fact, we take that AI is a technology which is fast evolving, and every country is seeing AI from the perspective of their national requirement, and they are customizing the technology with respect to the resources and infrastructure as per their national needs. So do us. We, in fact, are seeing the risks which are very closely associated from our country's perspective is inequitable development. What I mean by inequitable development is that we have been hearing since yesterday that the focus of the infrastructure is basically into some of the few countries which are having the access to the resources, which is not only GPU, but the data and the talent. That is one of the main risks which we are also thinking from our country perspective. And we have tried to handle that in a manner that the AI mission which we have brought up, which has been talked about by our minister yesterday, is that it's a very holistic mission which handles all the aspects which are risk and how we are trying to mitigate. So with respect to the infrastructure, the data, the talent, the startup, all have been looked into, and we are trying to mitigate that. So this is the first and foremost risk we are trying to see. The second is the socio-economic, which has been also talked about by the panelists over here, which is very important because one size does not fit all. The models and the applications developed outside any country may not be bringing the perspective of that country. So is in the case of our country is very huge. In fact, every mile there is a dialect change. So we need to rope in that perspective of the citizen into the solution, then only they feel that this solution is being developed for us. So right from the data generation to the data cleaning to the data collection, every aspect needs to have those perspective into our solution so that the models developed onto these kind of data will mitigate the bias and discrimination. So that is the another risk we are trying to handle through the mission. And the third, which is also very important from the perspective of safe and trusted AI, in the sense that no harm should be created to the user. So we are having a very different approach. In fact, it's not a different approach. We are trying to have a balanced approach. We are pro-innovation, so we don't want to curtail the innovation by bringing any kind of a strong regulation. So what we are trying to do is that we have already come up with the Sovereign Data Protection Act, which tries to protect the personal data with a kind of a guardrails. And also we are building the guardrails so that the AI applications are following the safe and trusted principles. And last, that the IT Act of ours is already a very encompassing act which has a provision that no harm should be created, and if harm is being created, there are various protocols being put in place so that the personal data and the people are protected from deep fake, misinformation, disinformation. So all these aspects we have been taking care of by having a balanced approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And don't put your mic down because we're going to go with the second round of questions, and just to mix things up a little bit and see if we can raise the level of excitement in the room. We'll come back in the opposite order. So I'll go to you with the next question. But just to highlight, I mean, I think as we heard in the medical field, right, keeping the patient at the center and making this patient-centric AI. I think in your case, in the applications in India, very much from a citizen perspective and trying to ensure that they feel that their risks, concerns about privacy and others are well addressed as these systems roll out. So with that, let me ask you to now come back around, and we're going to try to end on this positive note in our remaining minutes on what are the benefits and the opportunities that you still see for AI and next developments, and we're going to try to end on a very exciting note about all the things that AI is going to allow us to enable as we try to meet sustainable development goals, patient-centric healthcare, and government services that work for citizens.
In fact, I had said that our country is very huge, and we have 900 people already on the internet, but there are equally large number of people who are not connected onto the internet. So what we feel is that AI will be a tool to bring those people who are not onto the internet, which means they are not able to access the government services, can be given services, personalized services. In fact, we want to rope in all those people who are having a language barrier, because as I said, every mile there is a dialect change, there's a language change. And people feel that if the solution is not in providing answers to them in their own language, then they are not part of the solution. So we have already created a platform which is called as Bhashini, which in fact caters to the SDG Goal 10, inclusive development, which is enabling the services to be given to the citizen voice-based and text-to-text, speech-to-text, so that AI on top of this can enable to bring in those people who are away from these kind of services, and they're marginalized in some kind of an aspect. Second, we also feel that, as he has already said, that patient, for us, citizens are the most important piece of any government policy or solution which we think about. So during the COVID, entire world was facing a lot of problems. So in that duration, what we did is that we, as a country, are a very large country. So it was very difficult to send the doctors at the remotest place to see whether the patient or the citizen is having COVID or not. And if he's having COVID, he has to be isolated so that COVID cannot spread across as it was. So what we did is that we created an X-ray-based, chest X-ray-based solution, which was able to detect this X-ray is good, this X-ray is having pneumonia, and this X-ray is having COVID. And that was the methodology which we used where doctors were not able to reach with the help of AI solutions. We were able to curtail, to some extent, the impact of the COVID during that time. And also, we are using AI in large public services, to name one which is very important, because evidence-based decision is very important from the government perspective. So what we have done is that we have done AI-based facial recognition solution, which has been implemented in around 45,000 schools across the remote, where the students' attendance is marked. That helps the public department to know how many people are going to drop out, how many students are there, how much of midday meal is to be provided in order to cater to the nutrition values, which has to be very taken care of. And last, what is the ratio of student and teacher, so that what more teachers need to be deployed in those areas, and what is the new education system needs to be put in place. So these are the various benefits we have seen from the AI. So we think it brings both risk as well as services, at least for India, from that perspective.
Thank you for sharing those with us. I think, no, clearly the way that you can aim and target services at particular needs of the individuals, and keeping in mind we need to speak in a language, right, that they can understand as part of the engagement. So thank you for sharing that with us. Let me turn back to you now from, again, from an optimistic and what can we solve and what are the benefits side. Tell us more about from your standards perspective and what you're doing in developing the AI Commons.
Sure. So I'm going to be short and just use one example, for example. So standardization organizations are not all about just interoperability between technologies. They are also about building infrastructure for volunteers to come up and build solutions. And from that perspective, they enable tools, and tools in terms of recommendation, in terms of pilots, in terms of other activities. One activity that is developing right now and that will gravitate around the summit in Paris in February is a challenge, a global trust challenge about generative AI. OECD is part of it, IEEE, GPAI, AI Commons, VDE, World Bank, IDB, UNESCO, I'm trying not to forget anyone. And it is about basically building a challenge that enables the integration of all of these initiatives as to how do you build trust in society. COVID, false news in COVID, fake news were 70% more likely to be propagated and retweeted, in a sense, than normal non-fake news. So how do you address the problem of trust? Without trust, you cannot have adoption, you cannot have traction, and so you need to be able to address trust and disinformation. So for that, the challenge is going to enable different entities to propose solutions, and then these solutions will be elevated into, through a filtering system, obviously, through a funnel, into pilots, and from the pilots, recommendations and learnings will be developed. So that's another activity where standardization is helping fostering innovation in the industry.
Thank you for mentioning that one, and it's a pleasure, from OECD side to be collaborating with you and those other many partners on that challenge that we hope to have launched in February. So thank you for bringing that up and bringing that to this audience too. Okay, let me turn to you now and we talk sometimes killer apps, but I think in the medical field we want to talk about what's the life-saving app, noting that health, again, is one of the key areas in which we see benefit and advantage from AI.
Thank you, Jerry. Once again, thank you. Okay, the benefits, of course, of AI, I believe, outweigh the risks of AI application in medicine. That is very clear from the first point, I think, when the discussion started about the AI application in medicine. Number one application is obviously diagnostics. Today we know that diagnosis is one of the most challenging tasks, and not rarely you will see the best experts in the world or in the field debating the same patient. So it is not easy, and diagnostic field is one of the major potentials for AI application, whether it been in primary care or it's been in secondary care, hospitals, tertiary care, wherever, but diagnostics is one of the critical components. The second aspect I would like to mention is the imaging technologies. For example, we know that we go for ultrasound in the hospital, or we go for magnetic resonance imaging. These techniques are very demanding and labor-consuming, and we have already examples of the use and application of AI making these steps much easier, faster, and more accurate than the humans would do. The third application would be in identification of rare diseases. So rare diseases are defined as one individual or patient may have suffered from the disease that is prevalence 1 in 7,000 cases. And then in these circumstances, obviously the AI may play an important role. The next application is precision medicine. So we know that many factors influence how we behave and what we do. And in that context, environmental, genetics, and lifestyle factors play important role in our health. And therefore, AI may help us distinguish this precision medicine and add application of AI in enhancing the precision medicine. And that is one of the fields that we are still behind, because we do know that patients, regardless of the age, they're treated almost the same when it comes to the medication and prescription. It is very much similar. We know that gender plays the role, and we know that clinical trials often do underrepresent the female population and so on and so forth. So even in today, in the 21st century, we are far away from the precision individual medicine. And hopefully with AI, we will be able to achieve that. And last point is application of AI will help us bring new medications and new treatments. And that is the area of drug discovery. In today's world, we know that 90% of potential molecules that have some promising findings in initial phases, 90% of these molecules fail in the phase 2 clinical trials. They do not achieve the phase 2 clinical trials. Therefore, there is a lot of waste of resources and expertise in things that are not right. And hopefully with AI in the future, we will be able more accurately to identify exact molecules that may be potentially used for targeting disease treatments in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you've covered everything from diagnostics to our treatments, to the development of those new treatments, and keeping not just the patient at the center, but remembering it's not human-centric, it's also individual-centric with personalized medicine. So thank you for outlining those many good applications of AI for us in health and medical field. I'm going to turn now to you, Henrik. You get the last word, and again, from thinking about AI and how AI can be used to keep us on track and help us address the issues around sustainable development.
Yeah, much has been covered, so I'll be quick. I think it's important that we kind of look beyond the linear projections of assuming that we will just kind of be in that kind of bubble we've been in for a couple of last years now, and kind of reject the idea that everything will just be more NVIDIA GPUs everywhere, and that's the future, destined to be. I think we're kind of, there's good hope of us kind of finding other trajectories, other paths and tracks. Neuro-inspired AI, more specialized and smaller models, quantum computing. There are many other alternative paths as well that might make us want to not rush as much, to invest as much, as heavily, as quickly in exactly kind of what we're doing right now, even if it's tempting and even if it's scary to lose out, right? So I get that feeling. But I think also kind of one kind of defender of regulation here, even if it might be too complex at times, sure. But don't be too afraid of slowing tech down. I think that might be good for us once in a while. And the precautionary principle from the Sustainable Development Goal is kind of the radical opposite of move fast and break things, even if we do it in sandboxes, I think. So kind of innovation will slow us down. That's what we hear, right? That will make us lose out of this kind of sustainable development opportunities. But I think the Porter hypothesis, for example, that innovation might actually speed up and be improved and better under kind of good constraints. I think that's a good kind of idea to keep in mind, that regulation is a good thing. We need to keep kind of political and social and kind of people in control of this technology. And that happens through regulation and barriers and boundaries that the tech sector might not approve of, and that might seem to slow us down, but that will get us in a much better place eventually, I think.
Thank you very much. I think as we heard in one of the panels yesterday, right, we need to approach smart regulation, recognizing that regulation is part of building trust, building safety, and can help us move ahead with innovation and AI in effective ways. So I think that's a great note to end this panel on. We could discuss their benefits and risks and ways to address them, I think, for many more hours. But we are at the end of our panel. I want to thank you all for giving us such diverse perspectives across a range of different fields of benefits and risks. And let me ask the audience to give us a final round of applause for our 4 speakers here today.
Thank you, dear panelists. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished representatives of international institutions, esteemed ministers, esteemed members of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, dear guests and friends from around the globe.
Believe it or not, we came to the end of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence Summit, where we spent 2 amazing days in inspiring conversation and listened to some of the most prominent scientists, ministers and experts. This summit brought inspiration and as well as challenges will make the journey in front of us.
Please welcome Mr. Jarishi Khan, Director of OECD, Director for Science, Technology and Innovation, for the closing remarks.
I think we're ending the same way that we began, is that right? So it's a pleasure for me to be able to have this opportunity to offer some closing remarks at the end of this incredible, I think, first summit of GPAI in its new format. I have to say I'm very pleased to do this, but it's also somewhat disappointing, and I think disappointing only in that it is time for us to bring to a close what I think we would all agree has been a really tremendous 2 days of discussion that I hope you can sense it as well. A renewed sense of energy, I think a renewed sense of commitment around trying to find ways to advance global governance of AI in ways that are human-centric and rights-based and can help us address, as we were just discussing in the last panel, so many of our ambitions to make our economies certainly more prosperous and vigorous and competitive, and at the same time to help our societies address some of the big challenges that we have in front of us, whether related to inclusivity, whether related to environmental protection, related to health care, education, and others. So I think what we've seen today is really we've portrayed the promise that AI can offer us in creating this more inclusive, prosperous world with great opportunities from agriculture to environment to healthcare and beyond. I think we also today saw, over these last 2 days, we saw the many different communities and the multi-stakeholder perspective that has come through. We brought together some of the leading AI scientists who told us not just what is happening today in terms of AI and AI opportunities, but gave us some glimpses into the future and some of the challenges and opportunities that will arise. Some of them on timelines that may be a little bit shorter than we or they had ever anticipated. But I think what we also saw today, and certainly through the GPAI and the GPAI Council meeting we had, was really a coming together of, as has been said before, representatives from 44 countries on 6 different continents who really did dedicate themselves to finding effective policy solutions to help us straddle that challenge between unleashing the benefits of AI while at the same time putting in place the governance frameworks that we need to help us avoid some of the risks and the challenges that it can create. I think we also saw the middle layer, the glue that connects the scientific community with the policymaking community. That was on display all around us in the exhibition halls and in some of the discussions today, from our expert communities and, of course, the expert centers that bring them together to help us find practical ways of moving from our policies and our high-level principles that, again, we reaffirmed at this meeting. How do we move those into practice? How do we move those into action? Whether they're technical solutions or policy solutions, or of course there's some combination of the two. So it's been an opportunity for us to really see this new integrated partnership at work. And remembering that we announced this new partnership only back in July of this year in New Delhi. So it's been a wonderful opportunity to really see it take shape for our countries and our delegations to meet on equal footing, underpinned by these shared values and by a commitment to these foundational AI principles. We also, I think, identified ways that we can now start working across the membership with the scientific community, with our expert groups, with our policymaking community as well, to take forward these values through practical work that will help us build on the New Delhi Declaration and build on the Belgrade Ministerial Declaration that we discussed today. We started talking about future work plans, which include, for example, things like a new AI index. How can we measure how well countries and communities are measuring up against the principles and the recommendations that we have laid out for ourselves? We want to develop an implementation toolkit where we can, again, move from principles into practices and begin to share good practice among countries so that we can all learn from each other as we try to bridge the AI divides and try to harness AI for sustainable development and the broad sustainable development goals. We'll also be working, again, in multi-stakeholder communities. How do we embed AI and responsible innovation into the responsible business conduct principles? What can we do to advance the measurement of some of the environmental impacts and others of AI that we were discussing? And what can we do to advance international efforts on AI safety, whether that has to do with the new reporting frameworks and learning from some of those that we have and some of the systems that we have in place already around AI incidents monitoring. I think we also had a very, very good sense throughout the meeting today that, yes, while we've got our 44 countries from 6 different continents, that there is a great, great opportunity to advance our work and looking for ways for the global partnership on AI, for GPAI or GPAI, depending on perhaps which of those countries or continents you come from. How do we help it grow? And that certainly includes finding ways to welcome new members into the community of GPAI. It means finding new ways to collaborate with those countries that are not yet members of the GPAI, and certainly building out our engagements with international organizations like the UN and its subsidiary bodies that were here with us, and many others that are there that are also working in this space. I would, of course, now be remiss if I didn't take a moment to just thank all of those who have made this possible for us. And I want to start, of course, with our colleagues from India, our minister who is here, Abhishek, who is here with us and who has been, they've been foundational in helping us over this last year and more in moving us into this inclusive partnership. And I want to make sure to thank them for the good work and the good collaboration that we have had with them from the OECD Secretariat side. Also, of course, have to thank our other co-chairs as well, from the Slovak Republic and Slovakia, who've been working with us in our AI work at OECD for the last many years, and who've also helped us take on and bring together these 2 different AI communities and help forge the new global partnership that we have today. And of course, I need to also thank our new co-chairs and our hosts here in Serbia today, who have shown us great hospitality, who have shown us great organizational skill, and who, of course, have also brought much substantive contributions to the discussion and the debate today, and who have brought their full policy-making community, their research communities, and others here with us to get us started here in Belgrade, again, in this first summit of GPAI in its new format. So I will go home from Belgrade, I have to say, filled with great enthusiasm and great optimism. Yes, we have great challenges and opportunities ahead, but I think we've forged a team here, and I think we've forged a community that can help us address these challenges together and in great collaboration and in a much more inclusive framework. So let me thank you for that and close my remarks by, again, thanking all of our hosts, and I think I can now give the floor to our host from the Minister of Science, Innovation, and Technology Development here in Serbia, Dr. Helena Begovic. And thank you again. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Shihan.
And now, welcome to Her Excellency, Mrs. Jelena Begovic, Minister of Science, Innovation and Technological Development of Serbia.
So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and dear partners, it is with really immense pride and gratitude that I stand today, this afternoon, in front of you as we conclude the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence Summit here in Belgrade in a new format. And over the past 2 days, our discussions have demonstrated not only the transformational potential of this amazing technology of artificial intelligence, but also extraordinary power of collaboration across the nations. I am proud to say that our gathering in these 2 days welcomed more than 1,400 participants, including more than 145 international delegates from 45 countries and international organizations, world-known experts, industry leaders, representatives from the academia, from the industry, from the government, and I want to thank each of you for your contribution, for sharing your thoughts, your knowledge, your brain cells with us, and for fostering an atmosphere of mutual respect and collaboration. Hosting this summit for Serbia here in Belgrade has been a tremendous honor for us. Since joining GPAI, or GPAI, in 2022, our country has quickly risen to assume a leadership role in this global initiative, and next year we will have the real privilege of presiding over this remarkable organization alongside with our co-chair country, Slovakia, so I'm really looking forward to this co-chairing. This achievement underlines the recognition of Serbia as a committed and capable partner in advancing the responsible development and application of artificial intelligence. During the ministerial meeting that we held today, we have received full support for the Belgrade Declaration, and we will just have to wait just for some short administrative time. So we are expecting formal full adoption of this commitment and of this declaration in next 2 weeks. So this declaration is a testament of our shared commitment to innovation and ethical AI practices. It advocates for use of AI responsibly. It advocates for bridging the digital division that still exists between the developed and developing nations, and ensure that AI technologies are harnessed for the benefit of all humanity. Global collaboration is in the center of this declaration, but also it advocates for more science, more scientists when it comes to the dialogue and decision making. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude to all who contributed to the creation and adoption of this important document, future adoption, including, of course, GPAI and OECD, who are now one more powerful organization. And this milestone was achieved here in Belgrade while Serbia served as a host. Throughout the summit, we have explored groundbreaking ideas, not only in AI, but also the application in AI in all other disruptive technologies, such as biotechnology, such as application in autonomous vehicles, new ways of transportation, AI-powered healthcare, diagnostics, prognostics, development of new drugs, and integration of AI and the government, and that includes also the education. These discussions reaffirm the crucial principle that technology must serve to humanity, with people remaining at the center of innovation, and we are striving for the innovation and for the development. This summit has been a significant diplomatic, scientific, and technological event for Serbia, achieved with the invaluable support of the Serbian government, National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia, the Office of IT and e-Government, particularly many thanks to OECD for the support, and the UNDP. I would also like to extend my appreciation to our partners and all the participants for ensuring this summit success. And before I officially close this summit, I would like to take a moment to shine a spotlight on a significant and amazing group of individuals without whom none of this would have been possible. While we often see the polished stage, the big screens, amazing arts, engaging sessions, seamless transitions, rich social events, communication, what remains hidden is tireless work, dedication, energy, and creativity that made it all happen. I'm speaking, of course, about the incredible team who have been working tireless behind the scenes, although you've seen them all, to bring this event to life. So could I kindly ask all the members that are present here that contributed in the organization of this event to come forward to the stage. And I would really love that everyone sees the faces of those who have made this conference possible. So please, can you join me on the stage? So now I can officially say that this summit is closed, but our work definitely continues, and we're looking forward to see at least some of you in the next summit next year in Bratislava. Thank you, and I hope you will have time to enjoy this evening in Belgrade.